Chapter 840. The atmosphere became more intense. The young Gu master Jing Shanchuan and Fang Yuan could not back down. The old master sensed that most of the Gu masters were from Flying Frost sect. The wrinkles on his face deepened. He had a bitter expression. Fang Yuan thought about the name Jing Shanchuan. He felt that it was familiar. But as an immortal zombie, his thoughts were not as sharp as a living person. He could not recall it. Fang Yuan suppressed the star thoughts in his mind, activating his memory thoughts to dig through his memories. He finally remembered. In Central Continent's eastern coast, hundreds of years later, a super force rose up. It was called Shanchuan Hall. Its founder was named Jing Shanchuan. Shanchuan Hall was skilled in refinement path. Dream realms manifested. When Dream Path flourished, Shanchuan Hall's leader caught up with the times and became a Gu immortal. But in that era, it was not strange for mortals to become Gu immortals. Especially when Dream realms appeared, they provided countless opportunities to ordinary Gu masters. Dragons and snakes hide in the grass. Many people lacked opportunities. Fortunately, Dream realms manifested and gave many fortuitous encounters. The 5 regions chaotic war gave a large number of low-level Gu masters a chance to rise up. In the great era of the 5 regions chaotic war, all sorts of people emerged. They shone like stars in the sky. There was a huge commotion. The 10 great ancient sects gradually lost control over Central Continent. Many new sects rose up. Among them, there were 10 outstanding talents. They were called the 10 great new sects. They openly challenged the ancient sects. They were in the limelight. Unlike now, the 10 great ancient sects had complete control over Central Continent. Even super forces with Gu immortals could not leave the 10 great ancient sects and get rid of their vassal status. According to the time, this Jing Shanchuan in front of me. Is he the founder of Shanchuan Hall? Since he was able to become second in 5 virtue sect, he definitely has refinement path master attainment level. At such a young age. He is a refinement path master. He is truly a genius. It fits Jing Shanchuan's description. Great teachers produce great disciples. Then this old man should be Old Man Qishan. Old Man Qishan was poisoned by someone. He had been suffering from the poison. Jing Shanchuan was filial. He tried all ways to cure his master. That's right, green shine Gu is the best healing Gu to cure heat poison. Unfortunately, even Old Man Qishan did not know that the poison in his body was a poison of transformation. On the surface, it looked like a heat poison, but after using green shine Gu, it would turn into a cold poison. The toxicity was at least twice as strong. But eventually, Jing Shanchuan succeeded in curing his master's poison. He gathered green shine Gu, blue shine Gu, red shine Gu, and the rest of the 9 types of shine Gu to form the healing killer move 9 shine. It was invulnerable to all poisons. Afterwards, his bloodline descendant, Mountain Creek Hall's Hall leader, who became a Gu immortal, brought this killer move to greater heights, modifying it into the immortal killer move Profound Light 9 Luminaries. He became a light path healing expert and gained some fame during the 5 regions chaotic war. Fang Yuan used his memory to dig out the information that had been covered in dust by the dust of time. He could see everything around him clearly. He was well aware of Han's scheme. After observing for a while, he felt that the master and disciple before him were most likely Old Man Qishan and Jing Shanchuan. He used luck inspection Gu to observe the two. Flying Frost sect was the venue of the Refinement Path Convention. There was a strict arrangement of Gu worms, forbidding Gu masters from using Gu worms casually. But Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body. He had strength path Dao marks on his body. His immortal aperture was independent. If he used luck inspection immortal Gu secretly, these mortals would not be able to defend against it. Immediately, Fang Yuan looked at the luck of this master and disciple. Jing Shanchuan's luck was like a rainbow light. It was dazzling and extraordinary. On the other hand, Old Man Qishan's luck was like a broken jade basin. Threads of gray luck flowed out of the jade basin. Old Man Qishan's luck was terrible, but Jing Shanchuan was close to him. Their luck was already connected. A portion of the rainbow-like destiny split off and entered Old Man Qishan's jade basin of destiny, greatly diluting his gray destiny. Fang Yuan felt interested, thinking, to think that I would meet the ancestor of Shanchuan Hall here. If I kill him now, I'm afraid that in a few hundred years, there will not be a super force like Shanchuan Hall left on the east coast. Fang Yuan's killing intent rose. He saw that the master and disciple's luck was shaking. It was like a strong wind was blowing. The rainbow light dimmed. It was on the verge of death. But what benefits do I get by doing this? Northern Plains has already been destroyed by me. It was not my intention. It is all that Mo Yao's fault. But how can I reason with him? I will leave this Jing Shanchuan alive. I need to preserve these people as much as possible, that will ensure the advantage of my rebirth. Fang Yuan thought again. Back then in Northern Plains he knew about Ma Hongyun, but he did not kill him. This was not fear, it was the ambition of a demonic path overlord. In his previous life he was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, he was a step away from rank 7, it was mostly because of fortuitous encounters, he had wasted his time in his early years. Fang Yuan was confident, even if these people grew up and achieved even greater accomplishments than in his previous life, Fang Yuan had the ability to deal with them and gain benefits from them. He could even trample on these people and carve out a path of blood for himself, towards eternal life. As for whether eternal life existed or not, what did it matter? Even if he died along the way, what regrets would there be? This path was the life that Fang Yuan wanted, it was filled with challenges, fun, and bitterness. Other than that, beauty, wealth, and authority were just tools that could be used. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's killing intent towards this pair of master and disciple dissipated. Immediately he saw that Jing Shanchuan and Old Man Qi Shan's luck recovered to normal, it was even vaguely more prosperous. The wonders of luck path are truly indescribable. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly at this sight. Recently he had gained a new understanding of luck path. Luck path was not omnipotent, it had to match one's own cultivation level. Right now, with just a thought, Fang Yuan could change the luck of this pair of master and disciple. This was because he was an immortal zombie, killing these two was as easy as killing ants. Earlier many people targeted Ma Hongyun, but it was a blessing in disguise. Now that he was in old ancestor Shuehu's hands, he could not do anything. Rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven could not make up for the huge difference in strength. Or rather, old ancestor Shuehu was a rank 8 great expert, he could suppress them with his own strength. Also, for who immortal blessed lands tribulation, Fang Yuan used time aid luck. In the end, because of connect luck, the luck path amplification was split into 4 portions. Fang Yuan only kept 1 portion. The other 3 had their own fortuitous encounters, but the effect on Fang Yuan was not obvious. This was also because Fang Yuan was too strong, he had already become an immortal. For the same luck to affect him, it was much more difficult than affecting those mortals. Right now, more and more people were stirring up the commotion. Everyone had the heart of the crowd, there was no need for Flying Frost Sex people to add fuel to the fire. Fang Yuan waved his hand, we can duel, but I am not interested in these things. If I lose, I will give you green shine gu. But if you lose, you will become my slave and listen to me for life. Disciple, you mustn't. Old Man Qi Shan turned pale with fright, he quickly stopped him. Everyone whispered to each other, saying that Fang Yuan had a good idea, the other party was a refinement path genius, his future was limitless. If he won, wouldn't he get a refinement path master level slave? Senior, isn't your request too harsh? No matter how young Jing Shanchuan was, he would not make such a bet easily. After all, it concerned his future, it would decide his life's fate. Of course you can reject. But let me tell you clearly, if you do not use yourself as the wager, I will not duel. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, saying, and do you think there are many green shine gu? This is the best choice for curing heat poison. Lad, the tree wants peace but the wind does not stop, the child wants to be raised but his parents do not wait for him. Many things wait for no man, many times the opportunity is right in front of you, if you miss it, you will regret it for life. Could it be that this person saw through my master's heat poison? Zheng Shanchuan was inwardly shocked. Fang Yuan's words of, the child wants to be raised but his parents do not wait for him, and if you miss it, you will regret it for life, had deeply affected him. Disciple, you mustn't duel. We can think of another way. Old Man Qi Shan had a grim expression, he was an experienced veteran, Fang Yuan's words were like bait, he had sinister intentions, it was specially used to lure inexperienced youngsters like Zheng Shanchuan. The duel is a matter between both parties, outsiders cannot interfere. A Flying Frost Sect elder walked over, he had a solemn expression as he said to Fang Yuan and Zheng Shanchuan solemnly, the two of you have already disrupted the order of the stage, would you like to duel? If it is, our sect's first elder is magnanimous, he is willing to give up the stage for the two of you. Please make a decision quickly. Old Man Qi Shan cursed inwardly, he was about to speak when Fang Yuan said, lad, I am giving you this chance because of your filial piety. If you miss it, even if you ask me to duel in the future, I will not agree to it. I will not bully the weak, I will give you another chance, you can decide on the topic. What, senior, you want me to decide on the topic? Jing Shanchuan was moved. It turned out that the duel was initiated by one side, both sides would put up their bets. But the content of the duel had to be agreed upon by both sides. For example, if one was skilled in refining a certain gu while the other had never done so, it would be too unfair. Right now, Fang Yuan actually wanted Jing Shanchuan to decide on the topic, that was to say, Jing Shanchuan could use the topic he was most skilled in to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could only accept it, he had no right to change it. Thus, once he said that, the surrounding gu masters gasped. They thought that Fang Yuan was too arrogant. They all favored the young gu master, Jing Shanchuan. Disciple, don't duel, our main matter is the competition. Old man Qi Shan continued to urge. Even though Jing Shanchuan had a huge advantage, this master was still worried. He did not want to see his beloved disciple suffer any misfortune. But Jing Shanchuan was a youngster after all, he was hot-blooded. Master's heat poison is already very serious, it will be too late if we do not treat it. The other party is so arrogant, he is looking down on the young me. But I am most skilled in careful gu. This gu is unique to our sect. It is rank 3, the refinement process is complex and requires many different methods. I have practiced for 3 years and put in a lot of effort before I have an 80% success rate. I will bet with him on this. Thinking of this, Jing Shanchuan made up his mind. He said to Fang Yuan, I will bet. Chapter 841. Disciple. Old man Qi Shan was incomparably anxious. Jing Shanchuan turned to face old man Qi Shan, on his handsome face a pair of clear eyes. Master, disciple is unfilial, this time I have to go against your will. Master, the other party asked me to set the question. I have such a huge advantage now, there's no reason for me to not take the gamble. If I still don't take the gamble under these conditions, then this matter will surely become a sore point in my heart. How would I have the courage to continue advancing on the path of refinement in the future? When old man Qi Shan heard this, he sank into silence. He heaved a long sigh in his heart. My dear disciple, you are not experienced enough to understand the sinister nature of the human heart. Since the other party was willing to concede to such an extent, he must be extremely confident and have some other trump cards up his sleeves. You've been tricked. It's a pity and hateful that I, your master, am old and weak. The situation has already taken shape. Even if I have the heart, I don't have the strength. I can't stop it. On the surface, Elder Qi Shan stretched out his old hands and held Jing Shanchuan's shoulders. Disciple, master knows of your filial piety. Fine, since you have your own opinions and are determined to do so, I will definitely support you with all my strength. We will use careful gu as the question, we will not bet on the success or failure of the gu refinement, we will bet on time. Whoever refines the careful gu earlier will be the winner. Master. Jing Shanchuan was so touched that his eyes turned red. Careful gu was old man Qi Shan's unique inheritance. It did not exist in the outside world. In order to support his disciple, old man Qi Shan contributed this precious gu recipe. He did not hesitate to let his competitor Fang Yuan see it. He even suggested that the gu refinement time would be the deciding factor. This was Fang Yuan's first time refining careful gu. He was definitely not familiar with it. Using time to decide the outcome was much more pressurizing than the success or failure of the refinement. Could be seen that the older, the wiser. Fang Yuan letting the other party set the topic was too much of a concession. He had fallen into a very passive situation. Jing Shanchuan hesitated for a moment. He felt that his master's time was the standard. It was a little too much of a bully. Even if he won, it was also somewhat unfair. But then he remembered that this matter was related to his master's safety. Even if it was an unfair victory, he had to win the green shine gu. Thus, he turned around and told the elder of the Flying Frost Pavilion his question. The Flying Frost sect hurriedly made arrangements. High Priest and Han was overjoyed and took the initiative to give up the venue. Fang Yuan and Jing Shanchuan entered the arena together to fight. The whole place was silent. The two of them sat cross-legged on the ground, facing each other, dozens of steps apart. Jing Shanchuan first handed over careful gu's recipe. He handed it over to Fang Yuan. Very soon, the Flying Frost Pavilion announced the start of the battle. There were faint sounds of discussion below the stage. I have never heard of careful gu, it is clearly a unique gu recipe. Fang Yuan had only taken a few glances when the battle began. Isn't this too shameless? Hee. It was Fang Yuan's fault for being too careless. He actually allowed the other party to set the question. He's simply retarded. This young gu master is not simple. He was the second place in the previous round, but actually has the first place result. Many people guessed that he had already reached the realm of refinement path master. Someone immediately scoffed at this statement. How is that possible? How old was he? He was already a refinement path master? If that's the case, wouldn't I be living like a dog at my age? But as the competition continued, under the watchful eyes of the audience, Jing Shanchuan used close to 10 gu refinement methods. He was extremely familiar with them. It was a dazzling sight. Among the spectators, the voices guessing Jing Shanchuan's refinement master attainment were getting louder and louder. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was still researching the gu recipe. He had not started the gu refinement yet. As time went by, everyone became even more pessimistic about Fang Yuan's chances. Oh no. Old man Qi Shan frowned. This person has such a calm temperament, he needs to see through every step before he can actually start the gu refinement. This is calmness in the face of danger, it is the demeanor of a great expert. Thankfully, I use time as the standard, whoever refines it first wins. Careful gu's refinement process is very complex, unless the other party is already familiar with this gu recipe and has practiced it more than little Chuan. That was impossible. This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen this careful gu's recipe. Strictly speaking, careful gu was a wisdom path gu worm, but it was very useful in refinement path. Fang Yuan guessed that this was likely the core gu of Jing Shanchuan's inheritance. In history, Shanchuan Hall's gu masters were most proficient in refining gu worms that had crucial steps, and these steps were crucial to success or failure. Careful gu was most proficient in assisting refinement path gu masters in dealing with these troublesome steps. Fang Yuan looked at this gu recipe several times before he was able to comprehend it in his heart and comprehend it thoroughly. He was a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. It was not hard for him to understand a rank 3 gu recipe. In fact, he was not only looking at the gu recipe, he was also observing Jing Shanchuan's methods. Jing Shanchuan was already at the middle of the gu refinement. Fang Yuan had seen all of his methods. Even Fang Yuan had to nod in agreement. It was very rare for Jing Shanchuan to reach this stage at his age. But in the eyes of a refinement path quasi-grandmaster like Fang Yuan, his methods were not proficient enough, there were flaws in handling the materials. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands, starting to refine the gu. He is finally starting to refine the gu. Soft mocking laughter could be heard. He's not in a hurry at all, someone commented. Fang Yuan started the gu refinement, it attracted Jing Shanchuan's attention. However, he only glanced at it and quickly focused his attention back on his hands. Fang Yuan started to refine the gu, he did it step by step. Everyone looked at him in disdain, he was clearly copying Jing Shanchuan's methods. But not long after, Fang Yuan made a change, he used a different method and his gu refinement speed became faster and faster. The mocking laughter faded away, everyone looked at Fang Yuan's lightning-fast methods, they were all shaken. He has already used more than 10 gu refinement methods. His gu refinement foundation has been thoroughly tempered, it is simply unfathomable. He is getting faster, he is already closing in on Jing Shanchuan. Old man Qi Shan frowned, he was internally shocked. This person's speed is not scary, what is scary is that he is still moving fast without getting flustered. His methods are so calm and steady that it is scary. Amazing, so amazing, this person's refinement path attainment level is probably beyond master level. Little Chuan is under pressure, he cannot get flustered or anxious at this time. Careful gu refinement is getting harder and harder, little Chuan, you have an advantage, you need to maintain it. The opponent is strong, if you get flustered, you will definitely lose. Jing Shanchuan was indeed under a lot of pressure. This was normal. In a running competition, the person in the lead was usually the one with the greatest mental pressure. Thus, many tactics were to be in second or third place, until they overtook the other person. The greater the mental pressure, the greater the fatigue of the body. Especially when Jing Shanchuan saw the scene of Fang Yuan refining gu, seeing him getting closer, he could not help but feel flustered. So strong. He has used more than 10 gu refinement methods, he is still using them. His mental state is too strong, I cannot compare to him in this aspect. Oh no, he is catching up. Jing Shanchuan was a youngster after all. Fang Yuan's pursuit made his mouth dry and his heart beat faster. His gaze became resolute. Forget it, I will use my trump card and leave you far behind. Jing Shanchuan made up his mind, his gu refinement speed slowed down as his consciousness entered his aperture, activating his gu worms. Is little Chuan trying to? The master and disciple were connected. Old man Qi Shan saw this and immediately understood Jing Shanchuan's plan, he became nervous. Jing Shanchuan's gu refinement speed has slowed down. Soon people noticed this change. Is the following step very difficult? He needs to accumulate strength? Many people were guessing, they did not know the gu recipe of careful gu, their guesses were not accurate. At this moment, Jing Shanchuan breathed in deeply, his eyes shined with golden light, his body was covered in golden light. He stretched out his right hand slowly, his palm facing down, his fingers spread out as he pressed down steadily. At once, the golden light in his eyes and body started to move, concentrating on his right hand. The golden light moved and turned into a small golden bell. The golden bell rotated slowly, covering the fire lump as it started to spin faster and faster. It burst out with a suction force. The goo refinement materials that were scattered on the floor were all sucked into the golden bell under this suction force. The golden bell only lasted for 6 breaths of time before it dissipated. But what appeared in front of everyone was the embryonic form of careful goo. The crowd went into an uproar. This is a refinement path killer move. Refinement path killer moves are much rarer than the killer moves of other paths. Jing Shanchuan is so young, but he has already grasped a refinement path killer move. What is even more amazing is that he actually succeeded. This lad has incredible talent, his future is limitless. Fang Yuan is in danger. He has the strength but he was too careless. Jing Shanchuan has such a huge advantage but he still used a killer move, he is simply going to do anything to win. I feel that even if Fang Yuan loses this competition, it will be an honorable defeat. Jing Shanchuan let out a breath of air, he had an excited expression. I will win for sure. I used a killer move and instantly refined 6 sets of goo refinement materials, completing the longest step in the entire goo refinement process. I left Fang Yuan far behind in an instant. Old man Qi Shan felt relieved. Even if this Fang Yuan has a similar refinement path killer move, the first time he refines careful goo, he has 0 experience. Normally, to refine these 6 materials he has to do it step by step, controlling the fire carefully. Rashly using a killer move to speed up the process is simply courting death. Even though little Chuan took a risk, his choice was not wrong, he will win for sure. But the other goo masters were not familiar with careful goo's recipe, they did not understand the situation. But Fang Yuan's situation was not good, everyone could see that. This step was enough to determine victory and defeat. Jing Shanchuan calmed his emotions and continued to refine goo. His method was fast and stable, he focused on stability, he did not give Fang Yuan any chance. Fang Yuan was unmoved, he started to refine the 6 materials, using the small fire to slowly refine the materials. This step wasn't that difficult but it did take the longest time. Fang Yuan was not anxious at all. Floating astronomy. Chapter 842. Time passed, Jing Shanchuan finally completed the final few steps. The incomplete goo worm in the lump of fire was becoming clearer. To be safe, he looked at Fang Yuan again, only to see that Fang Yuan had just finished that step, refining and fusing the 6 talents into one. At this point, Jing Shanchuan could not help but admire Fang Yuan's steadiness. It is a pity this victory is mine. Green shine goo is mine. Jing Shanchuan shone with confidence, but the moment he retracted his gaze, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Haha, Jing Shanchuan, you lost, take my refinement path killer move. What? Jing Shanchuan's heart shook, he quickly turned his gaze towards Fang Yuan. Only to see that Fang Yuan took out a goo worm and crushed it in front of him. At once, Jing Shanchuan's pupils shrunk to pin size, he almost jumped up. He shouted at Fang Yuan in shock and anger, You actually crushed green shine goo. The moment he said that, the lump of fire in his hand became unstable, it reached a critical point and exploded. The explosion was not strong, but after the explosion, Jing Shanchuan's handsome face was painted black, he looked like coal, he was in a sorry state. Jing Shanchuan was stunned on the spot, he was like a statue. Such a shocking change happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone outside was silent for a few breaths of time before reacting, they went into an uproar, there was a huge commotion. Such a ruthless demonic path goo master. He actually crushed green shine goo. Jing Shanchuan lost his composure and failed the goo refinement, all his efforts were in vain. This Fang Yuan is too shrewd, he managed to turn the situation around at once. Jing Shanchuan failed, he had to refine it again. And Fang Yuan's advantage is too huge. Even if Jing Shanchuan repeats the goo refinement process earlier, he will not be able to catch up to Fang Yuan. More importantly, he only crushed one goo, there is no way to prove that he maliciously interfered with the other party. Oh no. Oh no. He actually did this, he actually ended up like this. Old man Qi Shan panicked at this moment. The blow Jing Shanchuan received was too great and too sudden. It took him a long time to recover. By the time he regained his mental state and started refining goo again, Fang Yuan was already at the final step. There was no more suspense in this battle, and it ended with Fang Yuan's victory. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. Everyone commented excitedly as if it had nothing to do with them. Jing Shanchuan still suffered because of his youth. He had ruined his entire life. Someone felt that it was a pity. Of course, there were also people who were overjoyed, such as An Han. However, as the head consecrator of a prestigious sect, he could only secretly rejoice. On the surface, he sighed and expressed his sympathy for Jing Shanchuan. The battle was over. Fang Yuan slowly stood up, but Jing Shanchuan stared blankly at the flame burning quietly in his hand. He had lost. My whole life. His bright future was lost to a mysterious demonic goo master in a bet. How could this be? What should I do? Jing Shanchuan suddenly felt that his future was bleak and he was at a loss. Senior, please have mercy. We, master and disciple, had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We have offended Senior. Senior, please be magnanimous, seeing that my disciple is still young, please let him go. I am willing to take his place. I am willing to give all of my savings to exchange for my disciple's freedom. Lord, please have mercy. Please have mercy, please have mercy. Old man Qi Shan suddenly knelt on the ground. He kowtowed towards Fang Yuan. The old man's head hit the ground, creating loud noises, and soon, his face was covered in blood. Master, master. Jing Shanchuan woke up. He quickly ran over and helped old man Qi Shan up. But old man Qi Shan was extremely stubborn. He pushed his disciple away and kowtowed with all his might, begging for mercy. Master. Jing Shanchuan's face was covered in tears. He knelt on the ground, facing old man Qi Shan. The onlookers were all moved by this. Flying Frost sect's leader showed a look of pity. And Han laughed coldly in his heart. But the battle was already decided. How could he repent in front of everyone? Unless Fang Yuan was willing to let them go. But Fang Yuan was a ruthless demonic path goo cultivator, and Jing Shanchuan was a refinement path master at such a young age. How could Fang Yuan let him go? Even the righteous path goo masters, if they were in his shoes, they would not let Jing Shanchuan go. The cruel and ruthless side of the refinement path convention was displayed in front of everyone. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan said to old man Qi Shan, "It is not impossible to let him go." And Han's snicker stopped. The place went silent. What? Jing Shanchuan was stunned. Old man Qi Shan was the first to react. He was overjoyed. "Thank you, senior, for your magnanimity. Thank you for your magnanimity." Fang Yuan chuckled, saying in a gentle tone, "Being kind to others is being kind to yourself." Everyone heard this and had an expression of disbelief. Wasn't this too fake? Who was the one who crushed the green shine goo and defeated this youngster? And Han had a shocked expression. He screamed in his heart, "Hey, are you still a demonic path goo master? Hurry up and harden your heart for this, daddy. What are you saying? You are not cruel at all? Aren't you throwing away the face of the demonic path?" Fang Yuan changed the topic. "But, since you two offended me, you need to be punished." Everyone felt relieved. And Han relaxed. He screamed in his heart, "Oh, so that's it, you want to play with the relationship between this master and disciple. Haha, that's right, this is the demonic path style." Jing Shanchuan's expression tensed. Old man Qi Shan started to kowtow again. He shouted, "Please have mercy, Lord, please have mercy, Lord. All right, I will not make you a slave for life. I only want you to do 3 things for me. But you do not have the qualifications to do things for me now. As for what these 3 things are, I have not thought of them yet. Maybe I will not make you do anything for the rest of my life. Maybe I will make you do all 3 things in the next moment. This will depend on my mood." Fang Yuan said slowly. His voice was not loud, but the whole place was silent. Everyone was listening to him. Old man Qi Shan let out a sigh of relief. Tears flowed down his face as he shouted, "Thank you, Lord, for your mercy." Jing Shanchuan also kowtowed, "Junior, thanks, senior." Compared to being a slave for life, doing 3 things, the former was undoubtedly much easier to accept. Central Continent was still dominated by the righteous path. If Jing Shanchuan became a slave of a demonic path goo master, no matter how talented he was in goo refinement, he would not be able to make a name for himself. And to do 3 things. It was just an agreement. The agreement between righteous path and demonic path goo masters was nothing. Jing Shanchuan's future was still bright. Looking at the master and disciples' grateful expressions, Fang Yuan laughed heartily and ordered, "Both of you bite your tongues and give me a portion of your tongue blood." Old man Qi Shan and Jing Shanchuan looked at each other. They bit their tongues anxiously and gave the blood to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stretched out his right hand, his 5 fingers clenching together. He squeezed the 2 portions of blood in his palm. Then he slowly moved his hands. His 5 fingers grinded together, and a cloud of black smoke emerged from the gaps between his fingers. After the suffocating black smoke dispersed, Fang Yuan opened his palm. 2 goo worms appeared. Old Man Qi Shan and Jing Shanchuan's eyes were wide open. These 2 goo worms were a pair of rank 4 goo. Everyone gasped. Fang Yuan was so strong, in just a few breaths of time he refined a pair of rank 4 goo. This is a blood path refinement method. There is actually such a shocking blood path goo refinement method. Flying Frost Sect's higher-ups had ashen expressions. Even the demonic goo masters outside the stage showed expressions of extreme fear. Blood path was infamous. It was worse than soul path, burning a human soul. Everyone in the righteous path wanted to kill it, even the demonic path did not allow it. This pair of rank 4 goo can sense each other. You take one, I will take the other. In the future, if I need your help, I will send someone to bring this blood path goo worm over as a keepsake. 2 blood path goo worms can sense each other. Distinguish the real from the fake. Even if you die in the future, these 3 things will still be fulfilled. It must also be passed on to your descendants, disciples, and other descendants. Are you willing? If you don't want to, then you can be my slave. Fang Yuan said. I'm willing. I am willing. Old Man Qi Shan hurriedly agreed. Fang Yuan's hand shook as he tossed a blood path goo worm to Old Man Qi Shan. He threw another goo to Jing Shanchuan. When Jing Shanchuan received this goo, he was stunned, stammering, This is green shine goo? Fang Yuan kept the other blood path goo worm calmly, laughing loudly. You don't really think I killed green shine goo, right? Laughing, he left behind a group of stunned goo masters and left. Jing Shanchuan watched as Fang Yuan left in a daze, while Old Man Qi Shan carefully stored his blood path goo worms. He did not dare to violate this agreement. Because the witnesses were not only Flying Frost Sect, but also the entire Refinement Path Convention. All of the matches, including this one, would be recorded. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as all the forces participating in the Refinement Path Convention, were witnesses. They could not go back on their words. Master, you need to heal your head quickly. Jing Shanchuan stood up, helping Old Man Qi Shan up worriedly. Go. We cannot stay here for long. Old Man Qi Shan was shocked by Fang Yuan's methods. He was truly terrified. He quickly urged his disciple to leave this place. After this incident, Jing Shanchuan directly withdrew from the competition. He would not participate in the following matches. But he obtained green shine goo. He had already achieved his original goal. After the matter, Old Man Qi Shan used this to teach Jing Shanchuan a lesson. He told him how ruthless Fang Yuan was. He truly understood human nature. He also pointed out to Jing Shanchuan how the first elder of Flying Frost Sect, An Han, was jealous of Fang Yuan's talent. He was secretly adding fuel to the fire. After this, Jing Shanchuan matured a lot. He finally realized his own shallowness and the dangers of the world. For most of his life, he traveled around to heal Old Man Qi Shan while raising his goo refinement attainment, keeping a low profile. At the age of 53, he healed Old Man Qi Shan's poison. At the age of 88, he became a refinement path grandmaster without anyone noticing. In his later years, he returned to Central Continent's east coast and created a small sect. He took 2 characters from his name. It was called Shanchuan Hall. He lived for 150 years, but he never participated in the Refinement Path Convention again. As for the 3 agreements, that was a matter for later. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 843. After the second round of the goo refinement competition ended, Fang Yuan returned to Hu immortal blessed land. Some time had already passed in the blessed land. Mo Yao's will had recovered under Fang Yuan's arrangements. He could search wills again. Fang Yuan did not show any pity. He searched Mo Yao's will again. This time he obtained many of Mo Yao's goo refinement methods. He even obtained a refinement path killer move. In the memories that Mo Yao's fake will had, most of them were related to goo refinement. In this aspect, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, while Fang Yuan was only a quasi-grandmaster. Mo Yao was a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house. Her refinement path methods were an eye-opener for Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan learned them, he felt that he had gained a lot. When normal masters taught their disciples, they might hide their trump cards or trump cards. As the saying goes, the master will starve to death after teaching his disciple. Mo Yao's will had now become Fang Yuan's master. It was teaching him everything without holding back. Fang Yuan gained a lot. He learned all sorts of unfamiliar goo refinement methods from Mo Yao's fake will while revising his own knowledge. He intended to display his prowess in the refinement path convention, using his full strength to obtain the highest ranking. Because this concerned the infallible inheritance. According to the current situation, Fang Yuan estimated that he would be safe during the refinement path convention. But as time passed, it would be hard to say. The collapse of 88 Truyang building was too huge a matter. Fang Yuan was alone. He could at most delay for as long as possible. It was impossible to conceal the truth while Northern Plains and Central Continent were investigating with all their strength. If not long from now, the 5 regions' Great War would arrive. The 5 regions would not be able to fend for themselves. Fang Yuan might be able to take advantage of the situation. But unfortunately, the 5 regions' Great War was still hundreds of years away. Central Continent was under the control of the 10 great ancient sections. There were no changes. After the battle between Old Ancestor Shui Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, Northern Plains' situation had stabilized. One day the secret of me toppling the Truyang building will be discovered. At that time, Central Continent and Northern Plains will put me on the wanted list, and the other 3 regions will also go around searching for me because of Giant Sun's true inheritance. Who immortal blessed land was no longer a paradise, it would probably be attacked immediately. Therefore, during this period of time when the truth might not be discovered, this is my final period of vigorous development. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his situation. Once the truth was exposed, Fang Yuan would have to start a life of fleeing. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as much as possible and seize all opportunities. Even if there wasn't an opportunity, he had to create one. Right now, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was a huge fortuitous encounter. This was only the second round of the Gu refinement competition. In the middle and later stages, the reward for each round would be immortal Yuan stone, immortal materials, immortal Gu recipes and immortal killer moves. If it was the final competition. If one's ranking was very high, they would be qualified to receive the undefeated inheritance. Therefore, even if he wanted to attract attention, he had to be a little more high profile. Fang Yuan could not care less. Furthermore, the news of his duel with Feng Kim Hong had already spread. Almost all the higher-ups of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had heard of it. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to be low-key, he could not. One day, when the truth of him toppling Truyang building was exposed, his name would definitely spread throughout the 5 regions. He would be extremely high profile. At that time, it would definitely be an extremely difficult test. The whole world was his enemy. Countless Gu immortals wanted to kill Fang Yuan. In their opinion, Fang Yuan must have obtained countless benefits from Giant Sun's true inheritance. I need to use this final period of development to accumulate large amounts of immortal Yuan stone and immortal materials to raise my battle strength. Most importantly, I need to get rid of my immortal zombie body and regain new life. Immortal zombies could not produce immortal essence. They would be a huge burden to Fang Yuan during his cultivation. Looking at most of the immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance, they had to avoid any battle as much as possible and be careful. If Fang Yuan was still an immortal zombie during his life of pursuit, the pressure would be too great. It might even be the main factor leading to his death. Thus, in the following days, Fang Yuan participated in the Refinement Path Convention and practiced his Gu refinement methods, while also actively deducing and expending large numbers of Star Thought Gu to deduce and modify the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. This killer move was the urgent matter at hand. It was also the best method to change the situation. Other matters could not compare to it. Fang Yuan put them aside at that time. The 3rd, 4th and 5th rounds of competition, Fang Yuan passed them one after another. His strength was outstanding. Quasi-Grandmaster refinement path attainment level was rare even among Gu immortals. In the 5 rounds of competition, he obtained first place in 5 rounds. His momentum was fierce and his reputation was awe-inspiring. Fang Yuan's name had already started to spread everywhere. Those who heard of this name knew that this person was a demonic path Gu cultivator. He was extremely skilled in Gu refinement. His Gu refinement methods were complex and varied. His foundation was quite deep. On the day before the 6th round, Fang Yuan finally obtained the first stage of the deduction of the immortal killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. It was really not easy. When Fang Yuan came out of the underground cave, he was so excited that he almost cried. The process of deducing and modifying this immortal killer move was extremely difficult. Fang Yuan's wisdom path and transformation path attainment levels were too low. He was like a child pushing a stone mill. Every step was difficult. For this result, Fang Yuan had expended all of the Star Thought Gu that he obtained from Dongfang Naganori in the 4th round. Thankfully, he had the stone nest and large numbers of hairy men. They were already refining Gu and storing up Star Thought Gu. Fang Yuan thus had enough capital to obtain vaguely familiar face that he could use. As mentioned earlier, immortal goo were unique. Fang Yuan did not have any of the 3 core immortal goo of vaguely familiar face, they were all in Feng Jioge's hands. If Fang Yuan wanted to recreate vaguely familiar face, he could only change the core immortal goo and change the killer move. Moreover, it would be best if this core immortal goo was in Fang Yuan's possession. Right now Fang Yuan achieved this goal. The modified vaguely familiar face was much shabbier than the original, it only had 1 immortal goo as the core, Eat Strength Immortal Goo. Other immortal goo like Fixed Immortal Travel, Self-Strength, Iron Crown Eagle Strength and others were not suitable. It could also be said that Fang Yuan's attainment level was too low, he could not use these immortal goo. Fang Yuan was able to use Eat Strength Immortal Goo as the core to activate vaguely familiar face, it was all thanks to his Strength Path Grandmaster attainment level. Vaguely familiar face, that used Eat Strength Immortal Goo as the core had limited effects. The killer move could not change Fang Yuan's appearance, it could only change Fang Yuan's aura. Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains Goo immortal, once he used it, his aura would be exposed and his identity would be exposed. But if he used Eat Strength's vaguely familiar face, he could change his aura, turning the Northern Plains Goo immortal's aura into Central Continent, Southern Border, Eastern Sea and Western Desert's aura. If one was not an investigative Goo immortal, they would not be able to discover this disguise. In fact, this was the effect of Kanyang Laojuan's method. Kanyang Laojun helped Dongfang Naganori to fight against the Northern Plains demonic immortals, it was an intense battle. But from start to finish he displayed Northern Plains aura, he did not reveal any Central Continent Goo immortal aura. This was clearly an immortal killer move, it was also the embodiment of Crane Gate's deep foundation. But vaguely familiar face that Fang Yuan created had a weaker effect than Kanyang Laojun. Kanyang Laojun fought intensely against a large number of Northern Plains Goo immortals, but did not expose his Central Continent aura. Fang Yuan was well aware that his vaguely familiar face would never be able to achieve this. Moreover, this killer move of his had a huge drawback, the price of using it was too high. Every time it was used, several Strength Path Dao marks would be expended on Fang Yuan's body. Eat Strength Immortal Goo's effect was to let Goo immortals devour immortal materials with pure Strength Path Dao marks, extracting the natural Strength Path Dao marks from the immortal materials and adding them to the Goo immortal's body. Fang Yuan had tasted countless failures in his deductions, he finally thought about it and placed the idea on himself. As a Strength Path Immortal zombie, his body also had pure Strength Path Dao marks. As for the Space Path Dao marks and Time Path Dao marks in his immortal aperture, they had nothing to do with his body. Another example, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had Earth Path, Space Path, Time Path and Enslavement Path Dao marks, but Hu Immortal's body had pure Enslavement Path Dao marks when she was alive. After Hu Immortal died, the Enslavement Path Dao marks on her body were all transferred to the Blessed Land. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to eat his own flesh. He used Eat Strength Immortal Goo as the core and placed a large number of Mortal Goo, expending Strength Path Dao marks to disguise his aura. Even though this immortal killer move's effect was not good, it was far from what Fang Yuan wanted, and the flaw was huge, it could still be used. But he was still very glad that he was able to obtain this result. He had once thought that his deductions and improvements would end in complete failure. He was already very satisfied with this result. The greatest credit for this naturally belonged to the Wisdom Goo. Under the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan had unlimited inspiration, he actually used the Strength Path Immortal Goo as the core and successfully modified vaguely familiar face. With the joy of success, Fang Yuan participated in the 6th round of the competition and won first place again. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he rested for a while before using Fixed Immortal Travel to Western Desert. Western Desert, how to cross the hill. Intense winds blew, yellow sand filled the sky. Xiao Tribe's Goo Masters formed into battle formations, fighting intensely with the hidden sand spiders. These hidden sand spiders were all the size of elephants, their bodies were covered in a layer of shiny shells, they were proficient in moving on the surface of the sand. Hidden sand spiders emerged from the sand, their mouths were ferocious as they pounced at Xiao Tribe's Goo Masters. Fang Yuan observed from a bird's eye view, he estimated that there were over 30,000 hidden sand spiders. But Xiao Tribe was one of the super forces of Western Desert, their Goo Masters had high battle attainment, they also had the experience of dealing with hidden sand spiders. Thus, in this battle the humans had the upper hand. Fang Yuan only took a glance before looking at the area behind the hidden sand spiders. It was a huge sand dune. In the sand dune there was a tornado, the sky was dark and countless beast roars could be heard. Chapter 844. This was one of the 7 most famous natural wonders of Western Desert, the movement of hundreds of thousands of li of sand dunes. It was like a brush from the heavens, brushing over half of the Western Desert, drawing out a curve. On this fixed curve of sand dunes, there were no oases, no fierce beasts, no rocks, only yellow sand. No one could stop it, even rank 8 Gu immortals were powerless against it. Western Desert's people named these moving sand dunes How to Cross Dune, showing the helplessness and bewilderment of Western Desert's humans when facing the might of nature. How to Cross Dune. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, flying towards the sand dune. He concealed his figure and flew across the battlefield on the ground without anyone noticing. Shao Clan's Gu immortals were fighting in How to Cross Dune. Of course, this was only the periphery, these Gu immortals could not explore the inner area. Their opponents were 3 giant hidden sand spider queens, all desolate beasts. The hidden sand spider queen was like a fish in water amidst the sandstorm. Its enormous, mountainous body continuously produced more hidden sand spiders. But Shao Clan's Gu immortals were also orderly. Xiao Huqi, as the leader, led the charge, shouting and shouting, immersed in the pleasure of battle. Vice leader Xiao Shirang sighed and transmitted, "Leader, it is about time, the training effect has been achieved, let the clan's Gu master army retreat first. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I will leave this matter to you. Aha, the 3 hidden sand spider queens have lost most of their stamina, it is time to capture them alive." Xiao Huqi laughed wildly and was about to attack, when his gaze suddenly focused and he shouted towards the left, "Who is it?" Boom. A giant hand appeared. It pierced through the sandstorm with an extremely imposing aura. It directly grabbed towards a hidden sand spider queen. Xiao Huqi's eyes were about to split open, but this giant hand appeared at the right time. That hidden sand spider queen was coincidentally forced back by the Shao Clan Gu immortals. The giant hand grabbed from behind, as if this hidden sand spider queen was walking into a trap. Such guts. You dare to provoke our Shao clan. Scoundrel, you actually want to seize the fruits of our labor, unforgivable. Let's capture this person together. I Xiao Huqi would like to see exactly who is so audacious. Shao Clan's Gu immortal was about to attack furiously when 7 other strength path giant hands appeared from the sandstorm. Boom boom boom. Amidst the intense bombardment, the 5 Shao Clan rank 6 Gu immortals collapsed in shock. Only Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang, the 2 rank 7s, were evenly matched against the 2 giant hands. This is rank 7 battle strength. The newcomer is very powerful. The 2 leaders attacked angrily and used their signature killer moves, but they did not succeed. The other party did not use his full strength. This is the first time I have seen the strength path killer move. Who is it? At once, Shao Clan's Gu immortals showed grim expressions. Don't be nervous, everyone. I mean no harm. Fang Yuan slowly flew out. He revealed his true appearance with a smile on his face. Everyone turned their gazes and saw the hidden sand spider queen. He was already gripped tightly by the strength path giant hand, howling in pain, unable to struggle. Captured alive just like that. This immortal killer move is so strong. Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang looked at each other. They could see the vigilance in each other's eyes. If they had attacked, they would not have been able to do it so easily. Otherwise, Shao Clan would not have sent so many Gu immortals. They had participated in the capture of the hidden sand spider queen. Fang Yuan could do this because he had grasped the timing. The hidden sand spider queen's stamina had fallen by a lot, and because Myriad Self-Giant Hand had gained the 2nd core immortal Gu pulling mountain, its power had increased, and it could even counter Earth Path desolate beasts like the hidden sand spider queen. Fang Yuan brought the captured hidden sand spider queen to Shao Clan's Gu immortals. Sir, who are you? What are your intentions? Xiao Huqi asked in a deep voice after sensing Fang Yuan's goodwill. Fang Yuan chuckled, I am just a nameless lone cultivator in Western Desert. I have been living in seclusion and had no choice but to become an immortal zombie not long ago, so I decided to enter the world. This time I suddenly appeared because I want to do a long-term trade with your clan. I wonder if you are interested in regretful spiders? Regretful spiders? Shao Clan's Gu immortals heard this and were overjoyed. Shao Clan had the immortal Gu house 10,000 li silk corridor. 10,000 li was just a general term. The entire immortal Gu house was more than 10,000 li long. This immortal Gu house had an extremely special function. As long as there were enough spider mortal Gu, it could be spread out and built anywhere. If one looked from a bird's eye view, it would look like a huge spider web covering Western Desert. And in this 10,000 li silk corridor the ground was smooth like silk. Anything transported in this corridor would have an extremely fast speed increase. Shao Clan was one of the wealthiest superforces in Western Desert. The most important reason was that Shao Clan had this 10,000 li silk corridor. Any immortal Gu house could defend, attack, move, heal, investigate, and so on. Be it 88-point Jinyang Tower, Water Pavilion, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Red Fiend Divine Boat, Profound Ice House, or other immortal Gu houses, they were all like this. They could be called fortresses of war. Shao Clan had set up 10,000 li silk corridor everywhere, allowing their goods to move freely, making huge profits. But there was a problem. The operation of 10,000 li silk corridor would expend a large number of spider mortal Gu. 10,000 li silk corridor was Shao Clan's economic lifeline. Thus Shao Clan had to collect a large number of spider mortal Gu every year to maintain 10,000 li silk corridor. This time, Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang led a group to capture hidden sand spiders. It was to bring them to the clan's headquarters and raise them. Every once in a while they would let out their blood and cut off their flesh, gathering the clan's Gu masters to refine large numbers of spider mortal Gu. Even though Shao Clan's own business satisfied a portion of the demand, they still needed to purchase large numbers of spider mortal Gu from the market. Moreover, the greater the number of spider mortal Gu and the greater the variety, the easier it would be for 10,000 li silk corridor. Shao Clan's Gu immortals were naturally interested. Xiao Huqi immediately asked, "Sir, how many regretful spiders do you have, and how would you like to trade?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, giving a number. Xiao Huqi's eyes shone with joy for a moment. Fang Yuan continued, "I can provide you with this many spider mortal Gu every month." Xiao Huqi was overjoyed. As for how to trade, Fang Yuan pondered, "Isn't your 10,000 li silk corridor the best method? Give me a nearby node token. On the 30th of every month, I will come to the node punctually to put in the goods and collect the payment." "Then sir, how much are you selling your goods?" Xiao Shirang interrupted. "No rush." Fang Yuan waved his hand. "Everyone, let's look at the quality of the goods first before discussing the price." Fang Yuan's sample made Shao Clan's Gu immortals very satisfied. These regretful spiders came from a northern plains superforce, Dong Fang tribe. It would be strange if Shao Clan's Gu immortals were not satisfied. Fang Yuan immediately quoted a price. After some haggling, both sides set the price and completed the first transaction on the spot. Xiao Huqi paid for the goods on behalf of the clan. Fang Yuan got what he wanted and obtained a node token. After the transaction he did not stay any longer, he turned around and left. Xiao Huqi's group returned to Shao Clan's headquarters and immediately reported this matter to Shao Clan's first Supreme Elder. After learning of this, First Supreme Elder nodded, "Little who did well this time, we will double the contribution for this mission." Xiao Huqi said solemnly, "But Lord, this person appeared too suddenly. He is a rank 6 immortal zombie but has rank 7 battle strength. Does Lord know his origin?" First Supreme Elder smiled nonchalantly, "Western Desert is huge, there are naturally many secluded Gu immortals, I do not know all of them. Immortal zombies cannot produce immortal essence, it is not strange that they were forced to appear. Since this person is sincere in doing business, let's continue our cooperation. My clan will always have a need for mortal spider Gu. If the cooperation goes well we can give him the Shao Clan transaction token." "Lord, are we not going to investigate him?" First Supreme Elder thought about it and said, "I know what you mean. Since the other party can supply goods for a long time, he definitely has other blessed lands. We can investigate him a little, we cannot treat him like an ordinary immortal zombie. The urgent matter now is to compete with Dong Clan and occupy the northwest market. We need to set up the 10,000 li silk corridor as soon as possible." "I understand, Lord First Supreme Elder." Xiao Huqi saw that First Supreme Elder was resting with his eyes closed and immediately understood. He bowed respectfully and left silently. A few days later. Central Continent, Floating Flower River, Listening Wave Pavilion. As a large-scale force, Listening Wave Pavilion was a semi-secluded sect, but right now, it was crowded like a marketplace. This was one of the locations of the Refinement Path Convention's 7th round. At this time, another round of competition had just ended. Everyone was discussing and exclaiming, countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wore a black robe and a mask, he was still in the same appearance as before, he walked down the stage silently. Many people's gazes followed him as he moved. The other group of people stared at the ranking on the wall with shock in their eyes. Right now, the first place was engraved with Fang Yuan's name. Demonic Path Gu cultivator Fang Yuan obtained first place for the 7th time in a row. Amazing, too amazing, this is the performance of at least a master-level Gu master. With his strength, he has a high chance of passing the most famous nightmare of the Refinement Path Convention, the 8th round. When can I have such strength? In the crowd, Hong Yi looked at Fang Yuan's departing figure as he felt a sense of yearning. For some reason, others disliked Fang Yuan's demonic cultivation style, but as a righteous path disciple of Universal Life Academy, Hong Yi did not dislike Fang Yuan from the bottom of his heart. Although Hong Yi's luck was good and he had huge potential, he was too lacking in ability. He was eliminated in the 2nd round. Do you think Fang Yuan can fight his way into the finals like this? Young man, you are already looking forward to the finals? It's too early. Chapter 845. Amidst everyone's discussions, Fang Yuan slowly walked out of Listening Wave Pavilion. Everywhere he went, the crowd would unconsciously make way for him. Even though Fang Yuan was a demonic path Gu cultivator and was hated by the righteous path, Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment was admirable. Especially in this special environment of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. During this special period, even demonic cultivators could openly enter the righteous path's territory. Gu masters had a mentality of only using Gu refinement as a hero. At the entrance of Listening Wave Pavilion, several Gu masters from various forces were shouting and selling information. Their business was booming. Extra, extra, the latest information is the most complete result list of this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It even has the results of the 7th round. Do you want to know the 100 great Gu refinement experts who have the highest chance of becoming the champion? Then come and take a look. 1 image Gu, the lowest price is 50 Yuan stone. The price is very low, it will last until it is sold out. A famous Wisdom Path Gu Master's deduction of this Central Continent sect ranking competition, as well as the grudges between the 10 great ancient sects. 1 information for only 10 Yuan stone. Cheap and good price. To think that the 7th round's result would be released so quickly. Fang Yuan heard this and was moved. But when he saw the attire of this Gu master selling information, he understood. This Gu master selling the 7th round's result was wearing the attire of Lightning Information Sect. Lightning Information Sect was a super force created by a Gu immortal. It naturally could not compare to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Lightning Information Sect's founder, Milan Guang, was originally a Lightning Path Gu immortal of Wind Cloud Manor. Because he violated the sect rules, his cultivation was crippled. He was expelled from the sect. To maintain his livelihood, he was forced to cultivate Information Path. Combining his Lightning Path cultivation experience, he created many unique Information Path Gu worms. The results were even better than before. His development was even more prosperous. The Lightning Information Sect he created, after over 100 years of development, had already become a first-rate sect in Central Continent that specialized in Information Path. Even the 10 great ancient sects sometimes bought information from Milan Guang. Fang Yuan walked to this Gu master and threw 10 Yuan stone to him. Give me 1. The Lightning Information Sect Gu master hurriedly received the Yuan stone and looked at it, recognizing Fang Yuan. Ah, sir. Are you Sir Fang Yuan? It is this lowly one's good fortune to be able to inquire of this lowly one. How could I dare to accept money from sir? Sir, please take it back. This report will be given to you for free. After that, he presented the 10 pieces of Yuan stone to Fang Yuan with both hands. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Just take it as a reward. That Gu master smiled flatteringly. Then this lowly one thanks Lord for the reward. Sir, this is the information you wanted. On behalf of the Electric Information Sect, I thank you for purchasing our information. If you can squeeze out some time from your busy schedule to accept my sect's interview, the Lightning Language sect that I belong to will also offer immortal materials. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He received the Information Path Gu worm from the Gu master and walked forward. Take care, Lord. The Gu master saw Fang Yuan's rejection and did not dare to persuade him anymore. After all, Fang Yuan was a demonic path rank 5 Gu cultivator. He stood on the spot and watched Fang Yuan leave. Only when Fang Yuan disappeared into the crowd did he turn around. He continued to sell information loudly. Fang Yuan walked. He split a portion of his consciousness and inspected the Information Path Gu worm from earlier. This Information Path Gu. It was only rank 1, the cost of refining it was extremely low, it was not worth mentioning. The important thing was the information inside, it was worth 10 Yuan stone. Fang Yuan inspected it and found that in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, there were over 8,000 Gu masters who won 7 rounds in a row. These people were able to pass 7 rounds, they were basically quasi-master level. Of course, among them there were some who were extremely lucky and had weaker strength. But the strength here was only relatively speaking, they were not at Hong Yi's level. People like Hong Yi had already been eliminated in the first 3 rounds of the competition. Initially, there were hundreds of thousands of people who signed up for the competition. Most of these people were Central Continent Gu masters, but there were also people from Southern Border and the other 4 regions. After 7 rounds, there were only over 8,000 people left, there were less than 10,000, this showed how shocking the elimination rate was. And among them, there were over 400 people who got top 3 in 7 rounds in a row. These people were at least refinement master level geniuses. Even though 400 was a huge number in the context of Central Continent, these people were only a small portion. They were at the top of the pyramid of refinement path attainment. In any path, master level people were rare. And refinement path was harder to become proficient in compared to other paths, there were even fewer masters. Among these 400 people, there were still over 80 Gu masters who got first in 7 rounds in a row. Undeniably, these 80 people were the focus of attention, they were the center of attention. Fang Yuan's name was among them. According to the evaluation of experts, his name was only above average. This was the result of Fang Yuan's high profile, it showed how intense the competition in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was, there were all sorts of people, it was not easy to stand out among these refinement path elites. Of course, this ranking was more of a guess, it did not represent the true standard of Gu refinement. The contents of the first 7 rounds were not enough to gauge Fang Yuan's limits. At the same time, Fang Yuan's origin was mysterious, even if others wanted to guess they could not. Because of these reasons, Fang Yuan's position was in the 30s. Fang Yuan carefully looked at this ranking, he soon found many familiar names. Firesmith Dragon Chief, Fang Huai, Tianmin Mie, Feng Kim Hong, Yumu Chun, LV Pinean, Du Ping Tan, Chu Wen. These people's names had a high status in Fang Yuan's previous life. Undeniably, they were all heroes among people, they were lined up like stars in the sky, even Fang Yuan felt a sense of dazzling brilliance. Among these people there are many stars from the 5 regions' chaotic war. Some might not be outstanding now but they will become immortals in the future. Some will even reach refinement path Grandmaster realm in their lifetime. Fang Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Fang Yuan was now a refinement path quasi-Grandmaster. He was only a step away from Grandmaster realm. But don't underestimate this step, it was actually very far away, he needed a qualitative breakthrough. Actually, Fang Yuan's refinement path talent was very ordinary. If his talent was lacking he would use hard work to make up for it. Fang Yuan used his previous life's accumulation to forcefully raise his refinement path attainment level, surpassing master level and reaching quasi-grandmaster level. He had cultivated for over 500 years, but he was only at quasi-grandmaster level, wasn't he too useless? Look at Jing Shanchuan, he was already a refinement path master at such a young age. The importance of talent in this was undeniable. But there was one more point. Jing Shanchuan was a refinement path Gu master, he put most of his effort into it. As for Fang Yuan, be it in his previous life or this life, he cultivated refinement path on the side. In his previous life he spent over 300 years cultivating blood path for the last 200 years, while in this life he cultivated strength path. One was a main path while the other was a secondary path, the amount of effort invested was like heaven and earth. If Fang Yuan did not cultivate blood path and strength path, he might not have lived until now. He was not as lucky as Jing Shanchuan to have a master protecting him. And it was hard to raise attainment level, the higher one went, the harder it was. Before the Dream Realm changed the situation of the 5 regions, to raise attainment level, one could only rely on their own hard work and talent. It could be said that it was not easy for Fang Yuan to reach quasi-grandmaster attainment level in refinement path. With my strength it will be difficult to get into the top 10 of this refinement path convention. And to benefit from the infallible inheritance, I need to get at least 6th place. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had grown from a small scale. Initially, it was only a way for the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to compete for the infallible inheritance. They used refinement path duels to determine the winner and the loser, they would fight for the greatest benefits for themselves and their sections. But later on, because the infallible inheritance had too many benefits, it was helpful to the recovery of Fate Gu, Celestial Court took over. Strictly speaking, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were the representatives of the Celestial Court's internal organizations. Celestial Court was the boss behind the scenes of the 10 great ancient sects. With the boss taking over, the 10 great ancient sects could only accept it and cooperate with him. With the Celestial Court behind the scenes, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention started to become famous. Its influence spread to the whole world. Now, every Refinement Path Convention would attract GU Refinement Path geniuses from the other 4 regions to participate. According to the results of the previous conventions, the top 3 in the finals are all Refinement Path Grandmasters. There are even some quasi-great Grandmasters. The quality of every Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was different, but in the top 10, most of them were Refinement Path Grandmasters. Only the 7th place had some Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster GU Masters. Sometimes, there were not many geniuses, there were only 3 or 4 Refinement Path Grandmasters in the top 10, then Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmasters could enter the top 6. But sometimes, there were too many geniuses, there were 7 or 8 Refinement Path Grandmasters in the top 10, then there were few Quasi-Grandmasters who could enter the top 10. In this convention of Fang Yuan's, the quality was neither high nor low, there were about 5 Refinement Path Grandmasters. My greatest skill is still Blood Path GU refinement methods. But now, I do not have many Blood Path GU worms. If I use those Blood Path refinement methods, it will give Crane Gate an excuse to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. If I want to enter the top 6, I need to use my methods. Fang Yuan thought as he made up his mind. 16 days later, Central Continent. Anzu Earth Trench, Demon Expelling Sect. Demon Expelling Sect was a super force. It had 3 GU Immortals in the upper echelon. Its sphere of influence stretched for millions of li, covering dozens of large forces, hundreds of mid-sized forces, tens of thousands of small forces, as well as countless ant-like GU master families. As one of the locations of the 8th round, Demon Expelling Sect's headquarters had the qualifications to do so. Tens of thousands of GU masters swarmed in on this day, to watch the exciting GU refinement showdown. Of course, the true competition venue had limited space, it could only hold over 1,000 people. These 1,000 people were naturally not ordinary GU masters. But in the several large squares that could accommodate ordinary spectators, Demon Expelling Sect had already made appropriate arrangements. Once the 8th round starts, there would be a video in the air, displaying it at the same time. Chapter 846. Fangjing and another Crane Gate elder led over 10 disciples into the competition venue. Unspecified currency outside the venue, there were buzzing noises. Over 1,000 GU masters were sitting on the surrounding platforms, discussing in low voices while waiting for the 8th round to begin. But because there were too many people, even the slightest sound of conversation became very noisy when it was gathered together. It's Crane Gate's elder and disciple. Once they saw Fangjing's group, the surrounding GU masters could not help but look at them, their discussions also became hushed. Compared to the large and small forces, the people of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were like princes walking among commoners. That young man is actually wearing Crane Gate's elder's robe. Am I seeing things? Lower your voice, he is a rank 5 GU master, his aura is genuine. What are you making a fuss about? It's not like there aren't GU worms that can maintain youthful looks. Look, it's myriad Dragondoc's disciples and elders. At the next moment, everyone's gazes were attracted to another group of people. This group of GU masters had twice the number of Crane Gate's members. They were led by 4 elders, and there were also many elite disciples among the disciples. Myriad Dragondoc. The Crane Gate elder's gaze froze when he saw this. Myriad Dragondoc, one of the 10 great ancient sects, had been in the limelight recently. The reason was because of Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend might only be a rank 6 GU immortal, but his battle strength was extremely outstanding. After 2 years of closed cultivation, he comprehended the immortal killer move Lightning Deity. After that, he came out of his closed cultivation and roamed Central Continent, challenging countless GU immortals along the way. He won most of the time with few draws. There were few defeats. The more Vicious Lightning Fiend won, the greater his momentum. Because of the duels, he obtained a lot of resources, causing the number of lightning deities in his hands to increase instead of decreasing. There were already 3 of them now. Before he had lightning deities, Vicious Lightning Fiend already had an impressive battle record of fighting rank 7 GU immortals to a draw. Now that he had 3 lightning deities, his battle strength rose even further, surpassing ordinary rank 7 GU immortals. In his battle record, many rank 7 GU immortals had lost to him. With rank 6 cultivation level, Defeating a rank 7 Gu immortal was a very rare thing. What was especially precious was that vicious lightning fiend defeated rank 7 Gu immortals again and again. He was in the limelight for a while. His sect Myriad Dragon Doc's reputation also rose greatly. It was to the extent that the whole of Central Continent's Gu immortal world started to faintly acknowledge vicious lightning fiend as the #1 person with rank 6 battle strength in Central Continent. Some of the Myriad Dragon Doc elders who were fond of fighting were even more excited. They directly shouted that vicious lightning fiend would be the next Shirley, the next Feng Jioge. After vicious lightning fiend heard the news, he immediately replied and berated, "Shirley is one thing, but Lord Feng Jioge is not someone I can compare to. Don't say such things in the future." In other words, Shirley could still challenge him. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was a rank 7 Gu immortal of Combat Immortal sect. He had outstanding battle strength. However, he was firmly suppressed by Feng Jioge, unable to turn the tables. Feng Jioge, this freak, was hard to come by even in thousands of years. The 10 sects of Zhongzhou state had been beaten by him so badly that they could not help but admire and fear him. He won a series of challenges. This boosted vicious lightning fiend's arrogance, and he began to openly challenge Shirley. Combat Immortal sect's people were naturally indignant. However, Shirley, who had an irritable and direct temperament, strangely maintained his silence. This instead boosted Myriad Dragon Doc's morale. They felt that Shirley had no confidence in dealing with vicious lightning fiend, and was acting like a coward. Of course, anyone who was slightly familiar with the inside information would know that vicious lightning fiend's challenge was only a probe by Myriad Dragon Doc towards Combat Immortal sect. Combat Immortal sect had discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and also discovered star constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm. They had already started to secretly attack it. Because they wanted to draw Gu immortals' battle strength from all over the place. This huge movement had already been faintly sensed by the other 9 sections. But these secrets were usually only known by Gu immortals. Thus, when these elders and disciples of Myriad Dragon Doc saw Fangjing's group, they were extremely arrogant. "Oh, it's Crane Gate's people. What are you doing here? Are you here to see how your elders will fail? It's no use, our Myriad Dragon Doc's Lord Dragon Chief will definitely be the final victor. There is no doubt about this." Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu masters started mocking and ridiculing the moment they spoke. The competition between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was especially intense. Both sides were not on good terms. Especially when Crane Gate had been weak for a long time, Myriad Dragon Doc's people, who had become stronger, looked down on Crane Gate even more. Crane Gate's disciples could not help but feel sullen, but they could not retort. They maintained their silence and brushed past Myriad Dragon Doc's people, eventually sitting at their arranged seats. "Tsk, a bunch of cowards," someone said in disdain. Someone even mocked, "Haha," as expected of Crane Gate's style. Crane Gate's people's expressions became even more unsightly. The spectators saw this and had many doubts. Someone asked, "Crane Gate and Myriad Dragon Doc are both part of the 10 great ancient sects. Why is Myriad Dragon Doc so arrogant?" Immediately someone answered, "There are strong and weak sects among the 10 great ancient sections. Crane Gate is weaker than Myriad Dragon Doc, this is publicly acknowledged. Besides this, Myriad Dragon Doc's participating Gu Master is too strong. It is that refinement path Gu Master known as Firesmith Dragon Chief." What? Firesmith Dragon Chief is actually Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu Master. Isn't he a lone cultivator? Hee, didn't you see the information dug out by Lightning Information Sect? This Firesmith Dragon Chief violated the sect rules in his early years and was chased out by Myriad Dragon Doc. He is participating in this Refinement Path convention to obtain a ranking and return to Myriad Dragon Doc. So that's it. It is said that this Firesmith Dragon Chief is already a Refinement Path Grandmaster. Such a person is actually eagerly requesting to return to Myriad Dragon Doc. The rallying power of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is truly huge. Meanwhile, at Crane Gate's side, Fangjing and the other elders were also quietly discussing. Fangjing asked, "I wonder what are the chances of our sect's elder Yen Tang winning this competition?" Fangjing's Gu refinement ability was not good. He barely passed the 4 questions after going through the training. He successfully registered. But in the end, he was eliminated in the first round. Fortunately, this was a large competition. This was the most open competition. Outsiders were not allowed to watch. Fangjing was also an elder of Crane Gate. His status could be said to be noble. This time, Elder Yen Tang was participating in the competition and he had eaten so much food and wine from the other party, He had to come and watch and cheer for Elder Yentang. When Fangjing asked this, the Crane Gate elder sitting beside him frowned deeply and sighed. Elder Fangjing, you know our Elder Yentang mainly cultivates Fire Path, he only cultivates Refinement Path on the side. As for the other party, Firesmith Dragon Chief, he mainly cultivates Refinement Path while cultivating Fire Path on the side. This difference is huge. Fangjing still did not understand. He asked again. Even so, with Elder Yentang's Gu refinement attainment, he should be able to get into the top 3. Sigh. The Crane Gate elder shook his head and smiled bitterly. Elder Fangjing, you don't understand. After the 7th round of the Refinement Path Convention, the competition after that is a cruel single elimination system. Look at this demon expelling sect competition stage in front of you. Only one Gu master can win and advance to the next round. What? It's actually like this. Fangjing was shocked. After a few breaths of time he reacted. After all, he had experienced many setbacks. His mind had changed. Since the opponent is so strong, then why doesn't Elder Yentang go to another competition venue? This Refinement Path Convention does not prohibit participants from moving around. Elder Fangjing, you are right to think this way. After all, you can advance. Retreating is also a tactical victory. But unfortunately, the other competition locations were also occupied by Gu refinement experts. Moreover, Elder Yentang was arranged here. This is also the decision of Crane Gate's higher-ups. At the end, the Crane Gate elder purposely lowered his voice and whispered. Fangjing was shocked. If he still did not understand now, he would be an idiot. So the Crane Gate's higher-ups have already abandoned Elder Yentang. Their goal is to probe Firesmith Dragon Chief's ability? In a daze he thought of his master, Master Tenshiro, who had once analyzed this to him. Elder Yentang was isolated in Crane Gate, so he invited you to drink, wanting to form a political alliance with you. Because he was isolated, he was chosen to be abandoned. Elder Yentang must be filled with unwillingness. What if I am abandoned one day? Thinking of this, Fangjing suddenly recalled the painful scene of him being in the blood pool, with blood vines growing all over his body. Whoosh! The nightmarish memory surfaced again. Fangjing's body shook as he sucked in a breath of cold air. What's wrong? The elder beside him asked in concern. Nothing. Fangjing wiped his forehead with his hand, and at once, his palm was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. He did not dare to think too much. His heart was flustered and hesitant. At this time, the elder's voice resounded in his ears. Participants, enter the arena one by one. The competition is about to begin. Fangjing quickly raised his head and looked, only to see over 100 Gu masters slowly entering the arena. Fangjing quickly found Elder Yentang in Crane Gate. The latter was expressionless, but his gaze was filled with indignation and helplessness. Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was dressed in a red robe, had an arrogant expression as he looked around, not concealing his disdain and contempt towards the surrounding competitors. A bunch of weaklings. I will definitely win this round. Quickly start. Firesmith Dragon Chief did not mind, laughing heartily as he urged demon-expelling sects hosting Elder. The surrounding Refinement Path Gu masters, however, did not dare to retort due to Firesmith Dragon Chief's formidable strength. Even Elder Yentang in Crane Gate clenched his fists, his face filled with anger, but he remained silent. Myriad Dragon Doc will win. Win. Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief will win. Myriad Dragon Doc's group shouted excitedly as if they were injected with chicken blood. Their attitude was arrogant, but the surrounding spectators could only sit quietly and watch this happen. Damn it, this is too damn it. Fangjing had the temperament of a youngster after all. He gritted his teeth and felt indignant in his heart. I hate my lack of strength. I really hope someone will appear at this time and defeat this Firesmith Dragon Chief, and beat down the arrogance of these Myriad Dragon Doc people. As if responding to the hope in his heart, a figure quietly appeared. At first he did not attract any attention, but when he stepped onto the arena, countless gazes were immediately cast towards him. Black robe. Rank 5 demonic cultivator. It was Fang Yuan. Why was he here? Chapter 847. Fang Yuan's appearance was out of everyone's expectations. According to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention's rules, from the 8th round onwards, only one Gu master could advance to the next round. Thus, it gradually became a custom. The whole of Central Continent's competition locations were turned into territories, and every powerful Refinement Path Gu master was like a fierce beast occupying a territory. Unless forced to, no ferocious beast would cross the boundary to challenge another ferocious beast. This was absolutely not a wise move. The more they advanced, the more glory they would obtain, and the more rewards they would obtain. Fighting in advance was like a fisherman reaping the benefits. Thus, when many Gu masters saw Fang Yuan's appearance, they could not help but guess, does Fang Yuan have some enmity with Firesmith Dragon Chief? The exorcism sect elder in charge of this competition felt strange, but showed no expression. Fang Yuan's appearance was in accordance with the convention's rules. As long as one entered any venue within the stipulated time, their results would be recognized. Thus, even if others wanted to obstruct him, they could not do so under everyone's watchful eyes. This person is called Fang Yuan? Don't tell me he is our sect's famous who immortal blessed land's owner? Crane Gate's disciples also started guessing. Speaking of which, that Lord Fang Yuan of our sect is really mysterious. I have not seen his true appearance even till now. Sigma, W is identical to WW. This is Fang Yuan? Not possible. Central Continent is so big, it is not like there are no Gu masters with the same name. The agreement between Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong has already spread far and wide. Our Crane Gate has many exemption quotas. It is enough for Fang Yuan to rest and build up his strength. He can only participate after the 10th round. Crane Gate's disciples discussed. Many people secretly looked at Fang Jing's expression. Fang Jing's lips were tightly pursed. His face was pale and his hands were tightly clenched in his wide sleeves. They were blood brothers. As soon as Fang Yuan appeared, Fang Jing's instincts told him that this was his biological brother. Fang Jing was caught off guard. At this moment, the shadow of his childhood descended upon him, enveloping him once again. It was as if a pair of black hands were tightly gripping his neck. Fang Jing found it difficult to breathe. Ever since he woke up from that coma, the nightmare that he had been trying his best to avoid came back to him again. The 10,000 Dragon Dock people shouted arrogantly. The cheers couldn't help but slow down and gradually weaken. Fang Yuan had previously displayed formidable refinement path attainments, obtaining first place in 7 rounds consecutively, the same result as Firesmith Dragon Chief. The elders and disciples of 10,000 Dragon Dock had no choice but to admit that Fang Yuan was a terrifying opponent. I heard that this Fang Yuan has the same result as our Firesmith Dragon Chief. 7 consecutive first-place matches. Is he the one who bet with Feng Kim Hong? If it's really that person. That is the owner of who immortal blessed land, he is extremely rich. So what? Look at the rankings. Firesmith Dragon Chief is ranked 7th. What is Fang Yuan's rank? There are only 30 of them. That's right, he came this time. He is simply asking to be humiliated. I believe that Firesmith Dragon Chief can definitely defeat him. Although 10,000 Dragon Docks people said so, the other spectators did not think so. Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack. He displayed a very strong aggressiveness. Fang Yuan was clearly not an idiot this time, he had crossed the border to attack. He clearly had confidence and trump cards. Fang Yuan did not play according to the rules, causing Firesmith Dragon Chief to be shocked, angry, and doubtful. So Firesmith Dragon Chief probed, Crane Gate Fang Yuan. You came here. Are you hoping to reap early failure? Firesmith Dragon Chief really wanted to ask, why did you come here? Can't you just squat in your territory and advance in peace? You're really stupid. While he was reprimanding, he was also feeling somewhat gloomy inwardly. I have no grudge with you, why did you come here to disturb me? You still have Feng Kim Huang's duel. Is it because I look easy to bully? Once he said that, the commotion outside the stage became even louder. What, this Fang Yuan is actually someone from Crane Gate? Isn't he a demonic path Gu cultivator? It should be, Firesmith Dragon Chief personally confirmed it, how can it be fake? This is huge news, I did not expect him to be a disciple of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. This is really unexpected. But why did he come here? Did Crane Gate clash with Myriad Dragon Dock in advance? I have never heard of any conflicts. Even the hosting elder's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan became the focus of everyone's attention. Brother. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, his face was pale as paper, and his body was covered in cold sweat unknowingly. His breathing was labored and weak, as if he had just exercised intensely and was about to collapse. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on Fang Yuan, no one noticed his sorry state. In the aperture, Master Tenshuru consoled him, but there was little effect. The gazes of the other Crane Gate disciples brightened as they excitedly stared at Fang Yuan. Some even stood up unconsciously. Fang Yuan had never officially appeared in Crane Gate headquarters. But his legend had spread far and wide in the whole of Crane Gate. He was mysterious and powerful. There were countless rumors about him. It was said that because his talent was too outstanding, he was taken in as a personal disciple by a Gu immortal the moment he ascended the mountain. This was, of course, just a rumor, pure speculation and completely unreliable. But Crane Gate's higher-ups could not refute the rumor. Once the truth was revealed, would the reputation of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects still be preserved? Moreover, the Crane Gate disciples were more willing to believe the evidence in front of them. The greatest evidence was Fang. Fang had a great aptitude, but now he had rank 5 cultivation and was a sect elder. From this, it could be inferred how outstanding the elder brother's aptitude was. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Feng Kim Hong and obtained Hu immortal blessed land? At this moment, the Crane Gate disciples craned their necks. Their gazes were glued to Fang Yuan. The suspicions and curiosity in their hearts had accumulated to the point of overflowing their chests. I really want to see Lord Fang Yuan's true appearance. He should look similar to Elder Fang. Sigh, why is he wearing a mask? But this is the competition venue. Anyone who uses investigative Gu will be chased out. The disciples conversed excitedly. The Crane Gate elder finally realized something was wrong with Fang, asking with concern, "Elder Fang, what's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" It's nothing. Fang seemed to be startled, quickly replying. Why does Elder Fang seem to be afraid of Fang Yuan? Don't tell me the relationship between these two brothers is not good? The Crane Gate elder's eyes flashed with a strange expression. A strange expression flashed past his eyes. Fang Yuan's eyes were hidden behind the mask. He first slowly looked around, pausing on Fang, before slowly looking at Firesmith Dragon Chief. He lightly smiled, breaking the long silence. His voice was somewhat hoarse as he proudly announced to the surrounding people. That's right, I am Crane Gate's Fang Yuan. Ah, it's true. Elder Fang Yuan, you can do it. Elder Fang Yuan and Fang are the two heroes of our sect. The ones with the most intense reaction were the people from Crane Gate. Some of the disciples almost jumped up in excitement. They felt proud and had a strong sense of honor for the sect. After being suppressed by the group of people from the 10,000 Dragon Dock at this time, they had obtained justice, and they felt a kind of exhilaration. What are you so proud of? That's right. What is there to be proud of? Myriad Dragon Dock's people quickly refuted. Fang's eyes flashed with hatred. He gritted his teeth and said to his companions, "Don't compare me with my brother." In the ears of the bystanders, it had a different meaning. Did you hear that? Elder Fang has such talent, but he admits he is weaker than Lord Fang Yuan. That's right, rumor has it that Fang Yuan is a Gu immortal seed. He is fully nurtured by the higher-ups. The Crane Gate disciples suppressed their voices as they talked, but their voices were not low at all. You. Fang's expression turned ashen when he heard these words. He felt an intense dizziness. Myriad Dragon Dock's expression also became even more unsightly. The smell of gunpowder became even more intense. A Myriad Dragon Dock elder snorted and softly cursed. I want to see what kind of dejected expression you will have when you lose. Outside the arena, the other Gu masters had already become props that were ignored by others. Fang Yuan continued to stare at Firesmith Dragon Chief, purposely raising his voice. Firesmith Dragon Chief, I came here naturally to defeat you. Defeating those incompetent people is too boring for me. You are a slightly better opponent, you can add some brilliance to my path of advancement. So bring out your true strength, don't hold back. I remember your strongest method is that crazy deity's blazing flame? Take it out and fight, that way I can feel a little more satisfaction after defeating you. Hearing Fang Yuan's words of challenge, be it outside or on the arena, all the Gu masters had the same feeling, arrogant, too arrogant. Earlier, everyone had already felt that Firesmith Dragon Chief was arrogant, but now that they saw Fang Yuan, they realized that the saying there is always someone better than you, was not wrong at all. Look at this Fang Yuan, this is the true insolent master. Firesmith Dragon Chief was inwardly shocked. He even knows my trump card. This is impossible, I have never shown it in public. How did he know? After the shock, Firesmith Dragon Chief's anger rose. He shouted without showing weakness. Good, since you are so arrogant, let me teach you a lesson. I will let you understand what true pain is. At the same time he shouted in his heart, I am a grand rank 6 Gu immortal who has passed 2 heavenly tribulations, I am only 1 step away from rank 7, why would I be afraid of a weakest immortal zombie like you? Kid, you are too arrogant, I will ruthlessly step on you and make you lose all face. Blindly challenging me will be your biggest regret in your life. Chapter 848. As if he could hear Firesmith Dragon Chief's inner voice, Fang Yuan continued to ridicule and even increased the intensity. Yes, this is the expression in your eyes, this is the emotion. Be angry, only then can you take out your full strength to fight me. Only then would I be a little interested in such an opponent. Remember, you must take it out, otherwise you will be the shame of Myriad Dragon Doc. Ah. Seeing Fang Yuan pointing at Firesmith Dragon Chief and speaking in such an arrogant manner. At once, the Gu masters on and off the stage were speechless. Wasn't this too arrogant? Myriad Dragon Doc's group gritted their teeth. They were arrogant, but Fang Yuan was even more arrogant than them. Firesmith Dragon Chief was trembling with anger, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan with eyes spewing fire. Different from what others imagined, Fang Yuan had a bold appearance, but he was actually very vigilant in his heart. Different from the outside world's information, this Firesmith Dragon Chief did not cultivate refinement path, but turned to cultivating fire path. He was a refinement path Gu master when he was in Myriad Dragon Doc. He had indeed been expelled from the sect, but because of a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a fire path Gu immortal's inheritance. During this period of time, he luckily became a fire path Gu immortal, and eagerly entered Myriad Dragon Doc's embrace. Myriad Dragon Doc naturally would not let go of a Gu immortal battle strength. They had already secretly taken him in. It was just that it was the refinement path convention, and seeing that he had Grandmaster attainment in Gu refinement, they quickly called him to participate in the convention. They wanted to seize the first few places and obtain more benefits for the sect. This Firesmith Dragon Chief's refinement path attainment far exceeds mine. He was the second place in this convention in my previous life. His refinement path Grandmaster attainment cannot be underestimated, especially in the 10th battle. He suppressed 3 quasi-grandmasters who were refining Gu at the same time. His ferocious might was overwhelming. Such an enemy. I have to attack him in advance. If I let go of this chance, according to my previous life's memories, he would be almost unstoppable. However, although Firesmith Dragon Chief was already a Gu immortal, he did not make it public and hid his identity from mortals. His Gu immortal cultivation could not be concealed from other Gu immortals, but everyone knew about it and no one exposed him. Gu immortals maintained a sense of mystery. It was helpful to maintain their rule. There was another reason. If he lost to a mortal in the refinement path convention, it would be too embarrassing. Why would Gu immortals lose to mortals? Mortals defeating Gu immortals was a common occurrence in the past refinement path conventions. Because Gu refinement was not about fighting and killing. It's a technical job. The main reason was that immortal Gu were unique, they were too hard to refine. Without immortal Gu as a benchmark, when Gu immortals compete with mortals, they could only rely on refining mortal Gu. Everyone could refine mortal Gu. To a large extent, the difference between immortals and mortals could not be seen. Thus, normally speaking, Gu immortals who participated in the refinement path convention would not expose their identities. Let's begin. Fang Yuan urged the exorcism sect elder. Hurry up and begin. Firesmith Dragon roared. He could not wait to trample this arrogant Fang Yuan under his feet. The exorcism sect's elder endured the pressure from the two, clenched his teeth and insisted, according to the rules, it's not time yet. It was not good to start the competition. 3 breaths left. 3, 2, 1. All right. Activate the isolation Gu formation, close the entrance and reveal the test questions. The first 7 rounds of the refinement path convention. Because there were too many participants, they could only take turns to compete. Now it was the 8th round. The number of participants was greatly reduced. Every venue only held 1 round. The Gu masters who missed this opportunity, they could only concede and give up. The Gu worms used to store the test questions were also very particular. This kind of information path rank 5 mortal Gu was the work of the Celestial Court. It had extraordinary concealment abilities. The questions were not stored in the database, but were controlled by the Heavenly Court in real time. When the test questions were about to start, the real test questions would be sent over. Once the test questions were shown, there was silence inside and outside the venue. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the test questions. For a moment, the venue was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. 8th test question. The requirement is to refine a rank 5 sound path Gu. The person who successfully refines it and is the fastest will be the winner. He can proceed to the next round. All other Gu masters will be eliminated. Materials given. Immortal Soul Grass, Forget Worry Rock, 1 rank 4 Apathy Goo, 6 rank 3 Mute Goo, 2 rank 4 Sinking Goo, no other materials allowed. Goo Refinement Recipes given. 6 different Goo recipes for Silence Goo, 3 different Apathy Goo recipes as well as 1 Hook Goo recipe. Everyone frowned. The difficulty of this test question was almost 10 times higher than the 7th round. Not only were there 10 different Goo recipes, the Goo Master had to be able to choose the most suitable ones for themselves. Moreover, there was a limit to the materials provided, they were not allowed to use their own materials. But these materials did not meet the requirements of any of the Goo recipes. That was to say, the Goo Master had to reverse refine Apathy Goo, Mute Goo or Sinking Goo to obtain more Goo refinement materials. Using these materials they could refine the rank 5 Sound Path Mute Goo. Alternatively, the participating Goo Masters could use Wisdom Path methods to combine these Goo recipes and modify them. According to the provided materials, they could deduce the Goo recipes that fit the requirements. That worked too. But of these 2 methods, the first one was naturally the most effective. Thus, the second method required extremely high Wisdom Path attainment. Goo Masters who could reach this step and also possess such deep Wisdom Path attainment were quite rare. More importantly, this competition also had to consider the time. Whoever could refine it first would be the winner, the others would be eliminated. This way the mental pressure would be huge. Especially at the final juncture, some Goo Masters might not be able to bear the mental pressure and make a mistake. Firesmith Dragon Chief almost vomited blood when he saw this question. What the hell was this question? Firesmith Dragon Chief almost cursed. He was a Fire Path Goo Immortal and was most proficient in refining Fire Path Goo worms. This Sound Path Goo worm was clearly not within his expertise, and several of the crucial Goo refinement materials could not be processed using fire refinement. This was quite embarrassing. Fang Yuan had clamored for Firesmith Dragon Chief to use his strongest Goo refinement killer move, Crazed Deity's Raging Flames. Firesmith Dragon Chief was furious and planned to use this killer move to ruthlessly humiliate Fang Yuan. But with this question, how could Firesmith Dragon Chief use Crazed Deity's Raging Flames? Burn it for fun? This question was a great counter to Firesmith Dragon Chief. For example, he could only display 80% of his Goo refinement attainment. Even for Goo Immortals there were areas they were good at and bad at. This question happened to be the area Firesmith Dragon Chief was least proficient in. Of course, Refinement Path Grandmaster attainment was not just for show, Firesmith Dragon Chief could definitely successfully refine the Goo. But the crucial point was the unexpected appearance of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's true strength was enough to threaten Firesmith Dragon Chief. Between experts of the same level, a slight decrease in strength could determine the outcome, not to mention Firesmith Dragon Chief who was weakened by 20%. This fellow has picked a good time. His luck is really damn good. No, I must defeat him. Firesmith Dragon Chief swore inwardly and glanced at Fang Yuan. At the next moment, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Fang Yuan had already started refining. How could this be? How could he be so fast? After all, the Goo recipe and materials given in this question did not match. The Goo Master could either reverse refine the Goo worm and modify the materials, or they could combine the Goo recipe and deduce a new one. In short, they had to refine the rank 5 Silence Goo. Thus, this required the Goo Master to think deeply and deduce in their own minds, considering the possible failures in the refinement and reverse refinement, thus combining many plans and organizing the most refined Goo refinement plan. This process of thinking was extremely important. The plan they thought of had to have low risk. If the risk was too high and there were too many failures, the consumption of materials would increase. If they did not have enough for the next refinement and could not use their own materials, they could only admit defeat. While demanding low risk, they also had to spend less time. If you spent too much time, others would have already finished, and even if you succeeded, you would be eliminated. It was very difficult to have both low risk and low time consumption. They needed to think carefully and constantly compare and arrange, only then could they choose the best plan. Even a refinement path grandmaster like Firesmith Dragon Chief estimated that he would need half an incense's time to think. But this Fang Yuan, why did he start refining Goo right from the start? Are you kidding me? Is he really so confident? Fool, to do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. He should calm down and think carefully. The competing Goo masters glanced at Fang Yuan a few times, concentrating their attention and starting to think deeply. Fang Yuan took the lead, his progress extremely fast. The other Goo masters had not started refining Goo, he was the only one doing it in the whole field. Naturally, most of the Goo masters' gazes were focused on him. Praises spread out. It's really a dazzling technique. Proficient, too proficient. This is simply an instinct. But is this really good? Haste makes waste. Fang Yuan naturally knew the logic of haste makes waste, but he also knew the content of this test. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after he became a Blood Path Gu immortal, he had also had the idea of participating in the Refinement Path Convention. What? Because during the Refinement Path Convention, even demonic path members could participate openly, and even wanted criminals could openly register. The righteous path would not hunt them down. At that time, Fang Yuan did not have a single immortal Gu. He was trying his best to gather the immortal materials to refine immortal Gu. The whole process was extremely difficult. In comparison, although he had an immortal zombie body now, his financial situation was many times better. Chapter 849. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when Fang Yuan set his sights on the Bone Refinement Convention, only a dozen years had passed since the previous Refinement Path Convention. In order to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan had started preparing more than 80 years in advance. Every day he would take some time out to practice day and night. During this practice process, Fang Yuan brought out the spirit of a youth taking the college entrance exam in his previous life on Earth, facing a mountain of questions and a sea of questions. He would collect all the questions of the previous conventions, and while practicing bitterly, he would try to figure out the intention of the question setter. He easily obtained all the questions. There were people in Central Continent who specialized in selling this information, and this kind of goods had always been selling well. Could be seen that smart people were everywhere. Thinking back to those dark days where he trained bitterly, it was truly unbearable. But speaking of which, Fang Yuan's true refinement path foundation was also during that period of time. Without that period of time, he would not have his current refinement path quasi-grandmaster attainment. Thus, Fang Yuan not only remembered the contents of this convention, he also remembered the previous conventions, and even remembered the future conventions. With such a huge advantage, so what if his refinement path attainment was inferior to Firesmith Dragon Chief? Of course, this method had a flaw. That was the butterfly effect. Fang Yuan's rebirth had changed the original trajectory of many things. Igniting a tree might cause the whole forest to burn. A skilled swimmer would drown, a skilled rider would fall. Would the advantage Fang Yuan was relying on become his own failure because of the changes in this life's questions? This was entirely possible. But it was only a possibility. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, this possibility was not high. Fang Yuan decided to take a risk. He won the bet. The contents of the questions did not change. Time passed at a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow. The intense Gu refinement scene. The situation gradually became clear. Fang Yuan took the lead, ahead of Firesmith Dragon Chief, who was in second place. His whole body was emitting a confident aura as he methodically refined Gu, maintaining a huge lead from beginning to end, causing the competitors who were desperately chasing after him to feel despair. The Gu masters outside the arena gradually saw some clues. They could not help but praise, Fang Yuan is actually so quick-witted. He did not think much and actually designed this Gu refinement plan. Amazing, his plan not only ensured the speed of the Gu refinement and reduced the number of steps, it also allowed for more mistakes. Even if we fail a few times, he can try again with the extra materials. Of course, Fang Yuan's plan was the most outstanding Gu refinement plan that countless refinement path Gu masters came up with after this refinement path convention in his previous life. They tried it out and finally came up with it. Even more people sighed at Fang Yuan's Gu refinement method. Fang Yuan's Gu refinement method. It stood out too much. Such a number was like an innate ability. This was definitely something that needed to be tempered 1,000 times. This time, when refining the Silence Gu, it involved many methods that were rarely used, but he was actually able to do it so easily. It's even more difficult to imagine those common methods. That was only natural. Fang Yuan had prepared for this 8th match for a long time. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they were specially trained to refine Silence Gu. The whole process was repeated over and over again. He practiced at least 200 times. Most importantly, he is emitting an aura of confidence from inside out. He is confident in his success like the probability of failure in the Gu refinement. It is as if the probability of failure never existed in his mind. This is the aura of a refinement path master. The famous 3 elders of refinement path in history were like this. That's right, watching him refine Gu is like watching a dazzling performance. His heart is so strong, it is as if victory is already in his pocket. His advantage is too obvious. Even if Fang Yuan fails once or twice, he can snatch the final victory from Firesmith Dragon Chief. Under the witness of countless gazes below and on the stage, Fang Yuan was not in any danger. He obtained victory with an enormous advantage. During the entire process, Fang Yuan firmly suppressed the other competitors. Even Firesmith Dragon Chief was left in the dust. Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief failed. He was eliminated just like that? Myriad Dragon Docks people could not believe the result in front of them, muttering absent-mindedly. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. Crane Gate's people stood up and shouted, cheering wildly. Only Fang Jing was still sitting. He looked at his brother on the stage. The black-robed figure had already shrouded his whole body. I am afraid I have no hope of taking revenge in this life. At this moment, Fang Jing's dejection reached its peak. He could no longer muster up any fighting spirit. Although there was deep hatred, Fang Jing felt weak all over as he looked at Fang Yuan. He was powerless to reverse the situation. Firesmith Dragon Chief stared fixedly at Fang Yuan with his pair of bull eyes. He was unconvinced. He was unresigned. He had not even used his strongest killer move. This damned question made him feel like his hands and feet were tied. But he had to admit that Fang Yuan had quick thinking. He actually thought of such an outstanding Gu refinement plan in such a short period of time. Is this Fang Yuan really an immortal zombie? Could the information have been wrong? Immortal zombies were weak at thinking. The results of Fang Yuan's thinking made Firesmith Dragon Chief, an ordinary Gu immortal, feel ashamed of his inferiority. At once, Firesmith Dragon Chief started to doubt Fang Yuan's identity as an immortal zombie. The match had already ended. Fang Yuan slowly walked down the stage. He did not provoke or humiliate Firesmith Dragon Chief again. This made the latter secretly sigh in relief. Since he had already won, there was no meaning in provoking and humiliating the other party. If Firesmith Dragon Chief provoked Fang Yuan to challenge Fang Yuan, then wouldn't Fang Yuan be shooting himself in the foot? Eventually, Firesmith Dragon Chief led Myriad Dragon Docks group and left dejectedly. Fang Yuan received the winner's reward from Evil Expelling Sect. It was a large number of immortal materials of various types, but the quantity of each type was rather small. Starting from the 8th round, the rewards far surpassed the previous 7 rounds. There were large numbers of immortal materials, immortal Gu recipes and so on. If not for this, how could Fang Yuan have treated the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention as a way to gather immortal materials in his previous life? Fang Yuan put away these immortal materials and rejected Evil Expelling Sect's invitation to stay as a guest. Along the way he gradually arrived at Evil Expelling Sect's mountain. At the mountain entrance, a group of people was already waiting at Crane Gate. Lord Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, Elder Yen Tang and 2 other elders of Crane Gate respectfully welcomed him. Fang Jing was helpless as an elder. He also stood out, but he stood behind the 2 elders expressionlessly and did not take the initiative to greet them. Greetings, fellow sect members. Under the mask, Fang Yuan's gentle voice could be heard. This made the people of Crane Gate very excited. Fang Yuan's arrogance earlier made them feel that Fang Yuan was difficult to get along with. But now that Fang Yuan's voice was gentle, they immediately felt that Fang Yuan's attitude towards fellow sect members was different from outsiders. Fang Yuan first looked at Elder Yen Tang. In the competition just now, this elder had also participated in the competition. Fang Yuan casually pointed, Your Gu refinement attainment is not shallow, but your plan has several flaws. These flaws should be dealt with like this. For example, the first one." Elder Yen Tang heard this and felt even more admiration towards Fang Yuan. He quickly thanked him. The disciples behind him had bright eyes. They were filled with admiration and praise. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards Fang Jing at this time. His voice suddenly turned cold. He said with a tone of exasperation and disappointment, "My brother, what is with your expression? Are you afraid I will scold you? Your performance as always disappoints me. You did not even pass the first round of the Refinement Path Convention. You are simply throwing my face." The atmosphere became tense. The disciples secretly stuck out their tongues, thinking, Fang Yuan is so fierce to his brother. The 2 elders of Crane Gate came to a realization. It seemed that the relationship between these 2 brothers was quite cold. Fang Jing showed hatred on his face. He snorted and was about to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand, attacking in front of everyone. Fang Jing was a rank 5 Gu master. He was already at the peak of mortals. But firstly, he was an enslavement path Gu master. Most of his battle strength was on the Crane group, and secondly, he did not expect Fang Yuan to disregard the situation and attack him in front of everyone's eyes. Fang Yuan's attack had been planned for a long time. Not only did he use several mortal killer moves, he even used a wisdom path killer move from Dongfang Naganori. While the people of Crane Gate were in a daze, Fang Yuan had already succeeded. He restrained Fang Jing on the spot from a distance. Fang Jing, you disappoint me. You are still roaming outside like this, why don't you cultivate in peace? With such strength you still dare to show off outside, where is your sense of propriety? Your parents died early as your brother, I have to fulfill the responsibility of a father and teach you well. Since you are interested in refinement path, from today onwards, you will follow me, I will impart my refinement path insights to you. You must cultivate hard until I am satisfied. Fang Yuan shouted. I don't need you to care about me. I am already an elder of Crane Gate, I have grown up. Fang Jing shouted, showing an unruly and rebellious expression. But in fact his heart was cold. He was no longer under his control, the words he shouted were not what he wanted to say. This was a wisdom path killer move from Dongfang Naganori. It directly controlled Fang Jing's mind and created false thoughts, making Fang Jing's body accept them and act according to the thoughts. This was similar to enslavement path Gu masters controlling wild beasts. But the difference was that enslavement path Gu masters could only control one type of beast group, the wild beasts had simple thoughts. And controlling humans, the thoughts of humans were complex and changeable, it was very difficult. Fang Yuan was a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had to use several killer moves to deal with a rank 5 Gu master like Fang Jing, he could only capture him in one move. No. Save me, someone save me. Master, master. Fang Jing shouted anxiously in his heart. But the spirit incubating flea did not respond. Fang Yuan had already cut off Fang Jing's connection with his aperture. Fang Jing stared fixedly at Fang Yuan, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had never expected Fang Yuan to be so crazy, daring to attack here. This was simply insane, he did not place Crane Gate in his eyes at all. Chapter 850. Hadn't Fang Yuan already formed an alliance with the Crane Gate? Why would he dare to attack the people in the Crane Gate? Fang Jing knew more inside information than the other elders and disciples. Back then Fengyang and Sang Yu joined hands to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land but failed. Because of the benefits of Guts Gu, they reached an agreement and signed an alliance agreement. Naturally, there was a clause in the alliance that stipulated that members of both factions were not allowed to attack each other. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Jing felt safe. Fang Yuan slowly withdrew his hand. Fang Jing could neither move nor scream. He had no power to resist at all. An invisible force lifted him up and sent him to Fang Yuan's hand. The people at the Crane Gate were dumbfounded. What terrifying strength! Elder Fang Jing has rank 5 cultivation level, but he was taken down without any resistance. Although Fang Jing is an enslavement path Gu master, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Fang Yuan had displayed an unbelievable method, shocking these people in an instant. Fang Jing roared internally, are you guys just going to stand there and watch the show? Come and save me. He's no longer my brother. He killed uncle and aunt. He killed the entire clan. He's a demon. He's a big demon. At the same time Fang Jing shouted, I'm not going to your place, why should I listen to you? You want to discipline me again? I am the master of my own life. I have my own goals. How can you understand my dreams? I can fight on my own. I can surpass you. He was the living embodiment of a rebellious youth who refused to be controlled. When Fang Jing heard his own shouts, he was utterly disheartened. Fang Yuan sighed and said to the people at the Crane Gate, during this period of time we have to be careful. This good-for-nothing brother of mine has caused you trouble. It's no trouble. It's no trouble at all. The people at the Crane Gate quickly waved their hands. Fang Yuan nodded and said, I will bring Fang Jing to my side. He needed to be disciplined for a period of time. I've already informed the sect master about this matter. You can just go back and send a message. Fang Yuan was full of lies. Fang Yuan didn't even know what the sect leader looked like. The two elders let go of the last layer of hesitation. Regarding Fang Yuan's matter, in order to protect the sect's reputation, Crane Gate had been weaving lies. In the end, Fang Yuan used this lie to deceive the people at the Crane Gate. Fang Yuan carried Fang Jing with one hand and walked away. The Gu masters on the side of the road saw this. They were all very surprised. However, since the Crane Gate did not say anything, why would they do anything? And the target was the refinement path expert that everyone was familiar with, Fang Yuan? Some demon-expelling sect Gu masters were worried and went to ask. Elder Yentang smiled and explained, it's not a big deal. Lord Fang Yuan and Elder Fang Jing are blood brothers. Right now, the elder brother is disciplining his younger brother. The demon-expelling sect Gu masters were convinced and left. The Crane Gate Gu masters watched as Fang Yuan left. Many disciples looked at Fang Jing with envy. Someone said emotionally, although Lord Fang Yuan's tone is cold, he is actually very caring towards his only blood brother. That's right, with such a refinement path grandmaster nurturing him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Say, the last time Fang Jing accepted a sect mission, he returned as a rank 5 elder. Now that he is brought away by Big Brother, will he become a refinement path grandmaster when he returns? It can't be. That's too exaggerated. Even so, with such an expert's guidance, he will definitely benefit immensely. Sigh. Why don't I have such a big brother? A disciple's words struck a chord in everyone's heart. If they knew now. Fang Yuan captured Fang Jing. It was just a preparation for possession. Who knew what kind of expression he would have? Slap. Fang Yuan threw Fang Jing to the ground. Fang Jing struggled, shouting in his heart, Fang Yuan, you demon, what do you want to do to me? You made an alliance agreement with Crane Gate, you cannot kill me, the elder of Crane Gate. Fang Yuan laughed, I did not kill you, why are you so agitated? My good brother, just stay here obediently. Fang Jing showed fear on his face, shouting in his heart, Fang Yuan is not my master, Master Tenchiru, he can actually know my inner thoughts. Fang Yuan smiled proudly, looking at Fang Jing, your so-called master is only a soul now. Even if he is alive, he is only a rank 5 Gu master at his peak. Fang Yuan said, grabbing at the air, taking all the mortal goo on Fang Jing's body. The spirit incubating flea was trembling slightly. This was Master Tenchiru's strong resistance. But how could he resist? If it was on Qing Mao Mountain, 100 Fang Yuan would not be Master Tenchiru's match. But now, Fang Yuan was no longer the same as before, he was a rank 6 Gu immortal. And Master Tenchiru had become a soul. Fang Yuan, even if you don't kill us, capturing us is a violation of the alliance agreement. Capturing us as captives is also a violation of the rules of the alliance. You will definitely suffer a severe backlash from the alliance. I advise you to let us go, you are a Grand Gu immortal, how can you make things difficult for mortals like us? Aren't you afraid that this will ruin our relationship with Crane Gate? Don't think Crane Gate cannot deal with you. The foundation of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is not something you can imagine. Master Tenchiru shouted from inside the spirit incubating flea. He knew Fang Yuan could hear him. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. Ha, Master Tenchiru, I have to thank you. If you did not attack Qing Mao Mountain, I would not have coincidentally reached this stage today. What can Crane Gate do after I capture you? Since you know so many secrets, you should know that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are restraining each other. Everything is based on benefits. Tell me which is more important, the unique Guts Gu or the two of you. Master Tenchiru was speechless. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a dark light. He mobilized countless Gu worms and formed a soul path killer move. Now tell me everything you know. Soul search. 2 hours later, Fang Yuan walked out of this underground prison. The cell door behind him slammed shut with a loud bang. Fang Yuan's red eyes shined with light as he muttered, Master Tenchiru Guyue's generation, blood path true inheritance. Through the soul search, he learned about the grudges between Master Tenchiru and Guyue's generation. He also learned many secrets of Crane Gate. This Master Tenchiru, is he Fingyang's right-hand man? If I capture him, will he Fengyang come to ask for him? This is quite troublesome. He did not want to possess me, he wants to help Fang Jing. This Master Tenchiru is a person with perseverance. Fang Yuan did not hold back his praise. Although he was a demon overlord, he could still look at and admire this kind of self-sacrificing and persevering to one's own principles. The same rice feeds different people. Different people had different perseverance in life. Towards such people with different values, Fang Yuan could accept and even admire them. If he did not have such an aspiration, he would not have his current accomplishments. If that is the case, Kanyang Laojun also sent the possession method he obtained from Dongfang Naganori back to Crane Gate. Master Tenchiru's memories were not of much help to Fang Yuan. He was only a mortal Gu master. The secrets he knew about Crane Gate were very shallow. Fang Yuan could not make much use of them. As for Fang Jing, Fang Yuan did not let him go, he searched his soul. Fang Yuan planned to keep this brother locked up forever. If he had no choice, Fang Yuan would have to use a plan to possess Fang Jing and revive. But this way he would lose his second aperture, all his strength path Dao marks would vanish. He would need to undergo tribulation again. The losses were huge. Second aperture immortal goo was refined using many precious immortal materials. Lifespan goo was included. It could be said that Fang Yuan could not refine second aperture immortal goo in a short period of time. Lifespan goo was hard to find. Even if he found it, with Fang Yuan's current situation, he would probably use it to increase his lifespan. If possible, I should try not to possess Fang Zheng. But if my identity is exposed and I have not revived, I can only possess him. My current target is still the refinement path convention. After getting into the top 6, I will be able to benefit from the infallible inheritance and obtain a chance to refine goo for sure. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. What was infallible? It meant that the goo refinement would never fail. Once he got into the top 6, he would be transported to a secret blessed land. Fang Yuan planned to refine the immortal goo change form there. This was a rank 6 transformation path immortal goo. Once he obtained it, Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face would rise by leaps and bounds. It would no longer be the painful version that could only conceal the aura of northern plains. As for the immortal goo recipe of change form immortal goo, Fang Yuan had it long ago. He had to thank the land spirit of Langya for this. Long ago, when Fang Yuan had just obtained wisdom goo, he had made a transaction with the land spirit of Langya, helping the land spirit of Langya perfect the immortal goo recipe. Fang Yuan benefited from this. Not only did he get out of his financial predicament, he even obtained a large number of immortal goo recipes. And the immortal goo recipe of change form immortal goo was one of them. As for the immortal materials needed to refine change form immortal goo, Fang Yuan had almost finished preparing them. Almost half of the immortal materials were obtained from the Northern Plains auction. As for the other half, Fang Yuan asked He Lulan to use her blessed land to communicate with jewel yellow skies. Using the other immortal materials that Fang Yuan had left, he sold or exchanged them. He carried out many transactions and accumulated a lot of them. Only a small portion was left, but after Fang Yuan's 8th round, he obtained immortal materials as a reward. In the following rounds, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack again and again. Using the advantage of his rebirth, he defeated these people one by one. At once, Fang Yuan was in the limelight. Forces of all sizes and countless goo immortals focused their attention on him. Everyone else conformed to the rules and occupied their own territories, advancing safely. Chapter 851. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, 12th Round. The competition was at its most crucial moment. There were only 2 people in the audience. One was dressed in a black robe, he had a muscular body and a mask, he was controlling the fire in front of him, it was Fang Yuan. The other was dressed in a white robe, his hair was white like snow, there was a vertical line on his forehead, it was Fang Huai. This is a contest between 2 sides. Fang Huai is amazing, he used 3 refinement path killer moves in a row, he actually reduced the gap greatly. Even so, Fang Yuan still has an advantage. He is too amazing, he is truly the number 1 person in this competition in terms of quick thinking. In this goo refinement he has been leading from the start. There are still variables. Be it Fang Yuan or Fang Huai, they both have one use of the ability. As long as they use it, they can reduce a portion of their immortal material. Be it the audience or the audience, they were all discussing. At this point in the competition, the other goo masters had already been eliminated, only Fang Yuan and Fang Huai were left. Fang Yuan's gaze was calm, he was concentrating on controlling the fire in front of him. Fang Huai. He even had the time to glance at Fang Huai on his right, observing his opponent. Fang Huai was also a goo immortal, he was 3rd in this competition in his previous life. He was a wood path goo immortal. Looking at the entire competition, this was the most disadvantageous to him. Fang Yuan came to challenge him, attempting to eliminate him in advance. But who could have thought that Fang Huai would suddenly use 3 refinement path killer moves in one go? There was even an immortal level consecutive path killer move among them. He immediately closed the gap between him and Fang Yuan. This caused the outcome of this goo refinement competition to be filled with suspense again. As expected of 3rd in my previous life. So troublesome, ugh. Suddenly Fang Yuan's expression changed. The fire in front of him. With 2 flaps, half of the blue peacock's head had melted. Suddenly, it turned into ashes and fell onto the floor tiles. This? Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. Oh no, I encountered the probability of failure. He immediately reacted and grabbed towards his right, where the last blue peacock was. But just as he killed the blue peacock and threw its head into the fire, Fang Huai's voice could be heard. I will use my authority to deprive Fang Yuan of the goo refinement material, blue peacock. the elder in charge of the scene. He immediately responded, approved. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue peacock beside Fang Yuan was extracted and left Fang Yuan's side. The audience was in an uproar. Each person only has 2 blue peacocks. Fang Yuan wanted to use the peacock's head to refine a goo, but he failed once. There was originally a second blue peacock left, but in the end this material was taken away. Beautiful, what a beautiful choice. Fang Huai's timing is too good. This time Fang Yuan is in trouble. That's right. Fang Yuan has clearly reached the last few steps. But without the crucial materials he could only change the goo recipe and take a big detour to approach the destination. As for Fang Huai, he was not far from Fang Yuan to begin with. If he can catch up this time he might be able to eliminate Fang Yuan. Is Fang Yuan going to be eliminated? After realizing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Recently Fang Yuan had been taking the initiative to attack, eliminating goo refinement experts time and time again. His strength was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The outside world's estimation of his strength was rising. Most people thought that Fang Yuan had already reached refinement path grandmaster attainment level. In fact, a small portion of people felt that the strength Fang Yuan displayed had already surpassed refinement path grandmaster level, reaching quasi-great grandmaster attainment level. It was fine if it was refinement path grandmaster, but the evaluation of refinement path quasi-great grandmaster was a bit too high. Paths were divided into 4 levels: ordinary, master, grandmaster, and great grandmaster. There were only 3 refinement path great grandmasters in history. They were called the 3 elders of refinement path. They were long-hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan, and old immortal Kongju. Quasi-great grandmaster was second only to the 3 elders of refinement path. Only 4 people in Northern Plains had reached this level. They were Yao Huang, Murong Shuexiang, Lady Wanshou, and Lady Miao Li. These 4 were known as the current 4 elites of Northern Plains refinement path. In terms of refinement path attainment, it was impossible for Fang Yuan to be on the same level as Yao Huang, Murong Shuexiang, Lady Wanshou, and Lady Miao Li. But it was not surprising that people made such guesses. The strength that Fang Yuan displayed was truly too strong. His familiarity with the questions allowed him to leave the second place far behind. How can one's shoes not get wet when walking by the river? This time, Fang Yuan attacked to eliminate Fang Huai, but he finally kicked a steel plate. Ah! Many people were gloating. That's right, he is too arrogant. I could not stand him for a long time. Fang Huai did well. This Fang Huai is too despicable, Lord Fang Yuan. You need to do your best. Many Crane Gate disciples cheered for Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan captured Fang Jing and brought him back, Crane Gate did not react. It was as if they had tacitly approved of this matter. Fang Yuan, I will definitely win this round. Fang Huai laughed heartily. He was full of confidence. It was as if he had already obtained the fruits of victory. Is that so? Fang Yuan sneered. He grabbed the headless peacock corpse beside him. There were 2 living blue peacocks among the goo refinement materials. Fang Yuan killed one of them and took its head, but he failed. The second peacock was taken away. The headless peacock corpse in his hands was left behind by the first one. Fang Yuan opened his 5 fingers. A thick blood-colored fog gushed out of his palm. In a few breaths of time, the fog enveloped the headless peacock corpse. The outside world could not see the situation inside. This is the evil blood refinement technique again. Humph, this is not the first time Fang Yuan has used the blood refinement technique. Why is such a person an elder of Crane Gate? One of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Crane Gate, has also started to fall? Many goo masters saw this scene and started to shout. Someone even shouted, why is such a person not on the Demon Judgment Board? Fang Yuan openly used the blood refinement technique again and again, causing Crane Gate to suffer a lot of pressure. What do you know? Blood refinement is blood refinement, it is just a method. Using it righteously is righteous, using it evilly is evil. Everything depends on the goo master himself. A Crane Gate disciple was indignant. He retorted loudly. But immediately an elder leading the group berated him. Shut up. Don't speak nonsense. This disciple could only lower his head and sit down resentfully. After a while, the blood fog dissipated. Only 20% of the headless peacock corpse was gone. But there was a blue peacock's head. This is a blood path goo refinement killer move. It is so mystical, it can collect corpses and turn them into materials. Other paths also have this method of turning materials, but isn't this speed too fast? Everyone's gazes were attracted again. Fang Yuan threw this peacock's head into the fire. It was thrown into the fire. Under the burning of the fire, the peacock's head started to melt. Moreover, the melted bits and pieces went into the embryonic goo worm at the bottom of the fire. After a while, the bird's head completely melted and went into the embryonic goo worm. Fang Yuan moved on to the next step. The outcome has been decided. Seeing this, someone sighed. That's right, these last few steps have no risks. If there are no accidents, Fang Yuan has already won. The possibility of that accident earlier was very low. The possibility of an accident happening again is even lower. It's almost impossible. So, to think that Fang Huai was not able to stop Fang Yuan. Just as everyone was sighing, Fang Huai was laughing inwardly. That's it, that's it. You think you have victory in your grasp. I have already achieved my goal of taking away your blue peacock and stalling for time. With my final refinement path killer move, I will surpass you and become the final victor of this match. Fang Yuan, I still have to thank you. You came to me on your own accord, I defeated you and all the Goo Masters you defeated before. Haha, this is amazing. Right at this time, Fang Yuan spoke. I want to use my authority to take away one of the other party's materials. The hosting elder immediately responded, please speak. Fang Huai was slightly shocked before smiling coldly, thinking, take it away as much as you want. Fang Yuan glanced at Fang Huai, his gaze was calm as water. Take away his goo refinement material, bull-eye bead. Fang Huai's cold smile froze. The hosting elder, however, was dazed. The audience was perplexed. The bull-eye bead was an important material. Didn't Fang Huai already use it and fuse it into the incomplete goo worm? Fang Yuan wanted to take away a goo refinement material that the other party had already used. This was not allowed by the rules. But Fang Yuan persisted. He said to Fang Huai directly, Fang Huai, are you not going to take out the bull-eye bead that you are hiding in your fire? Are you going against the rules of this competition? Fang Huai's face was filled with disbelief. He had hidden the bull-eye bead, it was his unique method, but Fang Yuan actually sensed it? The bull-eye bead was an important goo refinement material. Fang Huai had prepared a long time ago to use this refinement path killer move to ensure victory. Without the bull-eye bead, Fang Huai was like a housewife without rice. How could he win against Fang Yuan? But if he did not take it out, he would not be able to deceive others. Even if he managed to deceive them for now, if Fang Yuan objected and the refinement path convention investigated, Fang Huai's reputation would be ruined. Thus, Fang Huai had to take it out even if he did not want to. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he gritted his teeth and took out the bull-eye bead from the fire. Here you go. He threw the bull-eye bead on the ground in anger. He then dispersed the goo refinement flame and left. This was no doubt admitting defeat. The audience came to a realization. They went into an uproar again. Fang Yuan ignored these voices. He calmly refined the goo worm in his hand and obtained the final victory. I finally won. This way it will not be a problem for me to enter the top 6. Fang Yuan bathed in everyone's shocked, praising, admiring and jealous gazes. He was expressionless, but he let out a breath of turbid air in his heart. Thankfully, I have my previous life's memories. I know this trump card of Fang Huai's, otherwise he would have won. He looked glorious on the surface, but he was under huge mental pressure. He was only a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Even with the advantage of rebirth, it would be very difficult to eliminate these experts. Firesmith Dragon Chief's situation was a special case. Fang Yuan's victory over these people was not like what the outside world thought of him as having a great advantage. Chapter 852. Central Continent, Celestial Court. The sky was clear and bright. The palace group carved from white jade was shining with a sparkling light. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord slowly pushed open the door of the discussion hall. He walked into the hall with the help of a walking stick. At once, the 20 or so Goo Immortal Wills in the hall turned around and looked at him. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, we have troubled you for the last 100 years. After completing this part of the restoration of Fate Immortal Goo, please go to sleep. Celestial Court needs a doyen like you. There were no unexpected situations in this refinement path convention, right? The Goo Immortal Wills broke the silence and spoke. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord opened his turbid eyes, and after slowly looking around, his gaze fixed on a will sitting on a high seat. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. Lian Jiusheng, it is time for you to wake up. This Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is about to reach its end. We need to make some preparations to repair fate. Lian Jiusheng's will nodded and slowly stood up. Next he spoke, "To repair fate, just me and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord are not enough, we need the strength of 2 rank 8s. I wonder who can help? My main body is suppressing the immemorial desolate beast group in Falling Heavenly River, I cannot help. Although I have been asleep for a long time, my soul is still researching the rank 9 immortal goo recipe, it has already reached the crucial point. Let me do it, maybe after I wake up I can encounter some eerie winds from the depths of the earth." The wills conversed for a while before 2 wills decided to wake up. "Then let's do this." Lian Jiusheng's will nodded at Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord and flew into the sky. Following his footsteps, there were also 2 other wills. These 3 wills flew into the sky and entered the heavenly gate. Shortly after they vanished, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned around and left. Behind him, the discussion hall's door slowly closed. 3 days later, Central Continent, Hairy Foot Mountain. 4 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above Hairy Foot Mountain. They concealed their rank 8 goo immortal auras and looked down at the mountain below them. They were 4 goo immortals from Central Continent's celestial court. Hairy Foot Mountain. The white-haired Lian Jiusheng sighed. Unknowingly, another 100 years have passed in Central Continent. Let's get started. This time I don't have much time. I still have many things to do. Bai Qin Tian urged. All right. Then let me make the first move. Bai Tsang Shui was the only female immortal among the 4. She stretched out her hands and instantly white mist floated in the surrounding 1,000 miles. Immediately after, Bai Qin Tian opened his eyes wide and 2 pillars of light shot out from his eyes towards Hairy Foot Mountain. This Hairy Foot Mountain looked very ordinary. The mountain was small and it was lacking in resources. Even the surrounding small and medium-sized forces were too lazy to occupy it. However, at this moment, being shown on by Qin Tian's signature immortal killer move, it showed a mystical effect. The air fluctuated violently, creating countless ripples. The entire Hairy Foot Mountain trembled slightly. Bai Qin Tian's immortal offensive killer move was terrifying to begin with. At this moment it was completely ineffective. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was the third to act, followed by Lian Jiusheng. The 4 rank 8 goo immortals each made a move, but it was far from enough. The goo immortals had expected it. Thus the second and third rounds continued. Finally, at the 6th round, Lian Jiusheng gave a light shout. With a crucial attack, the quantity finally caused a qualitative change. It produced results. According to the research of the Celestial Court's goo immortals, this infallible blessed land belonged to the Hairy Man Leader. Hairy Foot Mountain was the Hairy Man Leader's former residence. After this Hairy Man Leader died, he left behind an inheritance. Collect the failures of others and refine them into failure mortal goo. After accumulating enough mortal goo, one could condense success Dao marks. After the Celestial Court found out, they took down most of the inheritance and used it as a foundation to activate the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, helping the infallible inheritance accumulate failure mortal goo. They then used the extracted success Dao marks to repair fate immortal goo. Chapter 853. Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land. Inside Danghun Palace, Fang Yuan showed his true form. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his 8 arms, his eyes closed. And inside his immortal aperture, there was a battle of wills going on. Fang Yuan, you will die a horrible death. Mo Yao's will shouted furiously, but Fang Yuan's nebula pounced at it at the next moment. The 2 wills immediately mixed together, they entered a dangerous battle of wills. Soon, Fang Yuan's nebula dissipated at a visible speed. Mo Yao's fake will also suffered losses, but it was much less than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan did not care, he only watched the battle. He did not use many wisdom path killer moves to support his nebula like the first time. When Fang Yuan's nebula was about to be completely defeated, Fang Yuan smiled, he sent out another nebula into the battle of wills. A while later, Fang Yuan's nebula suffered heavy losses again. Fang Yuan added a third one. Mo Yao's will was like water without a source, but Fang Yuan's was like a tree with roots. After sending out several nebula, Mo Yao's fake will was on the verge of death. Fang Yuan pulled back nebula from the battle. At the same time, he used several killer moves to imprison Mo Yao's fake will again. At the same time, he nourished her fake will, allowing her to slowly recover, making it easier for Fang Yuan to plunder her next time. Mo Yao's fake will was messed around by Fang Yuan, it did not even have the strength to curse, let alone maintain its basic form. The greatest value of this Mo Yao's fake will was the clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Fang Yuan had already squeezed it out. The rest were some memories related to Gu refinement. While participating in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan did not forget to search for these Gu refinement memories from Mo Yao's fake will. At the same time, he also intended to train his will in battle. At the start, he didn't use wisdom path methods. Fang Yuan's nebula was forced to retreat again and again. He was no match for Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao was indeed a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. As an Inkman woman, she was favored by Sword Immortal Bo Qing and became his only companion. Even among all the fairies of Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao would definitely be one of the best. This old demonic woman, even if she majored in refinement path, her attainments in wisdom path far surpassed Fang Yuan's. In order to train himself, Fang Yuan deliberately pretended to engage in a battle of wills with Mo Yao. In the beginning, the casualty ratio was an astonishing 100-1. Fang Yuan's side lost 100 players. Mo Yao's fake will lost 1 player. But later, as the number of battles increased, Fang Yuan's experience accumulated rapidly, and most importantly with the guidance of Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, Fang Yuan's battle of wills improved rapidly. Originally, it had been a blank slate, but now, it was fighting brilliantly against Mo Yao's fake will. It had improved tremendously. The original ratio of 100-1 had now been reduced to 4-1. In other words, 4 times Fang Yuan's nebula could defeat Mo Yao's fake will. As for Fang Yuan stealing his cultivation experience and using him as a free fighter, he could do whatever he wanted. Mo Yao's fake will was naturally furious, but it was under the control of others, it could do nothing even if it was angry. Nebula entered his mind. Fang Yuan carefully checked Mo Yao's memories that he snatched from Nebula. Next he slowly opened his eyes. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. This time, the memories were not the Gu refinement experiences of the past. They were Mo Yao's adventures with Sword Immortal Bo Qing. In Central Continent's Truyang mountain range, they killed a group of desolate beasts and searched for spoils of war. They found a hibiscus stalactite in a cave. Hibiscus stalactite was a rare rank 7 immortal material. The stalactite produced a drop of stone heart liquid every year. This stone heart liquid was even more precious. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Bo Qing wanted to cut the stalactite with his sword but was stopped by Mo Yao. Cutting the stalactite would only give 1 rank 7 immortal material. But if left alone many years later, there would be a lot of stone heart liquid left. Rank 8 immortal materials were much more valuable than rank 7 immortal materials. Bo Qing accepted Mo Yao's suggestion and made many exquisite Gu formations, perfectly concealing this cave. So many years have passed, if this cave had not been discovered, I would have accumulated a lot of rank 8 immortal material stone heart liquid. Even if I cannot use it, it is good to keep it. In the future, I can put it in jewel yellow skies and barter for Gu refinement immortal materials that I want. Rank 8 immortal materials are highly sought after by Gu immortals. Fang Yuan was secretly overjoyed. He also gained a deeper understanding of Mo Yao's fake will. This Mo Yao's fake will has many methods. She purposely hid such precious memories. Until now, when I've searched through most of his memories, I've finally discovered it. This method is not recorded even in Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. I need to get it back. Fang Yuan inwardly reminded himself. However, at this moment he could not continue to be violent towards Mo Yao. She needed to slowly recover her fake will, otherwise she would not be able to bear it. Fang Yuan did not go to Truyang mountain range directly to obtain the stone heart liquid. Instead he stood up and opened the cell door, coming to his younger brother Fangjing. Fangjing was in a very strange state. His eyes were closed as he lay on the ground, his expression was sometimes sinister and sometimes relaxed, sometimes he would scream and even dance around. It was like he was in a nightmare. This was naturally a method that Fang Yuan had used on him. Fang Yuan waved his hand, dispelling this method. Fangjing was sweating profusely as he breathed roughly. He slowly sat up after a while. "What did you do to me?" He looked at Fang Yuan and shouted, his gaze filled with hatred. Fang Yuan chuckled, saying plainly, "My good brother, what I showed you is the truth. It is the influence of my memories, combined with Master Tenshuru's memories. You should know now that the reason for such a tragedy in Qingmao Mountain is not because of me, but because of your so-called master, Master Tenshuru. If he had not come here and forcefully obtained the Blood Dao true inheritance, perhaps we would still be living happily in Qingmao Mountain. Fang Jing was stunned. He forgot to speak for a moment, or rather, he did not know how to answer. Fang Yuan was indeed telling the truth. Although his clansmen were killed by Fang Yuan, he had no choice but to do so for survival. If Master Tenchiru had not come to snatch the Blood Dao True Inheritance, the 3 strongholds of Qingmao Mountain would not have been destroyed. Of course, the cause of this matter. Master Tenchiru did not hide the truth from Fang Jing, but it was necessary to beautify the process. It was not that Fang Jing had not thought about this problem before. But every time his thoughts touched on this topic, he would subconsciously choose to avoid it. But now, Fang Yuan had searched Master Tenchiru's soul. He directly played the image of his memory in Fang Jing's mind. This was simply bringing the bloody and cruel reality to Fang Jing's eyes. Even if he wanted to avoid it, he could not. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan's cold laughter echoed in the air. My good little brother, have you never thought that your master, Master Tenchiru, has an unshirkable responsibility for the destruction of Qingmao Mountain? You still let him be your master, you are acknowledging a thief as your father. Fang Yuan's words, without a doubt, cut to the heart. They directly pierced into the deepest part of Fang Jing's heart. You shut up. Fang Jing suddenly roared. He had never been so angry before. You shut up, don't say any more. You demon, it was clearly you who killed the entire clan, it was you who killed uncle and aunt, it was you, you murderer. Without master's help, I would have died long ago. You are not allowed to slander my master. Oh. Fang Yuan's mouth curved into a mocking arc. He laughed lightly. Master Tenchiru saved you because he wanted to use you. Search me out? Aha, not long ago, Crane Gate even used you to attack my Hu immortal blessed land. You almost died in that battle, right? My foolish little brother. They used you like this, are you willing to do so? Don't say any more. Shut up, shut up. Fang Jing covered his ears. He closed his eyes tightly, his face filled with anger and fear. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, his voice icy. My cowardly little brother, you don't even dare to face the truth. Even if you have the strength of a rank 5 Gu master, you are still a child deep in your heart. But you and I are related by blood. As your elder brother, I will give you one more chance. Come to my side, I will train you, I will make you truly strong and mature. No. Fang Jing opened his eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Fang Yuan with hatred and anger. You murderer! You want me to sell my life for you? You can give up on that idea. Even if Crane Gate used me, I do not hate them. Because they also nurtured me. And you killed uncle and aunt, you killed all of our clansmen. I hate you, I will never forgive you in this life. If you give me one more chance, I will definitely kill you personally and take revenge. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, looking at Fang Jing silently. He laughed instead of getting angry. Haha, it seems that you learned a lot at Crane Gate. You want to kill me so badly, I am looking forward to it. Saying so, Fang Yuan turned around and walked out of the prison cell. These last days, Fang Yuan had been spending most of his energy on the Refinement Path Convention. But he did not forget to use Wisdom Gu and Star Thought Gu to make deductions. Deducing the killer move vaguely familiar face had already expended all of Fang Yuan's potential. Fang Yuan began to deduce the killer move Myriad Self. He had already successfully fused Pulling Water Immortal Gu into it. This way the killer move Myriad Self would have 3 strength path cores. Next, Fang Yuan modified the Air Sac Gu's Gu recipe, increasing the number of steps in the assembly line Gu refinement and reducing the danger by 30%. When modifying Memory Thought Gu, Star Thought Gu, and Malicious Thought Gu, he met with a bottleneck. Fang Yuan's wisdom path cultivation had just started. His wisdom path attainment level was too low. It greatly hindered Fang Yuan's progress in deducing these Gu recipes. These last days, Fang Yuan had placed his attention on the immortal Gu recipe, Blood Deity. He gradually repaired Blood Deity and discovered some of its mysteries. Even if Blood Deity Immortal Gu was refined, to activate it, one would need a blood relative. Killing a relative would allow one to obtain a Blood Deity under the power of Blood Deity Immortal Gu. If this relative did not resist and was willing to contribute, the Blood Deity that was created would be able to get close to the Gu Immortal and command it. Conversely, if the hatred and anger of the relative were incurred, the Blood Deity could devour its owner. This was the reason why Fang Yuan recruited Fang Jing. Chapter 854. This matter was somewhat troublesome. Swoosh. There were many unconventional methods to make a person swear loyalty. The Gu Master world did not lack such methods. For example, enslavement path specialized in dealing with such problems. But to refine Fangjing into a blood deity, these methods would not work. Blood deity was like a different life form. The moment the transformation succeeds, all the methods used on Fangjing would lose their effect. Fangjing's heart and will would decide the blood deity. The strength of blood deity could be predicted. This was because the thunder god, who had learned from the blood god, was extremely powerful. Vicious lightning fiend only had rank 6 cultivation level, but with the three-headed lightning deity, his reputation was rising and many rank 7 Gu immortals had lost to him. Blood deity was similar, he had Gu immortal level battle strength. 1 more meant 2 against 1. If there were 2 more, it would be 3 against 1. Any more and it would be a group fight. Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie now. He could not raise his cultivation level, but he could use numbers to make up for it. That was a temporary way out. All dreams, plans and ambitions were based on survival. Once destroyed, everything would be for naught. Blood deity could greatly raise Fang Yuan's battle strength, and Fang Yuan was a blood path grandmaster. If things went wrong one day and Fang Yuan was chased everywhere, he would have no choice but to cultivate blood path again. Time path, wisdom path, blood path. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He would make some preparations for everything. He would never complain about making ample preparations. Of course, the current situation was not too bad. Training Fangjing is not something that can be done quickly. I can do it slowly. Even if Crane Gate brainwashes him. With my methods, as long as I put in the effort, there will be a day when I achieve my goal. Right now, the Guts Gu and Regretful Spider trade have been established. I only need Western Desert's Shao clan to act as a stepping stone. With the trade token, I can openly enter Western Desert with my Dragonfish and Eerie Fire Dragon Python businesses. At that time, I will be able to make huge profits. Right now, my main goal is to refine change form Immortal Gu. I had already eliminated most of my main opponents, so getting into the top 6 was pretty much guaranteed. The only variable is Feng Kim Hong. Fang Yuan thought about the current situation and development plans. Because Feng Kim Hong lost to Fang Yuan, he instead learned of the true usage of Dream Wing's Immortal Gu. She used Immortal Gu to explore dream realms. Her refinement path attainment had already reached quasi-grandmaster level. Exploring dream realms was indeed the best shortcut to a Gu master's attainment level. Feng Kim Hong had Immortal Gu. With the wholehearted care of his mother, Fairy Bai Qing, his refinement path attainment level rose at an astonishing speed. Fang Yuan had accumulated over 500 years to reach refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Feng Kim Hong caught up to him in a short time. In Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, the flames of war raged through the sky, forming a great era. It was magnificent, and countless heroes rose up from the grasslands. It was astounding. Other than the 5 regions chaotic war, the main reason was dream realms. Dream realms were dangerous and difficult, but if one could explore them, one's foundation could be raised. This was a huge fortuitous encounter. It created countless grasslands. Most of the time, heroes and ambitious people just lacked an opportunity to develop. Know yourself and your enemy and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan had also secretly gathered a lot of information about Feng Kim Hong participating in the Gu refinement competition. Initially, her methods were not very proficient, but after so many trials she grew rapidly. She could be said to be a formidable opponent for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was familiar with the contents of the competition. Thus, his strength was overestimated by the outside world. But the duel with Feng Kim Hong was unknown. It had never happened in his previous life, so it was not within the scope of Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage. I need to pay attention to the problem of Feng Kim Hong. If I do not deal with it properly, I might miss the infallible inheritance. But after I pass it, I can use this precious opportunity to refine change form Immortal Gu in one go. Fang Yuan knew many secrets of the infallible inheritance. The top 6 would be rewarded with 6 success Dao marks. They would be carved on the Gu master's body on the spot. Outsiders could not snatch them. But invincibility did not mean certain success. The success Dao marks on the body could only eliminate the probability of failure in the Gu refinement process. There was always a chance of failure when refining Gu worms. Even if there was no human error in the entire process, there was still a chance of failure. This was the probability of failure. For example, during the second round of the refinement path convention, Fang Yuan refined 10 Ghost Fire Gu and Flying Frost Sect. He did not make any mistakes, but one of the Ghost Fire Gu was destroyed for no reason. And during the battle with Fang Huai, when the blue peacock head was fused into the incomplete Gu worm, it also failed mysteriously. During the whole process, Fang Yuan did not make any mistakes in controlling the flames. Later on, when he refined the goo worm, the method was exactly the same, there were no changes. There were many different theories as to why there was such a probability of failure. The most mainstream theory was that it was laws and principles. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Why did they have all sorts of mystical abilities? It was because their bodies contained the laws of heaven and earth. Mortal goo contained fragments of the laws, while immortal goo contained fragments of the laws. Goo refinement was to combine these fragments of the laws into one, to form even more fragments of the laws. Or reverse refinement, to break down the larger fragments of the laws. Because it involved the fragments of the laws, there would always be some situations. These laws would always have slight differences. When refining the goo, they would not fuse like the goo master wanted, they would clash and clash, causing the goo refinement to fail. Fang Yuan accepted this theory. He felt it was reasonable. The smaller the fragments of the laws, the fewer their characteristics, and the easier it was to combine them. This was why the lower the rank of mortal goo, the easier it was to refine them. The larger the fragments of the laws, the more they had different characteristics from other fragments, and the harder it was to combine them. At immortal goo level, the fragments of the laws would have their own characteristics and become unique. Thus, immortal goo were unique and refining immortal goo was extremely difficult. The infallible inheritance rewarded success Dao marks, which eliminated the probability of failure. One success Dao mark could only be used on rank 6 immortal goo at most. At rank 7 or rank 8 to succeed, one would need more than one success Dao mark. But if during the refinement process Fang Yuan made a huge mistake in his technique, the immortal goo refinement would also fail. If there was no mistake, the probability of failure would be completely eliminated by the success Dao mark, but the immortal goo already existed in the world. Then at the final juncture, the entire goo refinement would fail for no reason. Immortal goo were unique since there was already an immortal goo. That meant that the specific fragment of the law had already been formed. It was impossible to form the same fragment of the law again. As for the change form immortal goo that Fang Yuan wanted to refine, there had never been a goo immortal who had it. Of course, Fang Yuan had used his previous life's memories and the information he gathered in this life to deduce that the possibility of change form immortal goo existing was very small. If it really existed, Fang Yuan would have no choice, he could only blame it on his bad luck if he failed. This was the cruelty of goo refinement, but it was also the most exciting part. Central Continent. Truyang Mountain Range. Vicious lightning fiend slowly descended from the sky. He stood at the peak of the mountain looking at the opposite mountain, where a rank 7 demonic path goo immortal was already standing. Vicious lightning fiend, since you want to challenge me, I will not make a move without a decent wager. The demonic path rank 7 goo immortal said. He looked like a middle-aged man, dressed in martial attire and a scarlet cloak. His physique was majestic. His surname was Dan and his name was Qiao. He was known as the fierce demonic immortal, and he mainly cultivated the fire path. Ha ha ha. Fierce lightning fiend laughed loudly. Blazing demonic immortal, you are worthy of being a demonic path goo immortal, you prioritize benefits over benefits. You are a formidable opponent. That's why I've specially prepared 3,000 caddies of Fusang tree branches for you. What? 1,500 gene of Fusang tree branches. Dan Xiao was immediately tempted by vicious lightning fiend's offer. It struck the deepest part of his heart. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao laughed coldly. It seems that you have made a lot of preparations for this trip. You found out that I urgently need Fusang tree branches to refine immortal goo. Okay. If I lose, I'll give you 600 strands of 29 thunder firmament energy. Sign the contract. Both of them were straightforward and decisive people. After setting the challenge contract, they immediately started the battle. Fire Crow Apocalypse. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao waved his hand, countless fire crows flew out, covering the sky and creating a boundless sea of fire. Lightning Dragon Purgatory. Vicious lightning fiend laughed loudly. He pushed his palms forward as hundreds of lightning bolts burst out. Lightning flashed, hundreds of lightning dragons gathered and charged forward. Everywhere they went, mountains crumbled and rocks shattered. They had terrifying might. The lightning dragon and the fire crow clashed against each other, and the area within a radius of several hundred miles was filled with crimson flames and azure lightning. Bam bam bam. Explosions continued to sound. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao and vicious lightning fiend moved like smoke. They were extremely fast. They clashed several times in the sea of fire and lightning prison, fighting intensely. Both sides did not probe each other, they used their strongest methods. Vicious Lightning Fiend treated blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao as an opponent and wanted to increase his reputation. He had already collected information about the other party. On the contrary, since Dan Xiao agreed to Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge, he had made ample preparations. He had a deep understanding of Vicious Lightning Fiend and was confident in winning. A moment later, Blazing Demonic Immortal used 3 different immortal killer moves. Vicious Lightning Fiend could not even raise his head. Dan Xiao could be said to be the strongest opponent Vicious Lightning Fiend had challenged since he came out of close cultivation. Be it cultivation level, immortal essence, or the Dao marks on him, he surpassed Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend was at a disadvantage, but he did not panic. This situation was within his expectations. In fact, when he challenged those rank 7 Gu Immortals earlier, he was also at a disadvantage. After all, his cultivation level was only rank 6. This was a normal situation when challenging someone of higher ranks. Haha, this fire is really powerful. Vicious Lightning Fiend suddenly raised his head and shouted, his eyes shining with lightning. His body shook, 3 shadows flew out of his immortal aperture, attacking Blazing Demonic Immortal. Lightning Deity. Lightning Deity who had Lightning Path Dao marks. 3 Gu Immortal level battle strength. Blazing Demonic Immortal quickly retreated, while Vicious Lightning Fiend counterattacked, regaining control of the battle. After fighting for an hour, the intense battle raged on like a raging fire. This was a huge bet and reputation, so neither side was willing to give up so easily. The intense immortal essence expenditure made both sides feel heartache. Dan Xiao was impatient, he suddenly attacked. He had planned this for a long time. Vicious Lightning Fiend could not dodge in time, he had to face it head-on. Boom. Amidst the intense explosion, Vicious Lightning Fiend coughed out blood and retreated. Lose Great Flame Demon True Body. Dan Xiao suddenly turned into a flame demon, chasing with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the flame demon was already close to Vicious Lightning Fiend. No, I won't lose. Lightning Deity self-detonate. At the moment of danger, Vicious Lightning Fiend's vicious nature was triggered. He actually self-detonated a Lightning Deity. Rumble. Lightning Deity's self-detonation created a huge sound wave. The 3 mountains in the area were instantly destroyed. Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao were both heavily injured. Their expressions were weak and their battle strength fell sharply. Interesting, give me your lives. Suddenly, a blood-red light flew out, forming into a battlefield killer move that covered both sides who were heavily injured. Chapter 855. Blood, blood, blood. Blood clouds were in the sky, blood sea was on the ground, blood light was everywhere. This was the signature battlefield killer move created by Song Zixing, Blood Tu Su. It was unique in Central Continent. Song Zixing was extremely vengeful. Back then, during an exploration, he was robbed by Tu Su City's Gu Immortals. After creating this battlefield killer move, he went to take revenge. The entire city was turned into nothingness, the 2 Gu Immortals in the city were killed. After succeeding in his revenge, Song Zixing felt extremely happy. He carved words in blood above the ruins of Tu Su City. Revenge is too late. Even after a year, today I have come to Blood Tu Su. The killer left his name, Song Zixing. From then on, his battlefield killer move was named Blood Tu Su. Thus, seeing this scene, Blazing Demonic Immortal immediately recognized Song Zixing. As expected, at the next moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky. Song Zixing wore a large blood robe, but it could not conceal his tall and straight body. His face was pale, his nose bridge was high, his brows were dark and sharp like an eagle. As he descended, the blood sea surged with countless waves, blood clouds moved like dragons and pythons. The surrounding blood light shot into the sky, it was dazzling. Song Zixing was like the ruler of heaven and earth, a demonic god of the sun and moon. Song Zixing, why are you here? Demon Hunter Immortal Dan Xiao looked at Song Zixing with a pale expression. He was shocked and furious, but also fearful. Why can't I be here? Song Zixing turned his head slightly, looking at Dan Xiao with a smile on his face. His gaze was filled with killing intent. Dan Xiao, back then I lost to Feng Jioga. You tried to attack me while I was down, using an immortal killer move on my back. You caused me a scar. I purposely left it on my back. I kept this grudge in my heart. You hid in Truyang Mountain Range. So be it if I could not find you. But you actually dared to accept Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge. So I came today. I want to settle the old score with you. A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. Dan Xiao breathed heavily. He decided to admit defeat. Lord Song Zixing, I am willing to apologize to you. He was a Grand Rank 7 Gu immortal. He actually lowered his head without fighting. Song Zixing's demonic might was vast and mighty. He was as famous as Shi Lei, and his battle achievements were illustrious. As early as when he was at 10,000 Dragon Dock, he had already become famous in Zhongzhou State. Later on he defected and the myriad Dragon Dock hunted him down. They sent out 8 Gu immortals but he killed 4, crippled 3 and forced 1 to retreat. This battle shocked the Zhongzhou State. Song Zixing swaggered off, getting away scot-free. The 10,000 Dragon Dock was dispirited for a time. Its prestige was greatly reduced, and it couldn't even compare to the Crane Gate. Among the 10 great ancient sects they were at the bottom. Until now. Only after Vicious Lightning Fiend came out of closed-door cultivation did he show signs of regaining his might. Of course, Song Zixing had been defeated before. His most famous defeat was when he fought with Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge only made 3 moves. Song Zixing was utterly defeated and fled in defeat. However, this defeat did not tarnish Song Zixing's reputation. Because his opponent was Feng Jioge. However, he was able to escape with his life, which made him even more so not to be underestimated. In fact, almost all demonic path Gu immortals were skilled in escaping. Song Zixing was even more outstanding in this aspect. Apologize? Hearing fierce demonic immortals' words, a mocking smile appeared on Song Zixing's face. If you had been so sensible earlier, I would not have chased you into Truyang Mountain Range. Lord, please speak. As long as I can obtain Lord's forgiveness, I am willing to pay any price. Dan Xiao said in a muffled voice. If you want my forgiveness, it is actually very simple, just hand your life over to me. Song Zixing said lightly. Dan Xiao raised his head, his expression was miserable as he said in a sorrowful tone, Song Zixing, are you really not going to let me go? Let you go? This demonic path overlord laughed loudly. I, Song Zixing, am a vengeful person, slaughtering Sioux City's Gu immortals and stealing my things. I exterminated their entire clan and the entire city. Back then, you plotted against me, I killed you directly and did not torture you, that was already a great favor to you. Are you still not satisfied? You will definitely die today. Saying so, he turned to look at Vicious Lightning Fiend. Oh right, there is also you. Didn't you say you wanted to challenge me? I'm here right now. His tone was mocking like a cat catching a mouse. Vicious Lightning Fiend was healing himself. The explosion earlier had injured him quite badly. He was using methods now. He raised his head. Song Zixing, you are a Gu immortal of my myriad Dragon Dock. According to seniority, you are my senior. Challenging you is a path I have to take. But today, since you are here for revenge, I will not interfere in this matter. Let me go, otherwise I will self-detonate Lightning Deity and fight my way out. Haha, your immortal killer move Lightning Deity is indeed mystical. Its self-detonation has great power, it can break my blood tusu. But so what? Can you escape? Think about it, can your method of retreat be faster than my blood rainbow flash? Song Zixing smiled proudly. He seemed like he was speaking nonsense, but his words were aimed at their hearts. He was trying to affect their morale. But at the next moment, Song Zixing's expression changed, his gaze towards Vicious Lightning Fiend turned grim as he shouted, No. With your personality and standpoint, why would you retreat now? Vicious Lightning Fiend's acting skills were inferior to demonic path Gu immortal Dan Xiao. In Song Zixing's eyes he immediately found a flaw. At once, Song Zixing's heart was pounding, his blood was surging, it was like a tidal wave crashing against his blood vessels and the walls of his heart. This was his immortal killer move, Sudden Inspiration. Even though it was a blood path method, it could mimic wisdom path and help Song Zixing deduce his fortune. An intense sense of danger assaulted Song Zixing's mind. This is a trap. Song Zixing growled, wanting to leave. Lightning Lock. Lava Chain. Right at this time, Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao, who were fighting to the death earlier, actually joined hands and attacked Song Zixing. Song Zixing snorted coldly, the blood sea below his feet surged into the sky, creating red waves that looked like raging waves. The huge blood wave stopped the lightning and lava. Meanwhile, Song Zixing turned into a blood rainbow, vanishing on the spot. This was the immortal movement killer move Blood Rainbow Flash. It was extremely fast. He immediately flew out of the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu. Song Zixing was very decisive. He did not even want the blood path Immortal Gu used to construct the battlefield killer move. He directly flew out, trying to escape. In a few breaths of time, the blood rainbow flew thousands of li. The blood rainbow suddenly dissipated. Song Zixing's figure appeared in the sky. He looked at the unchanging mountain below him. His expression was extremely ugly. No, this is just an illusion. His thoughts moved rapidly. The sense of danger was getting stronger. This was definitely an ambush from the enemy. He quickly turned around and tried to use the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu. But at this time, a total of 16 Gu immortals appeared. Their grand aura burst out. They attacked together. 16 immortal killer moves flew towards Song Zixing. Bam bam bam. The dazzling light shone on the emotionless and cold faces of the Gu immortals. As the light faded, Song Zixing appeared in a sorry state. His face was dark, his blood-red cloak was tattered. His body was covered in a layer of blood armor. He looked around with shock and anger. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's illusion garden. Such a huge move, they even brought out an immortal Gu house to deal with me. And all of you, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects have joined hands? Song Zixing was shocked and angry, but he was also very confused. After becoming a demonic path Gu immortal, he hid here and there. He was not overly arrogant. Recently he had not committed any major crimes either. Why did so many people come to deal with him? But soon, Song Zixing understood. To be able to make Central Continent's 10 great sects attack together, it must be an order from the Celestial Court. That's right, Song Zixing, you are an understanding person. Junior brother Vicious Lightning traveled the world and challenged people everywhere. It was actually a trap set up by a wisdom path Gu immortal to lure you. Junior brother Vicious Lightning's lightning deity was born from blood deity. You had been coveting this immortal Gu recipe. Moreover, fierce demonic immortal is your enemy. You were finally lured out. But you are really careful. You had been following behind Vicious Lightning Fiend and watched his challenges for more than a dozen times, but did not make a move. Only when Vicious Lightning Fiend self-detonated a lightning deity did he succeed. Hehehe, you are really not easy to catch. In order to lure you out, 3 Wisdom Path Gu immortals from my ancient soul sect, Heaven's Envy Manor, and Spirit Butterfly Valley joined hands to disrupt your immortal killer move, Sudden Impulse. That was why you did not sense the danger in advance. The leading 3 rank 7 Gu immortals spoke slowly, one after another. The other 13 Gu immortals were all rank 6. At this moment, someone could not hold back anymore. He charged forward. Song Zixing, you killed my big brother and humiliated my sister-in-law. I will tear your tendons apart today. Ah. Song Zixing, you will definitely die today. I will take revenge for the 730 members of Sun Tribe. Song Zixing had done many evil deeds. He had countless victims. But there were very few people who had the strength to take revenge on him. Many Gu immortals had offended Song Zixing. They lived in fear all day, afraid that one day, Song Zixing would come and take revenge. Blood Dragon Song Zixing's desire for revenge was very strong. Everyone knew about it. Fierce Demonic Immortal was one of them. He was chased by Song Zixing and had no choice but to hide in Truyang Mountain Range. It was also because Song Zixing had pressured him too much that this demonic path Gu immortal was willing to put on the most realistic show with Vicious Lightning Fiend. 8 rank 6 Gu immortals attacked Song Zixing. The Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stayed in the sky, forming a huge and loose encirclement. The Gu immortals who were fighting with Song Zixing were mostly lone cultivators. These people had been contacted by the 10 great ancient sects. They all had deep hatred towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing had been committing crimes all these years. He had targeted small sects. He did not want to make things difficult for the 10 great ancient sections. But he had recently become a person who had escaped from fate. Killing him would be a great help in repairing fate immortal Gu. Once the Celestial Court gave the order, even though the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent restricted each other, they had to stop fighting and send Gu immortals to kill Song Zixing. Song Zixing blocked left and right. He was firmly suppressed. He could not retaliate. He could only choose to escape. Chapter 856. Song Zixing, to think you would have such a day. Aren't you called the Blood Dragon? Don't run if you have the guts. Blood Rainbow Flash was extremely fast and agile. The pursuing Gu immortals used killer moves to obstruct it, but it had little effect. Instead, the distance between them was increasing. But the immortal Gu House illusion circle was already set up. He was not afraid of Song Zixing escaping. The scene became a little strange. A group of people chased after Song Zixing with endless hatred and burning killing intent, yet they couldn't reach him. It's really as slippery as a loach. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects did not give chase. They watched from the side and used some immortal killer moves from time to time. Song Zixing was still extremely dangerous. His battle record of betraying 10,000 Dragon Dock and killing the pursuers was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Thus, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects invited many lone cultivators to join them. In their battle plan, these lone cultivator Gu immortals were cannon fodder to test Song Zixing's methods and expend as much of his immortal essence as possible. Without immortal essence, even if Song Zixing was a blood path Gu immortal, his battle strength would fall. We can't go on like this. Song Zixing is running away, we cannot force him to use his trump card. After watching for a while, a Central Continent Gu immortal said. Many of the others also frowned. Don't you think it's strange? Song Zixing was called Blood Dragon, his violent Blood Dragon bat had rank 7 battle strength, but he had never released it. Up until now he hasn't even made a move. He's just running. What are you afraid of? Song Zixing had already fallen into the immortal Gu House Illusion Garden. The biggest drawback of our ambush strategy is that it takes time to activate the Illusion Garden. Right now, Song Zixing is like a turtle in a jar. Failure and death is only a matter of time. Don't be careless. Blood Path Gu immortals could not be judged with common sense. Maybe he's looking around to see if there are any loopholes? Could it be that he has some powerful backup? That's why you're delaying? While they were guessing, the voices of the other 2 Heavenly Lotus Sect rank 7 Gu immortals resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone make your move. Activating the immortal Gu house consumes a lot of energy, we cannot delay this. So this trip, including Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao, there were a total of 20 Gu immortals surrounding Song Zixing. Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao were the bait. The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals of Heavenly Lotus Sect did not show themselves, they were secretly controlling the immortal Gu house. The remaining 16 Gu immortals appeared and fought against Song Zixing. Activating an immortal Gu house expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Especially for a complete immortal Gu house like Illusion Garden, the expenditure was much higher than an incomplete immortal Gu house like Profound Ice House. Even a rank 7 Gu immortal could not last long. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects were urged. Most of the Gu immortals joined the battle. Only 3 rank 7s were left watching from afar. Song Zixing continued to flee and did not retaliate. I've long since heard of how fast this blood rainbow flashes. Now that I've seen it today, I'm truly amazed. It's actually a bit faster than my Cloud Jing fan. It's almost as fast as the purple firmament lightning wings. This is one of the top 10 movement killer moves in Central Continent. Not only speed but agility as well. Such a twist and turn, suddenly straight and suddenly crooked. All aspects were well taken care of. What a pity. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals evaluated. They felt some regret. An outstanding movement immortal killer move like Blood Rainbow Flash. It could only be encountered and not sought, it was extremely precious. If they could obtain it, they would be able to advance and retreat freely, it could even save their lives when escaping. But this was a Blood Path killer move. Even if Righteous Path Gu immortals obtained it, they could not use it unless they betrayed the Righteous Path. Entering the Demonic Path. Back then, Song Zixing betrayed the sect and entered the Demonic Path, other than some conflict with the sect. It was mainly because he could not resist the temptation of Blood Path. With the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects joining in, Song Zixing's situation became even worse. The encirclement continued to shrink. With everyone working together, no matter how fast Blood Rainbow Flash was, it had its limits. In the end he was slowly surrounded. Demons should be killed by everyone die. Kill Song Zixing. Finally, Song Zixing was trapped in the center. Many lone cultivator Gu immortals attacked Song Zixing. They did not get close, they attacked from afar. Song Zixing did not attack, they were wary of him. These lone cultivator Gu immortals were not idiots. They knew why Central Continent's 10 great sects invited them to ambush Song Zixing. But even if they were cannon fodder, they would accept it. The reason was that they had deep hatred towards Song Zixing, it was either he or they die. Gu immortals were also humans, they were afraid of death. If not for Song Zixing forcing them too much, causing them to live in fear all day long, they would not be like this. From this, one could see the advantage of Vicious Lightning Fiend's lightning deities. Gu immortals who did not fear death could be formed in batches. This was very terrifying. Thankfully, each lightning deity required a huge price to form, and normally they needed a lot of wealth to maintain them. The Gu immortals prepared for battle. Their attacks landed on Song Zixing. Song Zixing tried to dodge, but the space was limited. He was hit. In an instant he exploded, blood splattered. No. This is not Song Zixing's true body. Seeing this, the immortals were dumbfounded. They soon realized the truth. Be careful of Song Zixing's sneak attack. How did he conceal himself? My investigative killer move could not find him? Calm down, this is the immortal Gu House Illusion Garden. He cannot escape. Search carefully. The Gu immortals were all experienced people. They quickly calmed down. If Song Zixing wanted to sneak attack, he could not find a chance. The immortals used their methods to search quickly, but they could not find anything. When their gazes gradually focused on Blood Tusu, someone realized, oh no! Song Zixing did not come out. His true body is still inside his battlefield killer move. Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao are in danger. From start to finish, Song Zixing's battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu, was like a bright red egg floating in the air. The immortals did not destroy this battlefield killer move on purpose. Firstly, their attention was attracted by Song Zixing. Secondly, they did not want to help Vicious Lightning Fiend. He had been challenging people everywhere recently. His fame was unparalleled. He was quite arrogant. Central Continent's 10 sects were competing with each other. Even Myriad Dragon Doc wanted to suppress his limelight. Thirdly, destroying Blood Tusu from the outside also required immortal essence. Thus, Blood Tusu was accidentally forgotten by the immortals. Ultimately, it was because he was too strong. This was a disaster caused by underestimating the enemy. The immortals realized that they had been fooled by Song Zixing. They were furious and embarrassed. They attacked Blood Tusu together. Blood Tusu was not an immortal Gu house. It was only a battlefield killer move. It shook intensely from the intense attacks. 3 breaths of time later, Song Zixing retracted it. Blood Tusu collapsed. Song Zixing laughed loudly as he turned into a blood rainbow and flew away. Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao was already dead. His corpse was held by Song Zixing. Meanwhile, Vicious Lightning Fiend was on the verge of death. He was unconscious. Only one lightning deity was left. It was also very weak. It was surrounding and protecting Vicious Lightning Fiend. If he had been any slower, Vicious Lightning Fiend would have fallen into Song Zixing's hands. But Song Zixing was also heavily injured. His left arm was severed at the shoulder. The battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu, isolated heaven and earth, forming a world of its own. Moreover, Song Zixing had a special method to prevent Vicious Lightning Fiend and Dan Xiao from asking for help. Song Zixing actually killed Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao while being surrounded by everyone, and even heavily injured Vicious Lightning Fiend until he fainted. This was a huge humiliation. The Gu immortals were furious. Their anger was rising. This matter was going to spread. How were they going to survive in the future? Kill Song Zixing. Blood Dragon deserves death. He cannot remain in this world. Get rid of evil for the people. Uphold justice. At once. The Gu immortals attacked. All sorts of immortal killer moves and battlefield killer moves flew towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing laughed maniacally without fear. A blood rainbow flashed. He dodged most of the immortal killer moves. Next, he raised Blazing Demonic Immortal's corpse. Thank you for the gift. I will return it to you now. Explode. Blood light shot to the sky. There was a huge explosion. The immortals retreated. Song Zixing was at the center of the explosion. The blood path Dao marks on his body shined brightly. He was not injured at all. Illusion Garden shook intensely. A crack was actually created by his explosion. Blood rainbow flash. In the blink of an eye, Song Zixing vanished on the spot. He escaped from the immortal Gu house's cage, escaping from the Gu immortal's vision. Chase, he was hit by my immortal killer move. I can sense it. How can a great immortal Gu house get a crack from the explosion? The immortals shouted as they chased. The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals of Heavenly Lotus sect stored the immortal Gu house and joined them. Their expressions were ugly. It's that violent blood dragon bat. Song Zixing actually arranged for it to stay outside. It crashed into Illusion Garden and self-detonated, working together with Song Zixing to create a crack. Violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast. Its battle strength was equivalent to a rank 7 Gu immortal. The self-detonation of such an existence had extraordinary power indeed. Illusion Garden was only controlled by 2 Gu immortals, they could not defend against the explosion. Song Zixing managed to struggle out of the desperate situation. The immortals naturally stopped attacking, they gritted their teeth and chased after him. A battle of pursuit was happening in Truyang Mountain Range. The pursuers were huge, there were 17 Gu immortals. There was 1 myriad Dragon Dock Gu immortal who stayed behind to look after Vicious Lightning Fiend. But at this point, the battle had already gone out of the control of the Righteous Path Gu immortals, they had fallen into Song Zixing's specialty. As a demonic cultivator, Song Zixing was most proficient in escaping. I cannot go out directly, this Truyang Mountain Range is the best place to hide. I lost the violent blood dragon bat, after I escape I will definitely settle this score with you. Song Zixing's expression was distorted, his heart was bleeding due to the huge losses. He swore in his heart, the blood rainbow suddenly turned and landed on the mountain range. There were countless fierce beasts living in Truyang Mountain Range. In the battle of pursuit, large numbers of desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were startled, they caused a huge disturbance to the pursuers behind Song Zixing. Song Zixing was very clear. The more chaotic the situation was, the more chances he would have to sneak away and escape. 3 days later, late at night, the crescent moon hung in the night sky, a dim blood light flew out of Truyang Mountain Range while sticking close to the ground. Clang. Suddenly, there was the sound of metal colliding, a golden bell phantom descended and covered the blood light. A Gu immortal appeared, he was injured, he shouted, "Song Zixing, where are you going?" The moment he said that, Song Zixing disappeared from the golden bell, a palm and a small forearm appeared. Oh no, this is also fake. My true body is over there. The Gu immortal's expression changed, he quickly turned around and flew far away. A long while later, a figure quietly approached from afar. It was Fang Yuan, he was wearing a mask and his body was covered in smoke, he carefully walked towards the golden bell phantom. Chapter 857. Immortal Killer Move Blood Demon Body Separation. Fang Yuan looked at the broken arm in the golden bell phantom as he muttered. According to Legends of Song Zixing, after Song Zixing betrayed Myriad Dragon Dock, he killed his pursuers and hid his tracks, developing rapidly. He had foresight and knew his situation, thus he created this killer move. During the current Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, the 10 great sects worked together to ambush and kill Song Zixing, but he escaped in the end. In this battle, blood demon body separation shocked Central Continent for the first time. Song Zixing was able to escape mostly because of this move. This immortal killer move could create a flesh clone for a short period of time. The flesh clone was extremely fast, comparable to Blood Rainbow Flash. Moreover, it was extremely lifelike and lifelike. Even an investigative immortal killer move would not be able to find any flaws. However, the price of using this move was extremely high. A portion of one's body was needed to create a flesh clone. A large amount of immortal essence was also expended to maintain the existence of the flesh clone. The more immortal essence was expended, the longer the clone could last. There were many ways for Gu immortals to regrow their limbs, blood demon body separation was only a manifestation. The truth was, it expended the blood path Dao marks in the body. It was because of these blood path Dao marks that blood demon body separation had such a mystical effect. If not for the blood path Dao marks as the price, the flesh clone created by blood demon body separation would not be able to pass off as the real thing. When ordinary Gu immortals were injured, for example, Fang Yuan would lose most of his body if he was attacked. The strength path Dao marks on his body would be retrieved by his immortal aperture. When his body recovers, the strength path Dao marks would return to his body. Once the Gu immortal died, the Dao marks on his body would also be retrieved into his immortal aperture. For example, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Song Zixing successfully used blood demon body separation. Even if the severed limb could regrow, the new body would be empty, the original blood path Dao marks would be expended along with the flesh clone. Undoubtedly, the expenditure of Dao marks was a huge loss to Gu immortals. Because Dao marks were very rare, they could only be accumulated after experiencing heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. In every heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, Gu immortals often had to risk their lives, even damaging their immortal apertures and destroying the resources that they had painstakingly managed. Thus, the cost of obtaining Dao marks was extremely high. This showed the value of each strength immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan was sure. Song Zixing should not have an immortal Gu like each strength. If he lost the blood path Dao marks, he would have to undergo calamities and tribulations and slowly accumulate them again. The Dao marks on a Gu immortal could effectively increase the power of immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. This amplification was terrifying. It could increase a rank 8 by hundreds or thousands of times. Thus, rank 7 Gu immortals could rarely defeat rank 8 existences. According to the legend of Song Zixing managed to escape with his life. In the end, only his head and half of his chest were left. The rest of his body had been decisively abandoned by him. He had activated the blood demon body disintegration. In this battle, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent lost a great deal of face. They didn't achieve their goal and were played by Song Zixing instead. They suffered heavy losses. Song Zixing also suffered heavy losses. He lost an ancient desolate beast, the violent blood dragon bat, and more than half of his blood path Dao marks were destroyed. In this battle. As a result, he did not appear in public for the next 200 years. There was even no news of him at all. People suspected that he was already dead. But when he reappeared, not only did he recover his battle strength, he even nurtured 3 violent blood dragon bats. Ambushing Song Zixing was a huge matter. Fang Yuan naturally knew about it. He looked at the severed arm with a burning gaze. This severed arm came from Song Zixing. It was his flesh and blood. As long as Fang Yuan obtained it and used the Gu refinement method, he could refine Song Zixing's head. And Song Zixing's head was the only condition for Star Form Blessed Land's land spirit to recognize him as its owner. Land spirits were stubborn existences. As long as Fang Yuan gave Song Zixing's head to the land spirit, he could become the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. Star Form Land Spirit did not care if Song Zixing was alive or not. It was only a pure obsession formed by the heavenly power of the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan could become its owner with this. Even if one day Song Zixing appeared in front of the land spirit alive and kicking, the land spirit would not betray Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan had already fulfilled the condition for recognizing him as its owner. But at this moment, Fang Yuan still had some trouble subduing this arm. It was not difficult to break the golden bell, but once the golden bell phantom was broken, the arm would explode and turn into a blood fog that covered the sky. Fang Yuan had to use other methods to suppress the severed arm. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. In fact, Fang Yuan also had a deep impression of this arm. His current location was at the edge of Truyang Mountain Range, near Yuanyang City. Song Zixing's severed arm was wrapped by an immortal killer move. The Gu immortal who used the immortal killer move was busy chasing after Song Zixing. He had already forgotten about this severed arm. As time passed, the golden bell would dissipate after a night, and the severed arm would explode into a blood fog. At that time, the blood fog would cover hundreds of li, life would be lost, and the poison would spread far and wide. For the next few hundred years, Yuanyang City would continue to issue missions, recruiting talents to enter the blood fog and kill the blood beasts that were born in the blood fog, to prevent the blood beasts from forming a beast tide and attacking Yuanyang City. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan came to Central Continent, he had lived in Yuanyang City for a period of time. In order to survive, he had accepted missions to exterminate blood beasts. From this perspective, Fang Yuan had done a good thing by subduing Song Zixing's severed arm in advance. Fang Yuan observed for a while, carefully using several mortal killer moves to probe. The golden bell phantom did not move as expected of an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan then circled around the golden bell phantom, observing it from all angles, trying to find a suitable method. The golden bell phantom was not completely still, it was rotating slowly. The severed arm inside was floating in the air, the arm and palm were flickering with bright red light from time to time. Fang Yuan circled around it for more than 10 times. He already had a plan. He was about to make a move when his ears twitched. He heard many voices. Explosion, you heard it too? Yes. I saw a strange light. Treasure, maybe? The voices were intermittent, getting closer and closer. Fang Yuan immediately understood. The nearby Gu masters were attracted. This was the edge of Truyang Mountain Range. Desolate beasts rarely came here, and it was near Yuanyang City. Many Gu masters were active here. Earlier, the Gu immortal had used an immortal killer move, the golden light sword into the sky. The commotion was not small, thus many Gu masters came to investigate. A bunch of ants. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. He willed, strength path phantoms rushed out of his immortal aperture one after another. Soon, these strength path phantoms numbered in the hundreds, densely packed as they surrounded Fang Yuan. Every time Fang Yuan moved, he would store large numbers of strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture. Because he used myriad self. A certain amount of time was needed to form a strength path phantom army. Kill. Fang Yuan gave the order, close to 1,000 strength path phantoms immediately moved, quickly disappearing into the night sky. What is that? Formation. Quickly form the formation. Run. Screams and shouts could be heard. A life and death battle started instantly. After a few breaths of time, the Gu Masters were completely defeated. The strength path phantoms chased mercilessly, countless Gu Masters died. The smell of blood quickly spread to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had his hands behind his back. Looking at the golden bell phantom in front of him, his expression was calm under the mask. Even though he had thought of a method, he had not made a move yet. Haste makes waste. Even though the strength path phantoms were strong and fierce, they could not be investigated. They also did not have methods to increase their speed. Some Gu Masters might not give up and use earth escape or concealment to sneak in again. However, these people would all die without a burial ground. Because Fang Yuan was here, he had already activated dozens of investigative killer moves. Without stopping, he covered this area layer by layer. There was no movement. They could escape his investigation. The advantage of having unlimited primeval essence was that he could use mortal Gu at will. Mortal killer moves would never stop. And because of Fang Yuan's accumulation in his previous life, the mortal killer moves he knew were even more outstanding, even surpassing this era. Fang Yuan waited for a while and sure enough, 3 or 4 Gu Masters sneaked in. Fang Yuan controlled the strength path phantoms and killed these Gu Masters one by one according to his instructions. Impossible, how did you find me? Spare my life. Ah. The Gu Masters had nowhere to hide, they were all killed. After a while, the surroundings became quiet again. The smell of blood was getting thicker. There was not even the sound of birds chirping in the sparse forest nearby. It was completely silent. Fang Yuan started to act. Myriad self first style, giant hand. A giant strength path hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the golden bell phantom. The golden bell phantom targeted the inside, it suppressed the inside, but its external defense was not strong. After adding pulling mountain and pulling water, Fang Yuan's current strength path giant hand could be said to be much stronger. He only needed to squeeze it tightly and the golden bell would explode. But the key was how to prevent Song Zixing's arm from exploding into a bloody mist after it was crushed. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was not only a strength path grandmaster, he was also a blood path grandmaster. He knew as many blood path methods as Song Zixing. And this time he had planned for a long time, he had made ample preparations. Immediately he set up with full concentration. He set up close to 100 blood path killer moves in a row, they were tight and orderly, coordinating with each other. There were also large numbers of Gu formations set up in the surroundings, layer upon layer. After setting them up, he inspected carefully to see if there were any mistakes in his arrangements. He found 1 or 2 mistakes. After modifying them, Fang Yuan checked again a 3rd time, a 4th time and a 5th time. This was a huge matter. Fang Yuan was very patient. Finally, when he made his move, everything was under his control. The golden bell phantom shattered, the arm was about to explode when it was suppressed, layers of seals were added on top of it. When Song Zixing severed this arm and used blood demon body separation, he was already at the end of his rope, he had used less than 10 beads of immortal essence for it. Chapter 858. After obtaining the severed arm, Fang Yuan carefully stored it in his immortal aperture. Next, he carefully cleaned the place, trying to get rid of his traces. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, he did not rest, he started immediately, spending 4 days and 3 nights to refine this severed arm, turning it into Song Zixing's head. Next, he used fixed immortal travel immortal Gu to go to Earth Abyss. Star form land spirit, I have brought Song Zixing's head. In the dark underground world he shouted. A speck of starlight appeared in front of him, it shone brightly and gushed out like spring water. After a breath of time, the dazzling starlight turned into a square door. The translucent starlight door floated in the air. There was a plaque on the door, on it were the words, Star form blessed land. Fang Yuan squinted, looking at it quietly. Ordinary blessed lands and grotto heavens had doors. Because with doors they could interact. With interactions they could absorb heaven and earth chi and strengthen themselves. Thus, infallible blessed land was very special because it did not have a door. This was a very strange exception. Under Fang Yuan's observation, the starlight door opened slightly. "It's you? You really brought Song Zixing's head?" A voice came from the door. Star form land spirit did not appear, he was on guard. Fang Yuan chuckled, throwing the head over. "Facts speak louder than words." The door opened slightly again, an attractive force appeared out of nowhere, sucking the head in. "It really is Song Zixing's head." The land spirit's joyful voice came from behind the door. Bam! The door opened completely, a path made of starlight spread out in front of Fang Yuan. Star form land spirit was at the door. It said to Fang Yuan with utmost sincerity, "Star form land spirit welcomes master." Fang Yuan nodded, his expression calm. He took large steps, stepping onto the starlight path. Stepping into star form blessed land. The moment he stepped in, starlight filled Fang Yuan's vision. But in the blink of an eye, the starlight faded, revealing the unique terrain of star form blessed land. The whole of star form blessed land was a huge basin. It was like a giant bowl, and the edge of the giant bowl was a series of continuous mountain ranges, forming a circle like a towering wall. Inside the giant bowl was a vast slope that continuously tilted towards the center. The curtain of night shrouded the world. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked up. The sky was pitch black, but there were tiny stars that shone weakly. It was just like how immortal blessed land only had day and no night. Star form blessed land only had night, there was no day. Generally speaking, blessed lands did not have any astronomical changes. Only when one became a grotto heaven or approached the level of a grotto heaven would there be a change in the weather. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had come here. In fact, he was the one who had planted this blessed land. The last time he was here, the night sky was filled with stars, and the stars were still very bright. It shone on the surface of the blessed land, giving it a high visibility. But now the starlight was indeed dim, it could be seen that stellar form land spirit's life wasn't good. This was normal. There were no Gu immortals. The blessed land could no longer produce immortal essence on its own. The land spirit and the blessed land were one. In order to protect his own existence, he had to manage his blessed land. But how could a land spirit have the strength and intelligence of a Gu immortal? So basically, land spirits would ask their masters to help them. Survival was the most basic instinct of any living being. It was just that the conditions for each land spirit to recognize a master were different. Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the surroundings, before landing on stellar form land spirit. "Bring me around the blessed land," Fang Yuan ordered. Stellar form land spirit said with a reminiscing tone. "It seems that I will need to purchase large amounts of moon well water in the future." Fang Yuan muttered, he was knowledgeable, he knew what kind of irrigation was needed for the arrow bamboo forest. "Master is wise," stellar form land spirit immediately said. His expression became slightly more spirited. Although Star Lord Wanxiang left behind a lot of immortal essence, there were very few immortal Yuan stones. Thus, stellar form land spirit's finances were rather tight. He could not buy whatever he wanted in jewel yellow skies. Compared to irrigating the arrow bamboo forest, other areas required more financial resources to maintain. Soon after, under the land spirit's lead, Fang Yuan went to the north of the blessed land, inspecting the meteorite pit. This was the place to raise star fire goo and even produce meteorite goo. He went to the center of the blessed land. There was a huge lake with sparkling waves. It was called Broken Star Lake. It was also a place to raise goo worms. It produced star river goo. Finally, he went to a few grasslands. They were all filled with star fragment grass. It seemed endless. Planted on the black soil, the grass leaves were plump and tender. The color was like oil. It was much better than the sky grasslands in immortal blessed land, be it in terms of size or appearance. Arrow bamboo forest, meteorite pit, broken star lake, star fragment grass field. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking at the lake below him with a satisfied expression. These four were the 4 pillars of Star Lord Wanxiang's economy. Star Lord Wanxiang followed the rules. He mainly sold star dark goo, star fire goo, meteorite goo, star river goo and starlight firefly goo. When Fang Yuan was searching for these 4 pillars, he already had them. Fang Yuan currently only had guts goo and regretful spiders. The remaining eerie fire dragon python and dragonfish had not entered the market yet. Star Lord Wanxiang had rank 6 first stage cultivation. He had passed 1 heavenly tribulation. He was also a lone cultivator, but his cultivation was higher than immortals. Originally, with his identity and foundation, it was impossible for him to develop the blessed land so well. But he had a fortuitous encounter. His fortuitous encounter was Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child. In order to prolong his lifespan, he turned into an immortal zombie. He explored star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm and fell into it. He was trapped in a deep sleep. Star-Lord Wanxiang unexpectedly found that Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was connected to the outside world of Central Continent. Every fixed time of the year, this gap would appear. Thus, Star-Lord Wanxiang would go in every year and plunder the resources inside to strengthen himself. Although the time he could go in was limited, he could not stop going in. Because of this, Star-Lord Wanxiang developed very well. His immortal aperture became more prosperous with each passing day, far surpassing other lone cultivator Gu immortals. Even Shirley had praised him inwardly when he saw him. This Star-Lord Wanxiang's strength was already on par with ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals in the 10 great ancient sections. But unfortunately, Star-Lord Wanxiang was injured by Song Zixing and was about to undergo tribulation. He had no choice but to take the risk and ask a tiger for its skin. He invited immortal Monkey King Shirley to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven together. In the end, in the 8-star hall, he fell into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. His soul was destroyed and only his physical body was left. Fang Yuan seized his physical body and planted his blessed land in Earth Abyss. This led to the subsequent developments of Star Form Land Spirit recognizing him as its master. With these 4 pillars of support, my financial resources have doubled from before. I'm making a lot of money every day. I'm really making a lot of money every day. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Star-Lord Wanxiang had managed his blessed land for so many years. He had already opened up the market and occupied a portion of Jewel Yellow Skies' market. Fang Yuan inherited his blessed land and avoided the difficult development period of entering the market. He directly inherited Star-Lord Wanxiang's channels and saved him a lot of trouble. Common resources like Star Dark Goo and Starfire Goo were usually sold in large quantities and faced intense competition. It was not easy to seize the market and get a share of the profits. They would face ostracization, price wars, and even the threat and assassination of Goo immortals. In short, cutting off one's path to wealth was like killing one's parents. The Goo immortal world was bare. If you wanted to do business, you had to display your strength first. Without strength, no matter how good your business was, it would still be plundered and robbed. Thus, Fang Yuan was very careful with his dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. He wanted to use Shao Clan's transaction token to enter Western Desert's market. This way he could cause less trouble and earn more money. Of course, things like the monopoly of Guts Goo, he could sell them as he pleased. Others wanted to compete, but they could not. They could only watch helplessly. After inspecting the blessed land, Fang Yuan was very satisfied, but he had even greater expectations. Chapter 859. The whole of Star Form Blessed Land was like a huge bowl. The center was also the lowest point. Here there was a vast sea of lake, named Broken Star Lake. And Star-Lord Wanxiang's usual cultivation location was at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. Deep into the lake, Fang Yuan found a crystal palace. It was not big. There was only one main hall and 2 sub-halls. Star-Lord Wanxiang's immortal Goo were kept in the main hall. Under Star Form Land Spirit's lead, Fang Yuan smoothly entered the main hall. Once he entered, he saw an immortal Goo flying in the air. This immortal Goo looked like a centipede. It was long like an arm and dark like tungsten. It was moving around in the empty space of the main hall. The short stripes on its body were shining with blue light. This is rank 6 immortal Goo star mark. It can temporarily add 600 star path Dao marks to master's body. Star Form Land Spirit introduced at an appropriate time. 600. Fang Yuan was shocked. He only had a little over 200 strength path Dao marks. And this was after using Eat Strength Immortal Goo recently. He gained over 40. This star mark Immortal Goo could actually add over 600 star path marks at once. The effect could be said to be outstanding. Over 200 Dao marks can amplify my strength by 20%. 600 is a 60% amplification. Unfortunately, they are star path Dao marks. I am not a star path Goo immortal. Undeniably, this star mark Immortal Goo was an excellent supplementary Immortal Goo. Even though Fang Yuan was a Strength Path Goo immortal and had Strength Path Dao marks, once he activated Star Mark Immortal Goo, his body would be covered in a layer of Star Path Dao marks, allowing him to act like a Star Path Goo immortal. Other than Star Mark, there were 2 other Immortal Goo in the hall. One was like a rhombus crystal. It was the size of a fist, quietly lying on the table. It was unmoving. The other one was like a tender bean sprout, full of vitality. After star form land spirit's introduction, Fang Yuan learned that the first colorless crystal immortal goo was starlight immortal goo. The second bean sprout immortal goo was called star shoot. Fang Yuan heard this and was overjoyed. My luck has come. These two immortal goo were much more useful to Fang Yuan than star mark immortal goo. Because starlight goo was a necessary goo material for refining wisdom path star thought goo. Now that he had starlight immortal goo, he could imitate how strength chi immortal goo refined air sac goo, refining star thought goo on a larger scale and faster. With starlight immortal goo, this would save him the trouble of purchasing the starlight goo. At the same time, using immortal goo as the base to refine mortal goo star thought goo was done from top to bottom. The failure rate was much lower than the previous goo refinement method. The danger would be greatly reduced. This way the losses of the hairy men would be greatly reduced. Of course there were two problems. The first problem was that to use starlight immortal goo, Fang Yuan would need to modify the star thought goo's recipe. The second question. Using starlight immortal goo would expend immortal essence. But with wisdom goo and the complete star thought goo recipe, it was not hard for Fang Yuan to modify the goo recipe. It was only a matter of time. As for the second problem, if it was the previous Fang Yuan, he would indeed be an obstacle. But now, Fang Yuan had become the owner of star form blessed land. There were 6 economic pillars, and in the future, there would even be 8 profitable businesses. The earnings of immortal Yuan stone would be 4 times the current amount. Large amounts of immortal Yuan stone also gave Fang Yuan great confidence. He could expend immortal essence to activate starlight immortal goo. Starlight immortal goo was a huge help to the large-scale accumulation of star thought goo. And star shoot immortal goo was also very useful. Fang Yuan had once bought a mortal killer move from Star Lord Wanxiang. It was called Spring Star Rain. This move could irrigate plants and ensure that they would grow lushly. Ever since he obtained this move, Fang Yuan had been using it continuously. The reason why Hu Immortal Blessed Land's grassland in the sky was able to maintain its current scale was because of this mortal killer move. Using Spring Star Rain frequently would expend large amounts of Star Shoot Mortal Goo. Star Shoot Mortal Goo were only sold by Star Lord Wanxiang. Fang Yuan had once wanted to break free from Star Lord Wanxiang's control and research the refinement recipe of Star Shoot Mortal Goo. But even with Wisdom Goo's help, Fang Yuan's star path attainment level was only ordinary. He could not achieve his goal. Now that Fang Yuan had Star Shoot Immortal Goo, he could use Spring Star Rain as he wished. He could also raise Spring Star Rain to immortal level. Using Star Shoot Immortal Goo as the core, it would have a greater effect on nurturing Star Fragment Grass. But soon, Fang Yuan learned from Star Form Land Spirit. Star Lord Wanxiang had the immortal killer move Spring Star Rain. In fact, the mortal killer move Spring Star Rain that Star Lord Wanxiang sold was a modified version of the original Spring Star Rain. The Star Shoot Goo that Star Lord Wanxiang sold was refined from Star Shoot Immortal Goo. It was no wonder Fang Yuan could not reverse engineer the Goo recipe from the mortal Star Shoot Goo. Because Star Lord Wanxiang's Goo refinement method was from top to bottom. Star Mark, Starlight, Star Shoot, these 3 immortal Goo were all the immortal Goo left in the Blessed Land. Star Lord Wanxiang had a total of 4 immortal Goo. Unfortunately, the 4th immortal Goo was destroyed in the battle with Song Zixing. Fang Yuan only obtained 3. Just these 3 were enough to satisfy Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, only a small portion of rank 6 Goo immortals in the 5 regions had immortal Goo. Most of them used mortal Goo and mortal killer moves. Only the elites among rank 6 Goo immortals had rank 6 immortal Goo. For example, the rank 6 Goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, or lone cultivators like Star Lord Wanxiang who had fortuitous encounters. Northern Plains' situation was special. Because of the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, Northern Plains immortal Goo were much more common than the other 4 regions. Speaking of which, Central Continent was the last among the 5 regions in terms of immortal Goo usage. There was no helping it, Central Continent had the most Goo immortals. Of course, Fang Yuan was even more special. Not counting the 3 immortal Goo that he had just obtained, Fang Yuan already had 14 immortal Goo. No one would believe him if he told others about this number. Not to mention there was also the rank 9 immortal Goo wisdom here. Normally speaking, even if one killed an enemy Goo immortal, it was hard to obtain spoils of war like immortal Goo. Like how Fang Yuan had such a huge advantage against Dongfang Naganori, even Dongfang Naganori's soul was captured alive. But Dongfang Naginori only had a thought. All the immortal goo self-detonated. Fang Yuan did not get anything. Star Lord Wanxiang was a special case. Because he entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm by mistake. Without any reaction he died in a daze. Thus the immortal goo were preserved. In the end it benefited Fang Yuan. These three immortal goo still had Star Lord Wanxiang's will. But with star form land spirits' help, subduing them was not a problem. Master, this is the immortal inheritance stored in the blessed land, please take a look. Land Spirit presented another inheritance for Fang Yuan to take a look. It turned out that this was Star Lord Wanxiang's first fortuitous encounter. A goo immortal inheritance related to Star Path. It was this inheritance that guided lone cultivator Star Lord Wanxiang to cultivate and become a rank 6 goo immortal. Star Lord Wanxiang's second fortuitous encounter. He found the entrance to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and entered it many times to plunder resources. Speaking of which, his luck was quite good. Star Lord Wanxiang cultivated Star Path, and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was also a grotto heaven that focused on Star Path. They were very compatible in terms of resources. Unlike Fang Yuan was a Strength Path Goo Immortal, who Immortal Blessed Land was an Enslavement Path Goo, and Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Goo was a Soul Path Goo. These aspects were not closely related. Unfortunately, Star Lord Wanxiang died in the end. Everything was in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan stayed in Star Form Blessed Land for an entire day, inspecting a small group of rockmen in the Blessed Land, as well as those 3 desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish. Star Lord Wanxiang had used all sorts of methods to relocate this small group of rockmen. He did not have guts goo. Star Form Blessed Land was not a hotbed for rockmen, many of them died there. It was not easy for him to keep this batch. The 3 desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish were caught from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. That place had no lack of desolate beasts. The reason why he spent so much effort and resources. It was because Star Mark Immortal Goo's food was the fresh flesh of the spine-fin star dragonfish. As for feeding Starlight Immortal Goo, it needed the bodies of rockmen. As for Star Shoot Immortal Goo, its food was a large amount of dark star kelp. This kind of kelp grew in large amounts at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. This was the state of orthodox goo immortals. What path they cultivated. Immortal goo belonged to a certain path, and the immortal aperture mainly had the Tao marks of that path. This way, the feeding of the immortal goo could be born by themselves, they could nurture their own food. Unlike Fang Yuan, whose strength path immortal aperture was dead, who immortal blessed land was an enslavement path immortal aperture, it had strength path, wisdom path, soul path and luck path immortal goo. To feed these immortal goo, they had to seek help from the outside world each time they had to work hard and were unstable. Fang Yuan's cleansed soul immortal goo had not been fully fed yet. Be it who immortal blessed land or strength path immortal aperture, they both lacked soul path Tao marks. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to raise White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo, it was impossible. After Star Form Blessed Land recognized him as its owner, Fang Yuan's strength had doubled. 3 Star Path Immortal Goo, 4 trades, and a complete Star Path inheritance. Fang Yuan still needed a lot of time to slowly digest them. He still had Star Form Land spirits spread the ownership requests in jewel yellow skies, creating the illusion that Star Form Blessed Land had not recognized a master yet. For the time being, he did not intend to tell the truth to He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing. He would hide it for as long as he could. Who immortal blessed land was already exposed. Star Form Blessed Land was in a semi-exposed state. He Lulan knew its location. In the future, if he wanted to flee for his life, this foundation would be very important. As for who immortal blessed land's resources as well as Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan did not intend to move it for the time being. The arrangements had just been made, a large amount of funds had already been invested. Once it was moved to Star Form Blessed Land, with how astute He Lulan was, how could she not know about it? In the following days, Fang Yuan continued to participate in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Due to the convention, Central Continent was in a frenzy of goo refinement. The news of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects joining hands to ambush Song Zixing was not spread, only the goo immortal higher-ups knew about it. The 10 great ancient sects lost face, there was no news of Song Zixing. Many other sects and lone cultivator goo immortals saw this as a joke. Many goo immortals moved, trying to find traces left behind by Song Zixing in Truyang Mountain Range. But how could they find him? In Fang Yuan's previous life, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent searched for hundreds of years to protect their sect's reputation. Song Zixing's concealment skill was at the peak, even Fang Yuan could not match him. Thus, from the start, Fang Yuan did not have the intention to kill Song Zixing. Finally, the agreed date arrived. It was the day of the duel between Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong. Even though it was not a competition, it attracted many Gu masters. Feng Kim Hong, if you want a duel, let me see the wager first. If the wager is too low, there is no need to start this duel. Fang Yuan said in front of everyone. If he could avoid the duel, Fang Yuan only wanted the top 6 of the infallible inheritance. Furthermore, even if he lost the duel, he would not be eliminated and his ranking would not be affected. Chapter 860. A way to regain a new life? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and his expression changed. Yenf Spirit Affinity House was indeed one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Its foundation was deep beyond imagination. Spirit Affinity House actually had the method that Fang Yuan was searching for to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his new life. At this moment, Feng Kim Huang's proposal to use this as a gambling stake was a direct hit to Fang Yuan's weakness. He had no choice but to reject it. He. Fang Yuan laughed and calmed himself down. He looked at Feng Kim Hong and asked, "The method you mentioned, could it be the Crane Gates possession technique?" "Of course not." Feng Kim Hong smiled. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Your bet is indeed tempting. But this gambling capital is still lacking compared to my Hu immortal blessed land." Feng Kim Hong said, "The value of everything will change. Fang Yuan, if you had to choose between Hu immortal blessed land and being reborn, which would you choose?" "Of course it's to be reborn." Fang Yuan did not hesitate in his heart, nor did he hesitate in his mouth. "Of course it's Hu immortal blessed land. This is my greatest foundation. Even if I become an immortal zombie, I can still rely on this to survive." The corner of Feng Kim Huang's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and shook his head. "Fang Yuan, you're not such a short-sighted person. However, I know that you will not use Hu immortal blessed land as a wager, and I cannot force you to do so. Let's talk about something practical. If I lose, I'll tell you the method to regain your life. Don't worry, there are already successful precedents for this method. If you lose, we'll make a deal." Fang Yuan looked at the faint smile on Feng Kim Huang's face. He narrowed his eyes. "What kind of deal?" Thereupon Feng Kim Hong said, "If you lose, I won't be able to defeat you. He made a deal with my Spirit Affinity House to supply Getsgu to us in the long term. The price is negotiable. It was fine as long as it wasn't too outrageous. But you must deliver the goods regularly and in sufficient quantities. If you lack a soul, my Spirit Affinity House can sell it to you at a price 30% lower than the market price. However, this transaction must be the highest priority, even more so than the Crane Gate. No matter how many goods you have, you must first supply them to my Spirit Affinity House before selling them to other parties." When Fang Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but size up Feng Kim Hong again. He had a whole new level of respect for this young lady. Who would have thought that after such a short period of time, the other party would have grown to such a degree? As expected of a genius. No, it should be said that there was a capable person behind him. Good education. Feng Jin Huang's request was too lenient to Fang Yuan, it could even be said to be generous. And Getsgu was something that Feng Kim Hong urgently needed. Why? Because Feng Kim Hong used Dream Wing's immortal Gu to explore the dream realm. Even with the help of immortal Gu, the soul would get tired and get injured. And Getsgu was the one and only soul-strengthening product in the world. Even the rank 9 demon Venerable Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had praised it. Feng Kim Hong had challenged Fang Yuan. It was just a young man acting in a fit of pique. But right now, when discussing the bet with Fang Yuan, it was for the present, it was realistic. Practical benefits. This was a mature move. If Feng Kim Hong requested Fang Yuan to use Hu immortal blessed land or Dang Hun Mountain as the bet, Fang Yuan would definitely not agree. And although Fang Yuan had the reputation of Crane Gate, but his relationship with Crane Gate was known to the 10 great ancient sections. Fang Yuan would not care about Crane Gate's reputation. He had no choice but to agree to Feng Kim Huang's duel. Thus, Feng Kim Hong made this request. For Fang Yuan, selling Getsgu to Spirit Affinity House had its benefits. Naturally, there were benefits. The first benefit was to increase the scale of sales and earn more immortal Yuan stone. Who would complain about having more immortal Yuan stone? The second benefit was to establish a relationship between Fang Yuan and Spirit Affinity House. If he were to fall out with Crane Gate one day, Fang Yuan would have a way out. In fact, Fang Yuan had agreed to Feng Kim Huang's duel request earlier because he wanted to cooperate with Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Huang had explored dream realms many times, he had sensed the value of Guts Gu, thus he wanted to take advantage of Crane Gate. And Fang Yuan was happy to do so. If he really made a deal with Spirit Affinity House, it would be extremely beneficial to his relationship with Crane Gate. Regardless of whether I win or lose, this duel is beneficial to me. After all, the result of the duel has nothing to do with the Gu refinement competition. Something is wrong. Feng Kim Huang made this request to lower my fighting spirit. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He understood another layer of Feng Kim Huang's intention. Then let's begin, the final victor of this duel will be me. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly as he laughed heartily. Feng Kim Huang's gaze flickered, that might not necessarily be the case. After confirming the wager, both sides started to discuss the duel's contents. Feng Kim Huang suggested refining River Wave Trace Gu as the topic. River Wave Trace Gu was a rank 5 Water Path Gu worm, it was part of the same series as rank 3 Water Trace Gu, rank 4 Wave Trace Gu, and rank 6 Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan immediately rejected it. Spirit Affinity House specialized in raising and using Water Path Gu worms, this could be seen from the Water Pavilion Immortal Gu House. If he refined River Wave Trace Gu, Feng Kim Huang's advantage would be too huge. Fang Yuan suggested refining Blood Walk Gu. This was a rank 3 Blood Path Gu used for movement. Feng Kim Huang also rejected it. What a joke, who did not know that Fang Yuan specialized in Blood Path Gu refinement techniques? Feng Kim Huang had no confidence in refining Blood Path Gu worms. Both sides discussed for a while before deciding to use the method of a martial duel to refine the rank 5 Fire Path Gu worm, 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu. The entire duel was not a private duel, but an open duel like the competition. Soon the same materials appeared in front of both sides. To ensure fairness, both sides had to refine the Gu according to the Gu recipe. Whichever side could successfully refine 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu first would be the winner. Different from the literary duel because it was a martial duel at a specific stage, both sides could attack each other once. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Huang sat cross-legged facing each other, each occupying a corner of the stage, with a distance of 260 steps between the two. The duel began. Fang Yuan immediately checked the Gu refinement materials in his hands. He had to have a thorough understanding of every material. If there were any damaged materials, it would greatly affect the Gu refinement. Fang Yuan's inspection was very detailed, sometimes regarding the conference. Sometimes they would purposely provide some flawed materials, or even tamper with them to conceal the flaws of the materials, making it hard for the Gu master to detect them. If they were really deceived, it would be terrible when the Gu refinement started. This arrangement had practical significance. Gu masters could not always gather perfect Gu refinement materials when refining Gu. Sometimes because the materials were stored for too long, or damaged during transportation. Or snatched in battle, there would always be some damage. Or bought shoddy Gu refinement materials in the market, Gu masters needed to distinguish them. Thus, checking Gu refinement materials was the foundation of refinement path attainment. This time, for the refinement of 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu, more than 1,000 kinds of materials were provided. Not a single Gu worm, they were all flowers, grass, rocks and bones. Fang Yuan spent an hour checking all the materials. Next, he checked the Gu recipes provided by the competition. A total of 5 Gu recipes corresponding to rank 1 Single Orifice Charcoal Gu, rank 2 Twin Orifice Furnace Gu, rank 3 3 Orifice Firehouse Gu, rank 4 4 Orifice Fire Tower Gu, as well as the rank 5 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu. These 5 Gu worms were of the same series, inherited from the same origin. To refine 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu, one had to first refine a large number of rank 1 Single Orifice Charcoal Gu. Then use Single Orifice Charcoal Gu as the main material. Refine Twin Orifice Furnace Gu. From rank 1 to rank 2, from rank 2 to rank 3, from rank 3 to rank 4. Rank 4 to rank 5, progressing like this. Finally, 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu was refined. Because there were many steps, the process was long. Thus, there were more than 1,000 kinds of Gu refinement materials provided to both sides. Of course, with Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods, he could modify the Gu recipe and save on the steps of the entire Gu refinement process. He could even directly use these materials to refine 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu in one step. But Fang Yuan thought for a while and gave up on the idea of modifying the Gu recipe, deciding to take it step by step. There were many reasons. Firstly, he could not rely on wisdom goo in public. Secondly, deducing and modifying the goo recipe consumed a lot of time, it was not worth it. Moreover, this was a battle, both sides could attack 5 times and disturb each other's goo refinement. If the goo recipe was completed in one step, once it was disturbed, all the previous efforts would be wasted. It was better to take it step by step. While Fang Yuan was inspecting the goo refinement materials, Feng Kim Hong was inspecting the goo recipe. While Fang Yuan was inspecting the goo recipe, Feng Kim Hong was carefully inspecting the goo refinement materials. Although the order of the two was different, when they started refining the goo at almost the same time. It has finally begun. Both sides spent over an hour inspecting the materials and goo recipe. They are really patient. This competition concerns the reputation of Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House. It is a battle of reputation for the two ancient sects. The spectators started to mutter. Some supported Feng Kim Hong while others favored Fang Yuan. There were also 2 sects below. The numerous Spirit Affinity House disciples and Immortal Crane Sect disciples were staring at each other and competing with each other. The leading elders of Immortal Crane Sect had ugly expressions. Fang Yuan had used Guts Goo as the gambling stake and did not report it to Crane Gate's higher-ups, acting arbitrarily. This made them unhappy. At first, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong's goo refinement techniques were the same. During this process, Fang Yuan relied on his proficient goo refinement techniques to gradually surpass Feng Kim Hong, progressing faster and pulling apart the gap. After all, Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Even if Feng Kim Hong relied on immortal goo to explore dream realms and raise his refinement path attainment level, he was still far from being able to use it. He lacked practice. To catch up to Fang Yuan, Feng Kim Hong started to use her refinement path killer move. Advancing side by side. Her hands shook as the lump of fire she was holding suddenly split into 2, forming 2 lumps of fire. Refinement path killer move, small wishful hand. 2 small hands flew out of Feng Kim Hong's mind. They were made of will and were tightly condensed, emitting a jade-like luster. Feng Kim Hong's hands were holding the 2 lumps of fire, continuously adjusting the intensity and temperature of the fire. And the 2 small wishful hands were grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Amazing! He used 2 killer moves in a row. Feng Kim Hong came prepared. Her speed is far faster than Fang Yuan. Chapter 861. She used 2 immortal killer moves in a row. Under the mask, Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp as a blade. But soon, his gaze returned to the fire in his hand. Huff, that was close. Below the stage, a female disciple of Spirit Affinity House let out a breath of turbid air. Senior Sister Qinwan, how is it dangerous? I clearly saw Senior Sister Jin Huang use 2 refinement path killer moves in a row and catch up. Another female disciple of Spirit Affinity House sitting beside Qinwan, Sun Yao, who had some baby fat, asked curiously. Junior Sister Sun Yao, you have to know this duel is different from the previous ones. It is a martial duel. In a martial duel, goo masters can attack each other and disturb their goo refinement. Qinwan explained patiently. It can be like this? It is already very difficult for me to refine goo normally. But now I have to be disturbed while refining goo. Oh heavens! Sun Yao covered her mouth, showing an expression of disbelief. This martial duel is clearly a form of torture. Who thought of this rule? It is too crafty. No. Qinwan, however, showed an expression of agreement. Resisting interference is also one of the most important aspects of refinement path. In our future cultivation, we might encounter the situation of being sneak attacked by enemies while refining goo. In fact, many times when we leave the sect and go out to complete sect missions, because of all kinds of reasons, our goo worms will be exhausted, and we will have to refine new goo in the wild to deal with the situation. By the same logic, when we face a strong enemy and discover that the enemy is refining goo, we will also choose to launch a sneak attack, taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to make the first move and create a favorable situation for ourselves. This is the practical meaning of martial duels. Junior Sister Sun Yao, you also know. During the process of refining goo, goo masters need to be fully focused. Because of a careless mistake, they will fail and suffer backlash. But refining goo in the wild, you need to pay attention to your own environment. First, Senior Sister Jin Huang used 2 refinement path killer moves in a row. This is very risky. Because the moment the killer move is activated, your mind naturally needs to be focused on the goo worm that is constructing the killer move. If it were any other goo master, they might get distracted and use the killer move, causing the fire to go out of balance and the goo refinement to fail. If at this time, that devil Fang Yuan suddenly attacked eldest senior sister Jin Huang, I'm afraid it'll be quite troublesome for her. After listening to senior sister Qin Wan's explanation, Sun Yao finally understood. So that's how it is. It was indeed quite dangerous. Fortunately, that devil Fang Yuan didn't make a move. Because Fang Yuan had repeatedly used the blood path goo refinement technique at crucial moments, Spirit Affinity House's disciples who did not like him called him a demon in private. However, there were actually many devils in the 10 great ancient sects of the central continent. For example, the third elder in Crane Gate, Lord Tiger Demon, was a demonic path goo immortal long ago. They were recruited by Immortal Crane sect. The one who reached the pinnacle in this aspect was Spirit Affinity House. The former sword immortal Bo Qing was a member of the fiendish Dao. He had a murderous nature. In the end, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Mo Yao used her emotions to influence Bo Qing into Spirit Affinity House. Currently, the story of Fairy by Qing and Feng Jioga. It was also widely spread. Feng Jioga was also a genuine demonic path cultivator. Central Continent was huge, it was a land of outstanding people. Every once in a while, there would always be some talented demonic cultivators and lone cultivators appearing out of nowhere. In order to maintain the overall situation, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Goo. He had already started using it and tasted great benefits. Outsiders could only see the surface, while both sides did not care much about the fight for reputation. Feng Kim Hong had already matured a lot, he understood the word benefits. There was no need to even mention Fang Yuan. The duel continued. Even though Fang Yuan saw through Feng Kim Hong's trap, he did not fall for it. But Feng Kim Hong used 2 killer moves. Little Wishful Hand was real. It wasn't like they were advancing at the same time. That was just a facade created. With the help of these 2 will hands, Feng Kim Hong's goo refinement speed was still slightly faster than Fang Yuan's. And as time passed, the gap between the 2 was getting bigger. But this gap was not obvious. Fang Yuan maintained his own rhythm and did not use any killer moves, he only used goo refinement techniques, handling the materials and controlling the flames almost perfectly. Goo refinement techniques were not refinement path killer moves. Techniques were just a type of technique, a summary of experience. It could be said to be the foundation of goo refinement. So strong. Even enemies have to admit this demon Fang Yuan's goo refinement foundation is too solid. Even some of our sect's elders can't reach his level. Qin Wan stared fixedly for a long time before she suddenly sighed. He has grasped so many goo refinement techniques, up until now he has at least 30 of them. But I feel our first senior sister is still the best. She was a little behind at the start but she caught up later. Now no matter how the demon Fang Yuan chases he cannot catch up. This little wishful hand killer move is so convenient. Sun Yao said in admiration. No. Qin Wan shook her head. First senior sister's lead might not be a good thing. Maintaining a killer move expends primeval essence and also mental energy. In contrast, the demon Fang Yuan is only using basic goo refinement techniques, his mental energy consumption is low. In the long run, his mental energy will be more abundant than first senior sister's. It will be more helpful for the goo refinement later. It's like this. Then isn't first senior sister in danger? Senior sister Qin Wan, from what you said, first senior sister is using a refinement path killer move and is in the lead, but is in a disadvantage now. Although what you said makes sense, how can this be? Sun Yao felt dizzy. Junior sister Sun Yao, this is the brilliance of the refinement path convention. You have just started cultivating, there are many things you have yet to come into contact with, you will slowly understand in the future. Qin Wan smiled, but her heart was heavy. The demon Fang Yuan is really too strong. Just by using goo refinement techniques, he is able to keep up with first senior sister. Even if first senior sister uses a refinement path killer move, she cannot close the gap. This can't go on. Feng Kim Hong felt fatigued. Logically speaking, the competition had just started. Both sides should be refining the rank 1 single orifice charcoal goo. According to Feng Kim Huang's ability, she should still be full of mental energy, she should not be feeling fatigued. But the previous estimation was one thing, and the actual competition was another. Feng Kim Hong could ignore the gazes outside the stage, she had outstanding talent and had goo immortal parents, she had been showered in everyone's gazes since she was young. One could say that Feng Kim Hong was already used to it. Feng Kim Huang's pressure mainly came from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan displayed an incomparably solid foundation. Just by using Gu refinement techniques, he was able to keep up with Feng Kim Hong. Even when she used a refinement path killer move, she could not shake off Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's outstanding performance and strong battle results. The outside world's overestimation of his attainment level made Feng Kim Hong feel pressure even before the competition. After the competition started, Fang Yuan chased after her unhurriedly, causing Feng Kim Hong to feel pressure. This pressure greatly increased the expenditure on Feng Kim Hong's mental energy. It made Feng Kim Hong feel traces of fatigue and unease from the depths of her heart. It seems that even if I have refinement path quasi-grandmaster attainment level, I cannot match Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment. What should I do? Feng Kim Hong refined Gu as she tried to think of a countermeasure. Now that I have used a refinement path killer move, my mental energy is being expended rapidly. The competition has just started. As time passes, Fang Yuan's advantage in this aspect will become even more obvious. But if I give up on using refinement path killer moves, I will not be able to match Fang Yuan in terms of Gu refinement techniques alone. And my greatest advantage is the large number of refinement path killer moves that I have meticulously prepared. That's right, it is a pity that he used one of the 5 chances. But this is also the most classic battle tactic. After all, victory or defeat depends on the Gu refinement results. Yuan looked at the stage and pondered. As time passed, Fang Yuan fell further behind Feng Kim Hong. But the strange thing was, he was not anxious at all. He did not seem to have any intention of overtaking Feng Kim Hong. Fang Yuan was still using his Gu refinement method, refining single orifice charcoal Gu one by one. Meanwhile, Feng Kim Hong had already started refining rank 2 twin orifice furnace Gu. Soon, the stage was filled with exclamations of admiration. As it turned out, Feng Kim Hong used the 3rd refinement path killer move to increase her speed again. An hour later, Feng Kim Hong took the initiative to attack Fang Yuan, and while Fang Yuan was defending, she activated the 4th refinement path killer move. 4 killer moves were activated at the same time. Feng Kim Hong already had 6 fireballs floating in front of her. Each fireball was equipped with a small wishful hand, constantly grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Through the control of the small wishful hand, the amount of Gu refinement materials thrown into the fire was very precise. With the help of the 4 killer moves, Feng Kim Hong's Gu refinement speed had already surpassed Fang Yuan's, and not long after she started refining 3 orifice firehouse Gu. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had just started refining twin orifice furnace Gu. Looking at Feng Kim Hong's triumphant progress, leaving Fang Yuan further behind, many people were puzzled. What the hell is Fang Yuan doing? Sun Yao giggled. First senior sister will win for sure. Yuan was also a refinement path genius. She was already the focus of Spirit Affinity House, but she had not matured yet. She agreed with Sun Yao's words. At this rate, first senior sister has a high chance of winning. With my ability, my limit is to maintain 5 refinement path killer moves at the same time. But this is a martial duel. I need to conserve my strength to deal with Fang Yuan's attacks. Out of the 5 chances to attack, I have already used 2, while Fang Yuan is only defending. He has not attacked yet. Don't tell me my conditions are too tempting, making him admit defeat? Feng Kim Hong could not understand Fang Yuan's performance. She could not help but feel suspicious. Another 30 minutes passed. Feng Kim Hong's refinement of 3 orifice firehouse Gu was already halfway through. Right now, Feng Kim Hong's advantage was extremely clear. She was far ahead of Fang Yuan. It is time to make a move. Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp. He sensed that the time was ripe. He took out a Gu worm from his immortal aperture. I'm going to attack, he suddenly said softly. Feng Kim Hong's attention was immediately attracted. Her bright eyes stared at Fang Yuan. At the same time, she continued to refine the Gu. You are finally starting to attack? But why did you take the initiative to tell me? What is the meaning of this? Feng Kim Hong was naturally extremely vigilant. Fang Yuan chuckled, continuing, Feng Kim Hong, you need to be careful. This Gu worm of mine is a rank 1 ghost fire Gu. Feng Kim Hong squinted her eyes, vigilance flashing in her eyes. She quickly thought, It is definitely a rank 1 goo worm. According to the rules, this is Fang Yuan's first attack. He can only use rank 1 methods. But ghost fire goo might not be the same. He showed me the appearance of the goo worm. Is he trying to mislead me? After all, goo worms can also be disguised. I need to be extremely careful. Just as she was thinking, Fang Yuan activated the goo worm in his hand. Once this goo was activated, it immediately turned into a small lump of eerie ghost fire, slowly floating towards Feng Kim Hong. It really is ghost fire goo? Feng Kim Hong was slightly stunned. Right at this time, ghost fire goo suddenly accelerated, shooting towards Feng Kim Hong. It's coming. It is merely a rank 1 ghost fire goo. Feng Kim Hong's eyes shone with a sharp light. She was extremely confident. She was already prepared. Defending against the rank 1 ghost fire goo was a piece of cake. When the ghost fire goo rushed over, she even had the time to consider the possibility of Fang Yuan's continuous attacks. However, the moment the ghost fire goo got close to Feng Kim Hong, it suddenly stopped. Then the ghost fire leisurely revolved around Feng Kim Hong, swaying left and right. What? Feng Kim Hong was secretly shocked. What is Fang Yuan trying to do? The next moment, her expression darkened as she understood. In this duel, the goo master's defense was limited to a radius of 3 feet. If the ghost fire goo did not get within 3 feet of Feng Kim Hong would not be able to defend against it. The process of the ghost fire floating could only be considered as the process of Fang Yuan's attack. He is trying to use rank 1 ghost fire to pressure me and restrain my mind. Feng Kim Hong was extremely intelligent. She quickly understood Fang Yuan's intention. So sinister. Many people outside the stage also saw through this. Sun Yao was filled with indignation. Demon Fang Yuan is using a loophole in the rules. Who can refine goo peacefully with a ghost fire floating in front of them? Is no one doing anything about this? This is too shameless. Qin Wan shook her head, saying solemnly, this rule was set by both sides. This kind of suspense attack is a classic battle tactic. It is not shameless. Damn it. Feng Kim Hong's forehead started to break out in cold sweat. The ghost fire attacks the soul. I have expended a lot of my mind. If I get hit, I will definitely make a mistake. But if I only defend now, I will have to divert my mind to pay attention to the ghost fire's movement, and the goo refinement speed will fall. There was another method in front of Feng Kim Hong, that was to take the initiative to attack and destroy this ghost fire. But this would not be worth it, because her third move would be a rank 3 method. Using a rank 3 method to destroy Fang Yuan's rank 1 ghost fire goo, she would be at a disadvantage no matter how she thought about it. Maybe this is Fang Yuan's intention. He wants to lure me into using this precious opportunity to attack. Feng Kim Hong looked at Fang Yuan, gritting her teeth. Manipulating the ghost fire also expended mental energy. But Fang Yuan had not used any refinement path killer moves, he only used goo refinement techniques. He could be said to be full of mental energy. It was more than enough to manipulate the ghost fire. Oh, you don't want to destroy my ghost fire? You are really patient. Fang Yuan laughed. Then how about I add another ghost fire? Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan took out the second ghost fire goo. Feng Kim Hong looked carefully. This is a rank 2 ghost fire goo. Fang Yuan said plainly, different from Feng Kim Hong's sneak attack, he directly revealed his methods. His attacking style was the complete opposite of Feng Kim Hong's style. Feng Kim Hong's 2 attacks were fast, accurate and ruthless, attacking the enemy's weak points, causing Fang Yuan to be busy dealing with them, while he used the chance to use refinement path killer moves to increase his speed. But Fang Yuan could only be described with one word: slow. The second ghost fire slowly floated in front of Feng Kim Hong, 3 feet away from her. This ghost fire was sent out by the rank 2 ghost fire goo. It was twice the size of the first one. When Feng Kim Hong heard Fang Yuan's laughter, his heart sank. She raised her head and indeed saw Fang Yuan take out the third goo worm. Fang Yuan continued, look closely, this is a rank 3 ghost fire goo. In the next moment, 3 balls of will-o'-the-wisp hovered around Feng Kim Hong. Damn it, damn it. Sun Yao stomped her feet in anger. This demon is too shameless. Eldest senior sister had just recovered from her shock when he sent out another ball of ghost fire. He still wants to force eldest senior sister to make a mistake. That is indeed the case. Qin Wan's expression was solemn. This way the pressure will increase greatly. I'm afraid eldest senior sister will have to focus all her attention on defense. Sun Yao gritted her teeth in anger and subconsciously waved her fists. This demon is not refining goo properly and is spending all his attention on the will-the-wisp. This is a classic example of not focusing on proper work. This person is too evil, I really want to beat him up. Damn it, how can this be? Fang Kim Hong fell into a huge predicament. She was clearly in the lead, but when Fang Yuan made his move, she was in a passive position. Fang Kim Hong knew the situation was bad, because the duel's tempo was completely under Fang Yuan's control. Fang Kim Hong wanted to counterattack, but she did not have enough strength. Those three will-the-wisp floated around her, sometimes even breaking through the 3 feet distance before suddenly retreating. It was clear that he was teasing Fang Kim Hong. Fang Kim Hong was a young girl after all, she was filled with anger from Fang Yuan's teasing, but she could not vent it out. She wanted to get rid of these 3 annoying will-the-wisp, so she had to take the risk. But reason told Fang Kim Hong that she did not need to take the risk. Because even if she made 2 mistakes, she was still ahead of Fang Yuan by a huge margin. As long as she maintained her lead, victory was hers. However, when Fang Kim Hong started refining 4 orifices fire tower goo, not long after Fang Yuan also started refining 4 orifices fire tower goo. This discovery immediately made Fang Kim Hong shocked. When did Fang Yuan close the gap between us? This is impossible, he has not even used a refinement path killer move. But the truth was like this, Fang Yuan was just using refinement path techniques and pure basic skills to shrink the gap bit by bit, unknowingly catching up to Fang Kim Hong. The goo masters below the stage also realized this. Unbelievable, this demon Fang Yuan actually caught up. Spirit Affinity House's female disciples cried out in shock. He is actually using goo refinement techniques to win against refinement path killer moves. Fang Yuan's strength truly far surpasses Fang Kim Hong. These were people who overestimated Fang Yuan, and they were still overestimating him. How can this be? Fang Yuan must have cheated. Everyone knows the power of refinement path killer moves, he did not use any killer moves to catch up. This is impossible. Sun Yao was very dissatisfied. What kind of eyesight does the hosting elder have? He is not even stopping the competition. Is he investigating this demon Fang Yuan? Senior sister Qin Wan, who was beside her, sighed deeply. Be quiet, junior sister. Goo refinement techniques naturally cannot compare to refinement path killer moves. But in this duel they can win against killer moves. Senior sister, what do you mean? Because the key to victory is not the methods, but the goo masters themselves. The goo refinement has already reached the middle and late stages. Fang Yuan's mind is still full, while first senior sister's mind is fully focused. Once she relaxes, Fang Yuan will use ghost fire to intimidate her, making her feel tired. First senior sister is already very tired, without the control of her mind. No matter how powerful a refinement path killer move is, it is only a support, the goo refinement speed will naturally slow down. Saying so, Qin Wan sighed. This is all Fang Yuan's plan. First senior sister suggested refining 5 orifices fire pagoda goo, and he agreed without hesitation. But the goo recipe and refinement materials were all provided by him. From the start of this battle of attrition, he purposely lagged behind to preserve his mind. At the middle stage he attacked, although he was lagging behind. But he held the initiative in the competition. Because first senior sister had the advantage, she did not want to take risks, so she dragged it on. But she did not know that this was Fang Yuan's scheme. Now that it is the late stage, first senior sister is too tired. Her speed is getting slower, and she will soon be overtaken by Fang Yuan. What? Sun Yao looked over worriedly. Soon, her worry became reality. Fang Yuan's progress was slowly on par with Fang Kim Hong. Then he slowly overtook her. Don't tell me, is first senior sister going to lose? Sun Yao's eyes were red. She could not help but tear up. She has already worked so hard. It is already the end, and first senior sister is even injured. Was he going to let this despicable and shameless demon win just like that? I'm not resigned to this. I'm also not resigned. Qin Wan heaved a deep sigh, but first senior sister still has a chance. There is still a chance? Sun Yao turned her head, looking at senior sister Qin Wan in pleasant surprise. Qin Wan nodded. That's right, don't forget, first senior sister still has 3 chances to attack. Rank 3 attack once, rank 4 attack once, rank 5 attack once. Each attack will be stronger, this is the method to turn the tables. This competition is not over yet, there is still hope. That's right, we still have hope. First senior sister, do your best. Sun Yao's eyes brightened, she suddenly shouted. Her shout soon attracted the support of others. The strong sense of pride and belonging to the sect made the hundreds of Spirit Affinity House disciples cheer loudly, cheering for Feng Kim Hong. Even though their voices could not be transmitted, Feng Kim Hong could feel it. These guys. I cannot lose, I want to win. It is time to use my trump card. Refinement Path Killer Move, Ink Transformation. Feng Kim Hong shouted in his heart. He raised his hand and launched 3 consecutive attacks at Fang Yuan. Feng Kim Hong staked it all in one throw. He did not make a move, but once he made a move, he used all his remaining chances to attack. Child's play. Fang Yuan blocked all these attacks at the same time. He sent out 3 ghost fires to interfere. The interference effect was not too outstanding. Feng Kim Hong extinguished these 3 ghost fires. His refinement path killer move was almost completed. Expose goo go. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. He flicked his finger and a rank 4 goo worm flew out. Chapter 864. Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Huang's duel, which attracted countless people's attention, ended with an outcome that surpassed everyone's expectations. The duel was very exciting. It could be said to be full of twists and turns. Eventually, Fang Yuan already had the absolute advantage, but he coincidentally encountered a rank 5 goo's failure rate, causing his efforts to be in vain. He did not have enough goo refinement materials for a second attempt. While Feng Kim Hong had fainted, he also lacked materials. Thus this duel ended in a draw. Meanwhile, after the duel ended, Feng Kim Hong was healed and recovered rapidly. After learning of the final outcome, Feng Kim Hong looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. Since it was a draw, then according to the duel's rules, both sides had 2 choices. One was to take back their winnings, the second was to exchange their winnings. Just as Fang Yuan expected, Feng Kim Hong chose the second option. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. Feng Kim Hong first handed an information path goo worm to Fang Yuan. The goo worm recorded the method for immortal zombies to regain life. Next, both sides signed a contract as a subordinate force of Crane Gate, the owner of who immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan, would establish a guts goo trade with Spirit Affinity House. From now on, Fang Yuan would prioritize the supply of guts goo to Spirit Affinity House. Even Crane Gate would have to wait. Lord Fang Yuan, my clan's Lord He Fengyang would like to have a chat with you. After the duel ended, a Crane Gate elder came to Fang Yuan of his own accord, showing a humble attitude. Oh. Fang Yuan was surprised. Then lead the way. On a desolate mountain peak he met He Fengyang again. He Fengyang still had the appearance of a young man wearing a white robe. He had a black belt and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. His green eyebrows that extended to his waist were also fluttering in the wind. This is a bet. It must not have been easy, right? He Fengyang looked at Fang Yuan with a deep gaze. Fang Yuan smiled. There's nothing I can do. I've encountered a failure rate so I can only stare. His words were naturally flawless. He Fengyang examined Fang Yuan from top to bottom, then suddenly said solemnly, "It is a pity that you have such talent in refinement path, but you have degenerated into a zombie. Actually, if you want to find a way to regain your life, you don't have to go far. My Crane Gate has a mystical method that can guarantee that you can get rid of your immortal zombie body." Fang Yuan listened. He could not help but feel strange. Why did he feel that He Fengyang was trying to recruit him? But thinking about it, even if Fang Yuan was opposing Crane Gate and had some other background just based on Fang Yuan's goo refinement attainment, it was enough to move Crane Gate. Fang Yuan naturally knew what the mystical method He Fengyang was talking about was. What else could it be? It was obvious that it was a technique of possession. He Fengyang would never have expected that Fang Yuan had already made preparations in this aspect. If I lose my freedom, I would rather keep my immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan said. He Fengyang shook his head. I invited you here not to debate about freedom with you. Let's get down to business. You captured that brother of yours, you must hand him over. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Is this a threat? Fang Yuan's tone sank. Fang Jing was his backup for rebirth. Even if he did not use it to get rid of his immortal zombie body, Fang Jing was still the best candidate to refine blood deity. How could Fang Yuan let him go? He Fengyang nodded. You can think of it as a threat. But I prefer to think of it as a warning. To tell you the truth, we want to get rid of Fang Jing. This is an order from the Celestial Court. Then should I hand over Fang Jing or not? This was the problem. Fang Yuan was not afraid of He Fengyang, but he was wary of Crane Gate, and more worried about Celestial Court. Celestial Court had rank 8 Gu immortals. As long as one of them made a move, killing him would be as easy as killing an ant. Of course, this was the result of the battle. Fang Yuan naturally would not be so foolish. He could still escape. Fixed immortal travel was a great method. 3 days later, Fang Yuan handed over Fang Jing, as well as the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenshuru's soul was inside. Fang Jing had clearly been tortured. He had gone through many terrifying tortures. Not only were his flesh torn, there were many wounds on his body that were so deep that bones could be seen. Even one of his arms had been cut off and replaced with a dog's front limb. And Fang Jing could still feel the dog limb. He could control it and perform a series of actions. Such torture could cause a person to break down. But He Fengyang only glanced at him. He did not say anything. He said to Fang Yuan, "You have made a clear choice. Now fulfill your promise." Fang Yuan's gaze shone brightly. "Then watch carefully." He Fengyang slowly made his move. Under Fang Yuan's full investigation, he killed Fang Jing on the spot. Not even a trace of him was left behind by the flames. "Lord He Fengyang, why? You promised me." Master Tenshuru's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. "This is the Celestial Court's order. Crane Gate needs Fang Jing's sacrifice. Sky Crane, this is your fate. You wanted to possess Fang Jing, but in the end your heart softened. You were willing to accompany him and guide his cultivation. Now he is completely dead. Not even a trace of his soul is left. As compensation for going back on my words, I will find a good candidate for you to be reborn." He Fengyang said slowly. "Lord." Master Tenshuru cried. "Impossible. I will not believe your lies." Fang Jing screamed, but he still took this information path Gu Worm. This Gu Worm naturally recorded the scene of He Fengyang killing Fang Jing, as well as the conversation with Master Tenshuru's soul. After Fang Jing saw it, he immediately crushed the information path Gu Worm to pieces, falling into an incomparably furious state. He raised his head and screamed. His expression was distorted as he pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, "Impossible! This is all fake. You faked it. I will never believe it. I will never believe it. You lied to me. You lied to me. Unless I see it with my own eyes, hear it with my own ears and get my master's reply. You will see it with your own eyes. But now is not the time." Fang Yuan turned around and left the secret room. He closed the door. The secret room fell into darkness again. Fang Jing screamed in the darkness, moving around in a frenzy in the limited space, punching and kicking the walls in a hysterical manner. After dealing with Fang Jing's matter, Fang Yuan returned triumphantly in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. He eliminated the true Gu refinement experts in advance. It made the later stages of the convention easier than the middle stages. Eventually Feng Kim Hong obtained 6th place. And Fang Yuan entered the finals. He faced the strongest opponent in this convention, Yumu Chun. In this match Fang Yuan lost cleanly. Even though the competition's topic was the same as in his previous life, Fang Yuan had the huge advantage of knowing beforehand. But his opponent, Yumu Chun, was a genuine refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. This attainment level was terrifying. Even if Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Gu, he could not easily reach this attainment level. The higher the attainment level of a path, the more difficult it was to advance. In the whole of history only 3 people surpassed him. They were the 3 refinement path elders. In the whole of Northern Plains, only 4 were publicly recognized to be comparable to him. They were the 4 refinement path elders. Fang Yuan knew that even if he had the advantage of knowing the topic, he could not win against Yumu Chun. This was the difference in strength. Speaking of which, this Yumu Chun was dressed like Fang Yuan. He wore a black robe that covered his entire body. He also had a large mask on his face. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he was the one who obtained 1st place. Unsurprisingly, his strength was truly unfathomable. Fang Yuan admitted defeat. Many people criticized him. After all, refinement path attainment level was hard to describe. Yumu Chun was indeed very strong, but Fang Yuan was also very strong in the eyes of the world. Such an action of admitting defeat without fighting made the spectators who were looking forward to the finals very unhappy. Rumors started to spread that Fang Yuan admitted defeat without fighting. This was a shady plot. No matter what, Fang Yuan, who obtained second place, achieved his original goal. He had a success Dao mark engraved on his body. After that, Crane Gate and the other 9 great ancient sects sent people to contact Fang Yuan, trying to buy his Dao marks. This success Dao mark could not be seized or transferred. Even Celestial Court tried many times, but none of them succeeded. The 10 great ancient sects naturally did not want to seize it, they only talked about transactions. In any case, Fang Yuan had such amazing Gu refinement methods, they still greatly overestimated Fang Yuan. He could refine Gu. If he refined a rank 6 immortal Gu, this success Dao mark would be used up in exchange for 0 failure rate. No matter how high the 10 sects of Central Continent offered, Fang Yuan rejected them all. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, he made the final preparations to refine change form immortal Gu. Ever since Fang Yuan had the plan to refine change form immortal Gu, he had been gathering Gu refinement materials. Because he had the success Dao mark, Fang Yuan only needed to gather 1 set of Gu refinement materials. This greatly reduced his expenditure. Even so, by the time Fang Yuan gathered the materials, the immortal materials he obtained from the Northern Plains auction had already been sold or exchanged. If not for some of the materials he obtained from the Refinement Path Convention, there would still be a gap. The difficulty of refining immortal Gu could be seen at a glance. Fang Yuan only gathered 1 set of materials, his accumulated resources were almost all used up. If not for the Guts Gu trade, if not for the success Dao mark, Fang Yuan would not take such a risk and make such a risky move. Floating astronomy. Thus, Fang Yuan's urgent matter was to accumulate immortal essence. After leaving this stone nest, Fang Yuan went to inspect the other 2 stone nests. During this period of time, these 2 stone nests were under He Lulan's management. She used her immortal Gu strength to provide Gu refinement materials for the countless hairy men in the stone nests. After large numbers of air sac Gu were refined, they were loaded with Guts Gu and sold to Central Continent's forces, to Jewel Yellow Skies. In these 2 stone nests, there was a hairy man in each room. The risk of refining air sac Gu was much higher than refining star thought Gu. The reason why the stone nests were still full was because Fang Yuan had transferred a portion of the hairy men from the 3rd stone nest to fill up these 2 stone nests. Fang Yuan's current focus was to increase the volume of Guts Gu. In the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong had a duel. They had set the agreement in front of everyone. From now on, they would sell a huge amount of Guts Gu to Spirit Affinity House. Thus, the demand for Guts Gu increased. Fang Yuan had to increase the production of air sac Gu. In a stone nest, Fang Yuan met with He Lulan. He Lulan was reading Central Continent's information. Have you heard about Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing? The moment they met, He Lulan asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from Gu immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, other Central Continent Gu immortals do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now, they are watching the commotion caused by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply. We missed such a good opportunity. If we could have killed Song Zixing, we might have gotten star form blessed land. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, Hey Lulan, you are dreaming. Central Continent is not like Northern Plains, we are both Northern Plains Gu immortals, once we expose our auras we will be discovered. The consequences of our identities being exposed will be so severe that we cannot bear it. Moreover, Song Zixing is very crafty, he is skilled at escaping, our investigative methods are not that good. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects could not find any traces of him in Truyang Mountain Range, how can we find him? You are right. He Lulan sighed again, replying gloomily. Ever since she was beaten awake by Fang Yuan, she realized her own shortcomings. These last days she had been thinking about how to operate and earn resources to support her own cultivation, to be independent. But unfortunately these were not easy to make a living. He Lulan wanted to start from scratch, she would need to spend a lot of time and experience many setbacks before she could establish the project. Song Zixing had a plain expression, he spoke in a carefree tone, he changed the topic. You refined that rule path immortal Gu. After expending the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, using my natural Gu refinement method, the Gu refinement would definitely succeed. But it is a pity if I had enough time, I should be able to research many valuable things from this success Dao mark. The infallible inheritance's success Dao mark is different from ordinary success Dao marks, it is very close to refinement path. If I can research it, I can even set up my own infallible inheritance. Yu Mu Chun shook his head, sighing. Chapter 870. Hearing Yu Mu Chun sigh, Song Zixing also sighed. The most crucial thing is time. If I have enough time, I can recover and regain my battle strength. Unfortunately, time is too tight, I estimated that I still had 10 years, to think that I would have to activate it now. These years we have made many preparations. But plans cannot keep up with changes, since Fate Immortal Gu was not completely destroyed, it is normal for these changes to happen, isn't it? Yu Mu Chun said. Even Fang Yuan, who had been reborn 500 years ago, did not know about Fate's existence. But Yu Mu Chun knew, and Song Zixing also had an expression of understanding. Alright. Yu Mu Chun said whatever he thought of. Before coming, I met a pretty good hairy man junior, I have already given him my refinement path inheritance. Legacies and inheritances were the cultural characteristics of the Gu master world. It was like ancient China, people used all sorts of methods to return to their roots. The heroes among men all wanted to leave their names in the annals of history. When people died and were buried, they would have large amounts of treasures buried with them, even servants and wives would be buried with them. During Japan's Warring States period, generals had to wear grand armor on the battlefield, they did not care about the danger of attracting firepower. Egypt, Rome, from ancient times to modern times, they all had similar cultural complexities, even though they were different they all had the same starting point, to prove their own existence. To prove to the world, to prove to others that they had once existed, that they had lived before. Even if they died, such a person had once existed in this world. Thus, legacies were not hard to understand. Some people would write their own legacies when they were alive. Some would have their descendants write their legacies for their seniors after they died. Some would have no descendants. They would have their enemies write their legacies for them. In such a situation the legacies were more realistic. The descriptions were vivid and detailed. Enemies often understood you better than your loved ones. When enemies wrote their legacies they would not be stingy with praise. It would often become a good story. Legacies were the same. Legacies only described the trajectory of a person's life, but legacies were the foundation of a person's strength in the world. It was their understanding of nature, their thinking of heaven and earth, it was the conclusion of truth. Like ancient China, even craftsmen did not want to leave behind any regrets before they died, they tried all sorts of methods to find a successor, they did not want to lose their skills that had been passed down for generations. Craftsmanship, inheritance. It was an affirmation of one's own value and the appreciation of one's success. By leaving behind an inheritance, even if he died, he would be able to leave behind a mark that belonged to him in the world. Yu Mu Chun's inheritance had an ominous feeling of entrusting his orphan to him before his death. Who would leave behind an inheritance? When one lived well and had a bright future, no one would leave behind an inheritance. Why would he leave behind an inheritance for no reason? Teach the disciple, starve the master. The human heart is treacherous. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause another competitor to appear. Usually, only when someone was on the brink of death and realized that death was approaching would they leave behind their inheritance. For example, the flower wine monk. For example, Patriarch Blood Sea and Dongfang Naganori. Yu Mu Chun left behind his inheritance. It was clear that he wanted to participate in the grand plan. He did not have the slightest confidence in his survival. All-out effort gu was the vital gu of Fang Yuan's second immortal aperture. It had always been rank 4, its rank was far lower than Fang Yuan's own. With this gu recipe, Fang Yuan had another mission, that was to refine all-out effort gu. After failing once, all-out effort gu advanced to rank 5. If I can refine all-out effort gu to rank 6, the killer move Myriad Self would have a huge boost, it would be second only to Self-Strength Immortal gu. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is already beyond my ability. With this successful experience, Fang Yuan deduced small family Qi Gu's recipe. The result was a crushing defeat. Chapter 874. Zheng Ling suggested compensating the immortal Yuan stone, but Tai Bai Yunxing rejected it, but Fang Yuan pretended to think, we want Featherman slaves, but you only want to compensate the immortal Yuan stone. This is an irreconcilable conflict. How about this, let's take a step back and use strength to speak. Tai Bai Yunxing had a firm attitude, showing the appearance of a battle maniac. During the conversation, he had already shouted the slogan, I will take care of you in minutes. If Shark Demon and the rest who knew Tai Bai Yunxing's character were here, they would definitely think that this Tai Bai Yunxing was an imposter. Zheng Ling and Zhou Zhong glanced at each other. The battle maniac Tai Bai Yunxing was not easy to talk to, but it seemed that the immortal zombie Fang Yuan had the upper hand. The two Featherman Gu immortals did not find this strange, because Fang Yuan had already displayed rank 7 battle strength earlier. The two secretly transmitted and discussed they felt, Fang Yuan was much easier to talk to than Tai Bai Yunxing, and was also more rational. He is an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture cannot produce immortal essence, he is even more careful. We need to make use of this mentality of his. But it seems that this blessed land belongs to that damned old man. This old man is not young, he has a bad temper. It seems that his battle strength cannot be underestimated, we need to be careful. Forget it, the current situation is better than him. Let's listen to this immortal zombie's suggestion. The two Featherman Gu immortals analyzed seriously, they even seemed to have a clear and logical explanation. But they were completely unaware that they had walked into Fang Yuan's meticulous trap. Please speak. After the discussion, Zhou Zhong said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued, the world of Gu immortals is all about benefits. Strength speaks. Let's do 10 duels. If we win, please give us 10% of the Feathermen. If we lose the bet, then we can only accept the sum of immortal Yuan stone as compensation. Zhou Zhong was unwilling and shouted, no matter who wins or loses, you're both at an advantage. Fang Yuan smiled faintly but did not respond. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately shouted, what's with the noise? If he wasn't willing he could just beat him up. This old man's fists are itching right now. I'll take care of you in a minute. If you dare to attack my immortal aperture, I will slaughter these mortal feathermen first. At most we'll just break up. Who's afraid of who? He looked like a reckless and warlike fool. Zhou Zhong and Zheng Ling turned a deaf ear to him, looking like they didn't want to argue with him. The two of them began to communicate telepathically again. They began to discuss. Fang Yuan put pressure on him at the right time. If you don't agree to this condition, then we can only go to war. These words caused the hearts of the two Featherman immortals to skip a beat. The two of them were well aware of the current situation. Sacrifices were unavoidable. The most sensible response now was to minimize the losses as much as possible. Eventually Zheng Ling nodded and agreed to the bet. But there was a prerequisite: they had to use the information path immortal killer move they had, which was equivalent to Mountain Pledge Gu. They had to set an agreement to bind both sides. Regardless of the result, after 10 duels, Fang Yuan's side could no longer make things difficult for the Feathermen. No matter what, they had to open the door and let everyone leave safely without any form of obstruction. The Feathermen actually had such an information path killer move. The depth of their foundation was truly out of Fang Yuan's expectations. First, Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong went up for the first duel. On Fang Yuan's side, Tai Bai Yunxing was sent to fight. The latter was full of fighting spirit. This move not only attacked the surrounding star snake ropes, it also destroyed the soul path Dao marks on He Lang Zi's body. That was why He Lang Zi had the ability to transform into a lightning flash giant wolf. But if He Lang Zi wanted to turn from a lightning flash giant wolf to a fragrant sorcerine statue wolf, he did not have a soul path immortal killer move. Immortal killer move. It was very rare and precious, and it was very difficult to calculate. He Lang Zi was also someone who had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, with his identity as a rogue cultivator, he would not have achieved what he had today. It was a pity that he had obtained some inheritances. They were all quite incomplete. Unlike Xuesong Zi, who had died not long ago, he had obtained a complete snow path inheritance from Qin Baisheng. He could use the immortal killer moves one by one. He was not like the current Fang Yuan, who had obtained the complete star path inheritance from Star Lord Wanxiang. Star Snake Rope, Star Cloud Grindstone, and 6 Illusion Star Bodies all used Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Shoot as the cores. They complemented each other and could be used smoothly. He Lulan tried all ways and means to use the mortal killer move Self-Strength Giant Phantom, transforming it into an immortal Dao level. She had the foundation, but she could not do it. Fang Yuan had Strength Path Grandmaster Attainment level and the Light of Wisdom. He did not dare to try deducing other Strength Path immortal killer moves. It was not that he could not succeed, but he would expend too much time and effort. He Lang Zi did not have a Wisdom Path foundation. It was even more impossible to deduce a suitable immortal killer move for him. Of course, with He Lang Zi's strength, he had to endure Fang Yuan's attacks. It was not impossible to slowly get rid of the lightning path Dao marks on his body. After all, his cultivation level was there. Fang Yuan's strength was not as deep as his. But that would drag on for a long time. Just as He Lang Zi was hesitating, Hui Feng Zi suddenly attacked. Fang Yuan's attack stopped. He was shocked to see a jade feather floating above his head. When did I get hit? What immortal killer move is this? It actually discovered my true body. You actually found my true body? Fang Yuan was shocked. The moment Fang Yuan used 6 Illusion Star Bodies, Hui Feng Zi used his investigative immortal killer move. After discovering Fang Yuan's true body, he immediately used another immortal killer move to mark it. Hui Feng Zi was fighting at the side, guarding against the hidden Strength Path Gu Immortals. But that did not mean he would not attack. Fang Yuan was fighting 1 against 2, and both of them were rank 7 Gu Immortals. The disadvantage was too great. Once Fang Yuan's true body was exposed, the lightning flash giant wolf chased after him. Without a choice, Fang Yuan activated Star Cloud Grindstone to block in front of him. But the lightning flash giant wolf was an ancient desolate beast. Lightning surged and destroyed several Star Cloud Grindstones. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized the other 5 star bodies to disturb He Lang Zi. If He Lang Zi was an ancient desolate beast, his attention would have been attracted. But he had human intelligence and intelligence. He ignored the star body's interference. He continued to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fell into a passive state. The Star Cloud Grindstone in front of him was pierced by the lightning pillar again. Behind the lightning pillar, the lightning flash giant wolf chased after him. Immortal killer move, position star transposition. Fang Yuan's body shined with starlight. He vanished on the spot and appeared somewhere else, replacing one of the 6 illusion star bodies. This was a movement killer move recorded in Star Lord Wanxiang's inheritance. It could allow Fang Yuan to vanish at any time and replace one of the 6 illusion star bodies. Chapter 885. When Fang Yuan looked again, he found that he was in another cloud building. Plus Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was because he had the help of Land Spirit of Langya, otherwise he would have been in danger. After all, among the enemies was Hui Feng Zi. This person was known as the fastest person in Northern Plains. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals could not catch up to him. He once had the shocking achievement of escaping from Yao Huang. But danger did not mean it was impossible. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. As long as he could stall for 3 breaths of time, he could escape. No matter how fast Hui Feng Zi was, it was of no use. There were only 5 cloud buildings left to begin with. Now that we have lost 2 cloud buildings, we did not have much time left. The other party has already attacked. The 3 of us will attack together. Land Spirit of Langya instructed with a solemn expression. When Land Spirit of Langya spoke, Fang Yuan also discovered that other than him and the Land Spirit, there was another Inkman Gu Immortal in the cloud building. Fang Yuan sized up this Inkman Gu Immortal. He had clear Inkman characteristics. Black skin, white hair, a face full of wrinkles. He looked quite old. Didn't Inkman City only have one Gu immortal, the Inkman City Lord Mo Tansang? It seems this Inkman Gu immortal should be the foundation of Inkman City. He usually hides himself very deeply. My information came from Fairy Li Shan, but I did not obtain any information about him. He only appeared when Langya Blessed Land is in danger. Fang Yuan guessed. Ink men are variant humans. Variant human races usually have few Gu immortals. Inkman City being able to hide one Gu immortal is already the limit. But then again, on the side of Inkman City, for the safety of Langya Blessed Land, they sent out 2 Gu immortals. They are quite staking it. This means that Mo Tansang is quite confident in the land spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan could see the general trend from this clue. Just by looking at this Inkman Gu immortal, he thought of many things. This Inkman Gu immortal only nodded at Fang Yuan. He did not speak, as if he did not want to converse with Fang Yuan. It was no wonder. Fang Yuan had changed his appearance, but he was still a human Gu immortal. In the current 5 regions in the entire world, mutants were either being ostracized or being hunted, trained, or raised as slaves to be sold openly. The mutants were struggling at death's door. Northern Plains Inkman City. This was already considered an extremely rare and precious alien tribe. This was also because Inkman City lords had always been Gu immortals for generations. Without the protection of Gu immortals, how could there be Inkman City? It had long been conquered by the joint forces of various forces, big and small, and the slaves had been carved up. It could be said that without Gu immortals, variant human races lived in small or miniature tribes, scattered in various corners of the world. It wasn't that the mutants didn't want to form medium-sized or large tribes. Usually, it was a calamity that attracted countless forces to hunt for slaves. This old Inkman Gu immortal seemed to be extremely vigilant towards humans. Seeing Fang Yuan looking over, his expression changed. He only nodded slightly at Fang Yuan and remained where he was. He had no intention of coming over to talk. Fang Yuan also nodded. He needed to respond to him. Land Spirit of Langya, who was beside him, frowned deeply. He looked out of the window worriedly and suddenly said, "They came so quickly. They are pouncing on my cloud building. The situation is not good. It seems they have some kind of investigative method to deal with my 12-wave cloud confusion formation." Fang Yuan quickly cast his gaze over, but only saw the vast white fog. He knew that his investigative killer move was not effective. Land Spirit of Langya's words should not be false. But the 4th sword light had already shot out. Clang. A sharp sound of impact suddenly came from the deep pit. A figure stood in front of the Land Spirit of Langya, blocking the 4th sword light. This aura, it is a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan was still in the cloud building. He sensed the unfamiliar aura. Bright light flashed in his eyes. This was a variable. As he expected, Langya Blessed Land still had other trump cards. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Next, 8 black figures appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the air and appearing near the deep pit, protecting the Land Spirit of Langya. Mo Tansang quickly stopped in his tracks. He took a look and cried out, "So many hairy man Gu immortals?" Reinforcements had arrived. The 9 Gu immortals were all hairy men. Among them, the hairy Mangu immortal who saved the land spirit of Langya was the only rank 7. The other 8 hairy Mangu immortals were all rank 6. He Cheng's expression changed. He said in disbelief, "How can this be? With so many hairy Mangu immortals, the advantage in numbers was immediately reversed." Mo Tan Sang showed joy on his face. Fang Yuan, however, frowned. To be able to obtain such protection from hairy Mangu immortals, it seems this is indeed the land spirit of Langya. But it is completely different from the previous land spirit. Qin Baixing slowly opened his eyes. He retracted his right fist and left palm, dispersing the 5-finger fist heart sword. His lips curled up into a victorious smile. From the start, he did not intend to eradicate the land spirit of Langya. Now that these hairy Mangu immortals had appeared, it was exactly what he wanted. Something is wrong. Fang Yuan's brows were almost knitted into a knot. Between the two Langya land spirits, there are differences in temperament. No matter how stupid the previous land spirit was, he would not leave such a huge battle strength to seek help from an outsider like me. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He guessed Qin Baixing's motive. Don't tell me the other party's true motive is not Langya blessed land. At the same time, the land spirit of Langya transmitted secretly, Mo Tan Sang, Fang Yuan, quickly enter the formation. Don't count on these hairy Mangu immortals. It will be up to the 3 of us later. As long as we hold on for a while longer, these people will die. Even though the sharp tusk boar is dead, I still have the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. He Cheng growled as he controlled Dark Prison to move like a meteor, exploding in the air as it crashed towards the silver giant. Immortal Gu houses had both offense and defense. They were fortresses of war. They could not be underestimated. Immortal Killer Move, Star Cloud Grindstone. Immortal Killer Move, Might Mountain Shield. Immortal Killer Move, Fifth Earth Veil. Inside the silver giant, 3 Gu immortals activated 3 defensive immortal killer moves at the same time. At once, 3 of the silver giant's 6 arms changed at the same time. Immortal Gu were taken away by Qin Baixing one after another. Langya blessed land was collapsing everywhere, causing tsunamis, hurricanes, floods, and other natural disasters. The 3 continents lost millions of hairy men. This was a typical fight between immortals. Mortals suffered. Fang Yuan saw this and was even more certain of his guess. Langya blessed land's true space far surpassed ordinary blessed lands. It could compete with outstanding grotto heavens. But Langya blessed land was only a blessed land. Then how did land spirit of Langya do it? Fang Yuan already knew that the environment of the immortal aperture was largely related to the Tao marks in it. Thus he thought of it, land spirit of Langya seems to have a unique method to fuse immortal Gu into the world of the immortal aperture. This way the Tao mark fragments in the immortal Gu would become the immortal apertures. This way the immortal aperture would be greatly expanded. But now, Qin Baixing forcefully took away the rank 8 immortal Gu house refinement cauldron. If the immortal Gu inside were lost, Langya blessed land would lose a large number of Tao marks. This caused the environment to change and the space to collapse. Fang Yuan's guess was not wrong. Precisely because the immortal Gu house refinement cauldron was embedded in this world, Langya blessed land could use the Tao marks in the immortal Gu to develop a vast space and produce countless resources. Its foundation was extremely deep. The previous land spirit of Langya had made a huge move. Refinement cauldron fused with the immortal aperture's world. This way the entire immortal aperture would become the interior of refinement cauldron. All the living beings in the immortal aperture would be included in the refinement range of the immortal Gu house refinement cauldron. Precisely because of Refinement Cauldron's help, the previous land spirit of Langya was able to nurture a large number of hairy man-gu immortals. But there were huge drawbacks in doing so. Firstly, the immortal gu house Refinement Cauldron could not be moved. It would be like being trapped in the immortal aperture. Once they moved, the environment of the immortal aperture's blessed land would shrink drastically, resulting in huge losses. This was also the reason why the land spirit of Langya would rather use the ancient battle formation than take out the immortal gu house Refinement Cauldron. Get lost. The silver giant raised its palm and sent Dark Prison immortal gu house flying. Next, the giant charged towards Qin Baisheng. But at the next moment, Dark Prison immortal gu house flew back and crashed into the silver giant's right shoulder, knocking it away. This situation had already happened more than 10 times. He Qing was on this pirate ship. He could not get off easily. He had to go all out now. Even though Dark Prison immortal gu house was heavily damaged in the battle, He Qing gritted his teeth and persevered. It is useless. I can still persevere for a long time. Immortal gu houses are made from a few immortal gu and countless mortal gu. As long as the immortal gu are not damaged, I can replenish as many of these mortal gu as they are expended. If an immortal gu house could be destroyed so easily, would it still be called an immortal gu house? He Qing shouted from inside the immortal gu house. You are right. Land Spirit of Langya spoke, agreeing to He Qing's words. He Qing was stunned, his expression changed. He found that many gu worms in his Dark Prison immortal gu house had been forcefully refined by Land Spirit of Langya. Among them there were even 2 immortal gu. He Qing was right. If an immortal gu house could be destroyed so easily, would it still be called an immortal gu house? Thus, even though the rank 8 immortal gu house Refinement Cauldron lost many gu worms and even lost some immortal gu, as long as the core was still intact, its power would only weaken. The ability to forcefully refine other people's gu worms would still be effective. Haha, 15 minutes is up. You have all lost, you have all lost. There are still 2 hairy man gu immortals in my Refinement Cauldron. With them guarding it, how will you snatch my immortal gu house? Land Spirit of Langya shouted, declaring victory. Langya blessed land's foundation was truly deep. Even at this stage there were still hairy man gu immortals who had yet to show themselves. But thinking about it, an important place like Refinement Cauldron had to have people guarding it. But at this time Qin Baisheng smiled coldly. Are you sure? Before he finished speaking, 2 hairy man gu immortals descended from the sky, greeting Qin Baisheng. Greetings to Lord Vice Envoy. These 2 hairy man gu immortals who were guarding Refinement Cauldron were actually Shadow Sect spies in Langya blessed land. With their cooperation, the rank 8 immortal gu house Refinement Cauldron would definitely be lost. Including the Star Path Killer moves, my battle strength has stabilized at the peak of rank 6. In terms of offense, with Myriad Self I can match rank 7 gu immortals. But I am still far from being able to fight against older generation rank 7 gu immortals. I can only try my best to stall for time. As for Qin Baisheng, I am even more unmatched. This is a quasi-rank 8, a person like Feng Jioga. In this battle, Fang Yuan truly understood Qin Baisheng's strength. Precisely so, in the entire battle Fang Yuan did not put in much effort. He was basically slacking off. Only at the final moment did he use Myriad Self Giant Hand. In this situation being high profile was courting death. From start to finish, Fang Yuan kept a portion of his concentration in controlling fixed immortal travel. Once something went wrong he would immediately retreat. Who is Qin Baisheng? His true strength is actually so deep. He Qing Jiangyu and Hui Fengzi, how did they get together? Qin Baisheng seems to be their leader. With He Qing in the group, He Lulan has no hope of taking revenge. Speaking of which, Langya blessed land situation is really complicated. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, Langya blessed land had resisted 7 waves of attacks. But now, at the fourth wave, it was showing signs of not being able to hold on. What was the truth of history? Was it because of Fang Yuan's influence that changed Langya Blessed Land's situation? In front of Fang Yuan was a thick fog. Even if I am in perfect condition now, facing Qin Baisheng, especially with that immortal killer move Soul Suppression, I have no way to retaliate. I'm truly weak. Fang Yuan looked down at his hand. It was covered in goat blood. It was a bloody mess. Compared to Qin Baisheng, Fang Yuan was like this huge horned goat. He could only be slaughtered. The world was vast, nature was vast. The more one knew, the more ignorant one would find themselves. The stronger one was, the weaker one would find themselves. In the legends of Renzu, there was an interesting record. After boundless forest Samsara left her father, Renzu, she could only stay in ordinary abyss. She was very sad. She was no longer happy eating fruits. Every day she would wash her face with tears, crying non-stop. Eventually she was tired and gradually fell asleep. In her sleep she vaguely heard very faint noises, and felt as if ants were crawling over her. Thus she opened her eyes and woke up. She found that there was a tiny person crawling on her. Because of boundless forest Samsara's movement, this tiny person could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. Who are you? There is actually a tiny person like you in this world? Boundless forest Samsara found that the tiny person was smaller than her finger. She was very curious and forgot to cry. The tiny person looked at the huge boundless forest Samsara in a daze. After the shock, he raised his head and cried loudly. Hey, 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 tiny person, I did not cry. Why are you crying? Not only did Fang Yuan obtain the rank 6 immortal goo recipe of all-out effort goo, under Fang Yuan's insistence, he even imparted the method to relocate the blessed land to Fang Yuan without holding back. There were only 2 gains. They seemed ordinary, but to Fang Yuan they were extremely valuable. There was no need to talk about the immortal goo recipe of all-out effort goo, just moving the blessed land. Be it who immortal blessed land or star form blessed land, they needed to be moved. But this method was very costly. It would cause great damage to the blessed land itself. It needed to use 12 immortal goo at the same time. Land Spirit of Langya was already preparing to relocate. After that, he would lend these immortal goo to Fang Yuan and let Fang Yuan move. Amazing. This battlefield killer move is completely one with Yulu Blessed Land. It seems to be created using the Tao marks of the Blessed Land. This method is much more advanced than Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan observed for a long time. He gradually found something special. Land Spirit of Langya did not dare to set up a battlefield killer move in the Blessed Land. When fighting against Qin Baisheng's group, he only used the 12-wave cloud confusion goo formation. Land Spirit of Langya was afraid that the temporary Tao marks created by the battlefield killer move would cause great damage to the Blessed Land. In fact, in the current cultivation world, most goo immortals did not dare to use battlefield killer moves in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. Once the temporary Tao marks of a battlefield killer move clashed with the Tao marks of the immortal aperture's small world, the battlefield killer move would fail and the goo immortal would suffer backlash, or the Tao marks would reject and cause terrifying damage. The blessed land could be destroyed and the goo immortal would die on the spot. This was the same principle as the backlash of goo refinement. But Fairy Yulu was a battlefield killer move expert after all. She directly overcame this flaw. Her method was profound and advanced. It was beyond Fang Yuan's imagination. He even threw Langya Land Spirit, this old antique, 8 miles away.